Welcome everybody to the UNL Poker Premier League Final, where we finally decide after a couple months of wanting to do this, who is the Premier League champion and the best player at UNL Poker, possibly the best college player in the nation. I'm Alec Rome, joined with me right now by Brock Calamari, and it's going to be a fun one. We have 6 players here that are incredibly interesting, that all have different play styles and that all have different motivations for trying to win here today.
Any more than that.
Yeah, it'll definitely be interesting to see who comes out of the gate here in the first few hands. But everybody on this table is very skilled, and it's going to be a very long fight to get to number 1.
In seat 1, we have Jeff over there, and in seat 2 is PJ. He's a little cut off, and we'll fix the camera in a moment. Jeff coming into this, he had to win in the last session in order to make the final. He would have played in the play-in, but he was able to get enough chips in the last one and play in the final, and he's always a threat.
He is always a threat, and he has an interesting play style that borders on being tight, but also he'll play loose when he needs to. So it'll be interesting to see which strategy he goes with tonight.
PJ in seat 2. As they're over in the left corner, we'll get that camera adjusted. But PJ in C2 again, another person that he's just always around. He's a former UNL Poker Grand Champion, and you always seem to just run into him whenever you play him. It seems like. I mean, you specifically, you hate playing against him, but I would say you in general, since a lot of people hate playing against him, and he ended up in second place, I believe, in the standings. But Mitch just barely overtook him at the end.
Yeah. He is an enigma. It's hard to pin him down on what exactly he has, and that's probably his greatest strength is, you just don't know what he has. So that can be pretty frustrating to play against him, but he has a very strong chance tonight.
At seat 3, it's Caden. Caden is one of our newest players from Kearney, Nebraska. He's played the tight is right sort of scenario, sort of style, and it's worked out for him. He ended up being positive for most of his sessions, or with only very marginal losses. In 6 cash game style sessions is what we played. I played cash game style to see who had as many chips at the end, and then the 6 qualified for the shootout finale. But he's going to be dangerous. You can't really overlook him whatsoever in this format. And another person that plays the tight is right, but is a little bit more experienced than Caden, is Hamlet there in seat 4.
Yeah, definitely. You see an interesting narrative here with the old and the young in terms of UNL poker. But yeah, definitely a very similar playing style. I don't think we're going to see much difference out of Caden's playing style, but I think Hamlet might try to switch it up tonight.
Down there in seat 5 and 6, we'll adjust the focus on that as well. It's Mitch and Nick. Mitch on the left, the first ever UNL Poker Grand Champion. And Nick, a brand new player as well, over there in seat 6, will be an interesting combo. And Nick, I think, has improved over the Premier League and really has the motivation to improve and try to take this thing down.
Absolutely. Playing him in the semifinals, it was he was very in it to win it, and he's very excited to be here. And I think he's going to really try to keep up with the rest of the more veteran players. And I think he's got what it takes.
Wes is our dealer, and folks, the reason why we're here as well is to raise money for the Food Bank of Lincoln, a wonderful cause. If you feel like donating to the Food Bank of Lincoln, there's a link, as you can see, right down at the bottom of the screen or on our Twitter page. It's bit.ly/pokerfoodbank. Just take a screenshot of that, write that down, super easy link, and we appreciate any donations as we'll be raising money for Food Bank of Lincoln across the entire spring semester. Food Bank of Lincoln, bit.ly/pokerfoodbank. And now no more time to wait. Wes, if you can hear me, it is time for the Premier League final. Time to shuffle up and deal.
Well, it's already shuffled.
So deal. It's already shuffled, he said. So let's go.
We're going. He said we're going.
He hijacked the deck, guys. Get ready for
All right,
get
ready for this stack deck. Wes, I need you to tell me if this.
So Nick under the gun in seat 6. We'll let it go. Jeff over in C2.
I feel, since Hammy's
We'll hold it as well.
might just really feel just
PJ pulling ace jack off camera. Get that adjusted.
Wow. I thought you were saying going aggro.
We'll raise it up.
Whoa. What is this?
Or just
He's limping aces
What
here.
is this first hand?
just calls it. Just calls it off instead, and Caden will call as well.
I mean, I checked.
Hamlet will call, and Mitch will check.
Didn't even look.
And now off to the board. Oh, I got frozen. That's not what's up there. So we'll have to check that. But the board's 5-7-9, 2 hearts.
Check.
Well, then the straight. 6-8 straight.
I don't think anybody's very pleased with that, but
Check.
I mean, PJ probably.
PJ could be the one to take a stab at this.
Like I said.
4. Fold.
That's 4,
Fold.
and it will likely fold around. It will, and PJ will take hand number 1 of the UNL Poker Premier League.
Are you catching cards? What are you catching, not catching?
Easy peasy. When you have ace jack, might as well bet if nobody's going to play for it. And do you think that the limp was the right strategy there? I mean, with ace jack and the cuff, was he just trying to play this first one easy? Is the nerves there potentially? What do you think?
I definitely think that he wanted to see a few early hands before he settles in. I think for the first few hands here, we'll see some kind of out of character playing from some of the players here.
Yeah, I mean, the characters are always interesting in this lineup. You really never know what anybody's going to do. It's hand number 2. It's Jeff under the gun. He'll fold that as well. Over PJ again with an ace-7. Chooses to get rid of the ace-7 offsuit. I don't think it's necessarily bad. It's tough to play that, especially against the 3-bet.
I should take more advice from you then.
What's your major, Jeff?
Over to the small blind with Mitch. 10-9 offsuit, very much a raisable hand from the small blind. Could also just limp that. I think it really depends for some people. Some people choose to limp their range, which is what Mitch will do. And Nick will probably take the option here with 5-4 offsuit. Nick is definitely going to want to try to mix it around. He said this to me before we started. He's going to try to mix it up and play a little differently. And there's the board. Wes, I'm missing the cards.
Diamonds. 2 of diamonds.
Just tell me what the cards are.
Oh,
Oh, it's
ace
deuce.
of heart, ace hearts, 2 of diamonds, 10 of spades.
Thank you.
Okay, so it looks like Mitch is going to have an early
There it
lead in
is.
this hand.
4K.
I don't think
Small
Mitch will
lead.
stay around.
Actually, he does have a gutter. Makes sense.
Call.
Does make the call. Turns a 3, and there's the gutter. What did we just say? He had the gutter, and it's nice to hit it. Now, Nick, I think, would help with the check back. He does. Very smart check back. And the river, could it help Mitch? River's what?
8 of clubs.
The 8 of clubs.
What?
Well, it'd be interesting to see what Nick does here, so I'm imagining Mitch is going to potentially check this one
That's
back
supposed
as
to be the
well.
8 of clubs. Or no, that's the.
That's the 2 of diamonds.
But still,
Oh, we had the extra 8 of clubs in the deck. Well, this is a nice way to start.
Black Joker.
We have 2 8 of clubs.
Okay, so you're going to muck that card.
Matter really, but
This is getting mucked.
Yeah, if that's a real 8 of clubs, then get rid of it.
what?
why are you mucking it?
Well, is that the Joker?
Mucking it.
No, this is like the
Joker.
actual 8 of clubs.
Did it read?
We have 2 actual 8 of clubs in this deck, plus a joker, which is supposed to be like, well,
We're supposed to be the real 8 of clubs.
yeah.
Okay, we'll play the river as the 8 of clubs, and you're going to get rid of it next hand.
We're gonna play the river like this is it, and then I'm getting rid of that, and we're working with the joker.
I was about to say you're gonna muck it. Like what? We're mucking the.
No, I think
Yeah.
they're very.
New river, Blood River. Hamlet loves the game Blood River. So it's been about 2 or 3 months, and we apologize for some of the interesting things. And Mitch will lead the interesting river for 7K, but he's going to soon realize that he's done it at the wrong time when Nick turned the straight and did smart by checking the river. Mitch honestly probably thinks he has the best hand here, and he may even call this off. Let's see what the price is going to be from Nick. Might just be a min raise.
It better not be a min raise.
19.
There we go.
That might be too much. We'll see. But it's hard to know what Nick is really repping here on the river. 2 pairs at best, but Mitch is blocking some 10-8 2 pairs. It's always tough because when you're in a blind versus blind situation, you can have any of these sort of hands. It really doesn't matter. So Mitch has a kind of a decision here. Is what does he think that Nick is bluffing on the river with? Is it a backdoor heart draw? Is it a lower card that he thinks, like, you know, is it a deuce that he thinks is not going to be good? It's a tough river decision. Playing 500,000 stacks at blinds of 2K and 4K, 125 big blinds to start.
Yeah, Mitch is definitely taking his time here, but it'll be interesting to see his decision because this isn't like the most bluffable hand, and especially there's so many good things that just weren't bet, and he folds.
He does lay it down smartly, and Nick Newby picks up the pot and takes the early chip lead.
So did you make sure
He's probably very happy he stayed in that one.
Joker?
What?
Well, yeah, and I mean, you know, it's one of those blind on blind situations where, you know, sometimes people can just be stealing it automatically from the small blind, and you want to try and see, and with any equity, you want to try and see another card, and I think it was a smart decision on his part.
Yeah, absolutely. Getting that early win will definitely help his confidence as well, and I think that was probably a big thing for him going in. He probably felt intimidated by some of the more veteran players, but getting a win here is probably pretty nice.
It was a disciplined fold from Mitch as well. I mean, knowing the player, knowing that you're probably not going to get too crazy at the start of things. Lets down. A pretty strong second pair. Not bad. Definitely could be worth a call, but just tough to really beat a bunch of stuff. You're just beating, you know, busted draws and don't know what he would be calling that deep for. So on to the next one, hand three. It'll be on PJ under the gun. Will limp it again. So PJ's, as we said, these players might get a little out of their comfort zone for the Premier League final, and PJ does just that by limping under the gun. But this might get raised by Mitch with a nice suited ace on the button. Could also limp because it's a weaker suited ace. It's really up to him. I think with position, you never hate, and he does raise us to 10, just 2.5.
And that should probably clear out the rest of the field here.
Back over to Jeff in the big.
I know it.
Lets it go. And of course, PJ will call with the suited queen 7, so two suited hands to the flop. Comes 3, 9, 10. Mitch with bottom pair. PJ with some potential backdoor stuff. I don't know if he's going to get rid of this hand right now. Now, there's Mitch with the patented Rubik's Cube card protector and a little bit of talk saying that he liked that flop.
Bro. Don't say that. Don't say that.
Making a disparaging comment about somebody who got eliminated, our buddy Lance, probably watching back in Omaha. I'm sure he'll let us know about that. Got a bet of 12.
Yep, and it's a fold.
Bet 12, and PJ deciding not to chase with the queen 7. Let's go. And Mitch will take his first hand of the night and get it back to even
Nah, like,
really quickly.
my roommate.
Yes, very, very quick exchanges here.
That's cool though, Commando.
Oh.
My roommates are pretty into it, but
Mitch, a film
I know it's good.
major at the Johnny Carson School of Film and Theater here on the University of Nebraska-Lincoln. Right now we're playing in Anderson Hall, the College of Journalism and Mass Communications, in the studio. Very lucky to have the space.
It was a good show.
It's good to be back and setting things up again.
Worth the high betting.
I'm just like not as big.
It's a very quality studio, from what I understand as a forensic science major. But
Yeah, from the little bit you understand.
you know, it's got technology. So
Hamlet's going to pick up the Ducks. And folks, Ducks have been good to some and worse to others. Jeff got set over set with Ducks. Is that a raise or a flat?
That is a raise to 8.
5x rate. Over 20.
Raise 8, it's over to Mitch. Mitch folds it. And Nick with the queen 8 off, not really good enough to call.
PJ's kind of suspicious of
Hey,
Hamlet's
remember, remind Jeff that he needs to scan at spot 1.
Jeff, you got to scan at spot
Yeah,
1.
I know. I did before.
Okay.
Okay, well, they don't believe you.
All right, perfect. Let's go anyway. And PJ in the big blind with a reasonable hand, 10-9 offsuit. Decides to call it off for the only 4K. Potentially win 18 as we go to another flop.
Goodness gracious.
Hamlet could easily get into trouble here.
King Jack 5-2 spades. I think this is going to be a situation.
Check, check.
There's check, check. Hamlet deciding to not bet, and there's the turn straight by PJ.
I'll bet.
The gutter again comes home, but unfortunately he's going to get no value from this. That's 8.
Not the quick book.
He'll check it. And let it go, and that's going to be the hand.
Quick hand.
PJ takes it down. Smart check by Hamlet there, I think. You know, with the hand you can potentially get the showdown with and see another card hit a deuce, and that's also good. But, you know, do you think his range should probably just bet there? Do you think that's kind of a spot where you normally just bet on the king-jack sort of board?
I think it was fine to check there. To be honest, with twos, you're looking at way too many different ways that you're going to get caught with them. On the other hand, of course, you know, he was hunting for a straight there, so checking might not have been the best option.
Hammond will look at ace-9 offsuit under the gun, 6 max. It's one of those hands. It's a pretty hand, but I think it's a hand you have to let go under the gun. And he does smartly over to Mitch and the hijack. Raises it to 8.
8,000.
Make sure to tell Mitch to give it a nice scan, just in case.
Give it a nice rub.
We'll rub around.
With the Rubik's Cube.
This is what I was worried. This is what I was worried.
There we go. Got it.
They got it.
I might move my chips.
Nick lets it go over to Jeff on the button.
Well, I forgot that this spot specifically was the
He will call it.
bottom left corner spot.
And
The
PJ,
runners.
it looks like the other two fold. 5-4 clubs doesn't decide to go with it, and here's the flop.
Playing a little bit blind along with you guys.
One card missing. Queen of diamonds, 8 of spades.
Nine of clubs.
Thank you. And so now Mitch with the ace, 3 of hearts.
7,000.
Jack will bet 7. And there's the fold for Mitch. Nothing to see on that board. And Jeff will pick up a pot.
So, can I flip for $100?
Well, a few hands in. Nothing big has changed, but I think we've seen some of the players definitely settle down after the first hand. Settle into more tight positions.
Or when the stimulus.
Get your bread up, bro. Get your
Dude,
bread up.
where's my?
Yeah, it's tight starting. Of course, nobody's really hitting anything. And we haven't seen any huge hands. And anybody's had ace jack off being the best hand. Thank you for joining us in the middle of what could be a big night in the sports world. We just had the NFC Championship game now. The AFC is probably on right now, but you chose to watch poker with us, and for that we commend you. And we appreciate it as we try to raise some money for the Food Bank of Lincoln. Gone to our 6th hand of the night, and under the gun with a nice pretty hand, definitely playable, the ace-5 suited. This is probably going to be among the bottom parts of an opening range, but Mitch will open it up.
8.
Kind of funny. I gotta be real.
It would be kind of funny.
Take 2 cards from the
And a
deck.
slight double there.
Nick with the ace-4 suited. I'm just going to cold call from the hijack. It's always a little dangerous. And now Jeff in the cutoff with king-queen offsuit.
And we might see some action in this hand.
It's one of those hands where I think Jeff needs to 3-bet it or fold it. Because king-queen offsuit,
Looks like
Call.
calling.
he is in position though. I do understand the call.
I feel like
PJ folds, Caden folds, and the 5-3 in the big blind, the joke hand at UNL Poker. We say 5-3 hits flops. We'll see if it hits this one. It's our joke hand like 7 deuce, and
Oh
it
my
does
God.
come an open-ended straight flush draw here for Hamlet.
And, that's
And
the power of
honestly,
the
could be a time to lead. But Hamlet checks.
Yep.
Bet a 8.
Yep.
Nick with middle pair on a connected board, though, is the problem.
who?
Lets it
I
go.
don't- Yeah.
But now Jeff has a decision in seat 1.
I don't think he wants to continue, but
I mean, you do have the queen high flush draw. He He will call, and Hamlet now in the big with the open-ended straight flush draw will also call.
Three-way to the
And we'll see if it
turn.
comes down.
So three-way to the turn. It comes a queen, which gives Jeff the lead in this hand. But still some equity for
Definitely.
Hamlet. Will Mitch continue to fire on the three flush board? I think he has to in order to continue the line. But he does decide to check, and now will Jeff decide to bet with the queen? I think it's a good time to bet. You probably got the best hand here with the queen plus the backdoor flush.
It definitely is showing some aggression here would be good to clear off the potential
Every time
flush draw.
somebody goes-
I mean, you're a little worried you could take your hand to showdown.
And
But I think it's worth a bet, and he will grab a purple chip. Those are 20K. That's bet at 22,000. Now again, Hamlet with a really nice draw.
does he let it go?
I don't think you can let it go per se. I don't know if it's the time to raise though. He will check it. His hands kind of look like he wants to fold.
He does not look confident right now.
He lets it go. Let's go. The open-ended straight flush draw. And now back over to Mitch with what is now an open-ender, an ace high. It's not worth too much at this point. $22,000 to win 80. But you're probably behind. And I'll let it go.
Woody's
Can we get a rabbit hunt on the river, Wes?
Okay.
Ooh.
9 of spades.
9 of spades would have been that card. Interesting. So
Hamlet would have been running into issues.
yeah, and it's one of those. I don't even know if he calls it off on the river personally, because I
Why
think
not?
it's one of those where you're looking for specifically the straight flush. Like you could very well be behind
Absolutely.
when Jeff bets on the turn. You probably are behind, so you're really just looking for a card to sucker you out.
Prediction was almost
But looking at that flush finally come when you've been looking for something that whole hand.
Reverse implied odds, that's the sort of thing. Like even if he hits a straight there, it's not necessarily good all the time, and he's kind of cornering himself into a good hand. You could talk yourself into calling when you're already way behind or potentially dead. I think it's a good lay down on the turn. Jeff wins the hand. There's the chip leader with 550,000 as we head on to hand 7. Poker Premier League, we're raising money, folks, for the food bank and link. If you want to donate, the link is right down there at the bottom of the screen, bit.ly/poker food bank. Just like that, poker food bank. And just like that, and it'll be a min raise to 8. Normally in the cash game style we played, the raises were increased, but now we're playing in a more of a tournament style, 125 bigs deep. We're seeing min raises this time around. Do you think that's the right way to go, or do you think that the raise sizes should probably be bigger for this sort of situation?
I think that he might end up regretting only mid-bidding there because
25.
I don't think that's going to clear many hands here. And, of course, you could
Jeff
have
picks a bluffable hand, but
the 3-bet over, as I was about to say.
so he 3-bets over, and I think it's a good option. However, Caden's going to pull up here with Cowboys, and Nick will have a decision when he gets back to him under the gun. It just depends on whether or not Caden wants to re-raise this or flat it.
roll out that
He
little.
will re-raise. It looks like he's grabbing a couple. Oh, no. He grabbed. Okay, look at that, folks. Did you see he grabbed 2 purple chips and then just flatted off? And now Hamlet with a decent hand, but he folds to the 3-bet, the 10-9 of diamonds. Mitch in the big blind lets it go. And now a decision for Nick with ace-jack offsuit out of position.
I think Caden absolutely made the right decision there because with how tight of a player he is, any raise over 25, I think, would have cleared the field.
And particularly with Jeff's hand, king-8 of diamonds, he really did it as a bluff, but I don't think he's calling a 3-bet of any kind. And now Nick with a 3-bet to his left, he does make the smart fold against 2 players, knowing how Caden plays. Lets it go. We will be off to a flop that could get very interesting if a king comes. It's 5-8-6, 2 diamonds, which is a beautiful flop for Jeff. So Jeff is going nowhere. But I think, considering the situation,
He's
he
still
is-
in a very dangerous
he
spot.
is out of position. He did 3-bet and got flatted.
22.
Another 22,000 from Jeff over to Caden now.
See, the problem for Jeff here is he kind of feels stuck in it.
Well, and also, I mean, he's going to call this off, but this doesn't really hit the 3-betters range. It hits the caller's range. You know, the caller's going to have a little bit more 7-6 suited, 8-7 suited, you know, that sort of stuff. Jeff doesn't have a lot of this. He has nut flush draws, but he has no nuts here, you know. I don't think he's really 3-betting 8s, 6s, or 5s, but definitely Caden could be flatting all the sets that are out there pre-flop. But now the decision is what is Jeff betting for value and what does Caden want to do?
And he wants to bet
He
over.
will raise it to 60. And this is going to get nasty, folks, because Jeff is not going anywhere. 38 to call. Pot is already 146,000, the biggest one we've had so far tonight.
Oh my god.
Jeff has to be thinking here that he's running into it at this point.
Well, he
Or
calls.
might be.
I mean, but he's got a great hand. The turn card, 7 of diamonds. Bingo. Jeff hits his flush, but now it goes check, check immediately to the river.
It's a very bad turn for
Deuce
Caden
of hearts on the river, much ado about nothing. And now Jeff has to bet. He's worried about a check back. But the problem is, do you want to check and hope that Caden tries to bluff for it? I don't think Caden is that style of player, but I think Caden is going to let go of the kings here.
Yes.
It's going to be, he's got a 4-liner on board.
I think he sees as too many threats on the board.
85,000, and Caden now decision with Cowboys early at a 269,000 chip pot. It's a very, I mean, you're getting beautiful pot odds. However, considering how things have gone, it's hard to call now when there's a 4-liner out there and the flush is there as well. Jeff is very capable of checking the turn with good hands. I think his range is still strong in the turn when he does check.
Got a text from my.
Based on his face, I think
My
he might be
friend.
rethinking his
A few words were very
previous decision to
Well, and
not
the quick
raise
check
on the
back too.
pre-flop.
The quick check back too basically tells you the whole story.
The literal first words are very disappointing.
I think there's an implication to this. Well, that was
And he's
disappointing. I'm
rechecking
not
his
the one to
cards.
normally blame refs for.
And lets it go, smart fold by Caden. It's unfortunate with kings, but he made the correct fold, and Jeff picks up an extra 99,000 to his stack, becoming the overwhelming chip leader at 650,000.
With two good hands.
Very well played there by
They
Jeff.
signed him for 1 year.
He ended up 3-betting with the bluffy hand, got at least one better hand to fold, and he hit the world on the flop. Hit the world on the flop. That's nice to do. That's
Buy
poker.
a Super Bowl.
Yeah, it definitely made the rest of the hand very easy for him. I'm sure he was sweating going into the turn there.
It's gonna be 7, baby. Gotta get 10 before you retire.
After that, it's just extracting value.
Sign a 1-year Miami.
Then the Jets.
Yeah.
UNL Poker Premier League final outgrown by Calamari.
Franchise in the NFL.
Tabitha Lincoln producing for us tonight.
No, dude,
You heard her there in the background. Wes the dealer as we hit on to hand 8.
he's gonna go kiss Jared Goff and feel
Jeff will likely let go of the 7-6 offsuit.
Taking a break here.
Queen 8 offsuit in the muck there. 6-5 offsuit gone. King deuce for Hamlet, probably not loving it.
and then go
Lets it go now over again to Mitch. The blind v blind. Blind versus blind situation. This time he does have 3. So again, the question is, do you raise or do you just flat it?
just need quick money.
Seems like he's counting out a raise.
He's going to raise this up. But I think you need to make it at least 10.
Decent blocking tight end.
8.
I mean, like,
Makes it 8
And
again,
then-
and it allows Nick to pretty much call with all of his range here on the big blind. You're never folding if you're Nick. And we're off to a flop. Comes Jack 9 deuce. And I think if Mitch leads this flop, which he tends to do, I think he tends to follow through when he raises and really bets with his range. I think this one's over with, and
Nick quickly
looks like he will.
will throw away.
then the turn came.
And bye-bye.
I don't know if I would have loved an S5.
So Mitch picks up another one. Blind versus blind versus Nick.
At the
Blind versus blind
Saw someone
versus
got
Nick.
the 4-of-a-kind bonus.
I think
like
Nick
the one on
is
the wall. So the
he's getting some bad luck with some of the
No, yeah, he's
hands
just not
ending up
getting
with.
anything right now. You know, and the one hand where he had a good hand under the gun too. He got
was just
pressure
straight up
under the
like trying
gun.
to check it,
It's
like-
not unrealistic because you are playing six-handed that you're under the gun range.
It's
You have to
like-
open it up a little bit, but
It's something insane.
And I think that, like, I was hoping with that early win he got, he might try to open up a little bit more, try to play a little bit more aggressive once he got the confidence of winning a hand. But I think he just needs a little bit more time to kind of settle down at the table.
right.
It's something incredible.
Take some more time under the big lights here of UNL Poker. We're multi-streaming on twitch.tv/poker, our channel, twitch.tv/UNL Poker, and on YouTube, my personal YouTube channel.
Oh, okay. I thought
We're in
you were
all
going-
three different
I was
places
like-
tonight as PJ will pick up
I don't
a
think you're
pretty
allowed to hear
tempting
anything.
hand under the gun. Jack 7, he will choose to, well, we might limp it, actually.
Oh no! Oh no!
Another limp?
Mitch has it.
He will limp it again under the gun, but that's
He's
not
got
going to
a
last.
long way to go.
15.
And a good raise size there. I really like the raise size from Caden. There's 6K in dead money out there, and now 10K with the limp in. So very smart, punishing PJ there. And PJ will probably call a little too wide potentially with the 4K already out there. Round to Jeff with King 6 off in the big. That's
Yes.
going to be let go. And now will PJ decide to peel here?
I think he'll let this one go.
I disagree. I think he'll call this off because he's got a player that he may think that he has an advantage on and a suited hand, and he does. And he'll be out of position heading to this flop. It's 5-8-9. It's not too bad for PJ, actually.
Well, it's definitely better for him than for Caden here, but I'm surprised that PJ is playing a little bit. I understand that nobody else was on the table and on the hand here, but
It goes check, check, flop. Now checks again. PJ does to the turn, and
12.
down bet of 12, and PJ still has out to a gutter and the jack. But the problem is Caden has more pairs here. And PJ will let it go, knowing that not chasing tonight so far, playing disciplined, and Caden gets a little bit back from the hand that he played earlier, still down about 74,000 on the night. Blinds are 4,000. We all started with 500,000, and nobody except Jeff is at the starting stack right now.
No.
Jeff had the big hand where he was able to turn a flush against
Sorry, guys.
Caden's kings.
and I'm sure
Go ahead.
Caden's working to get that back, and I think we'll see probably some more aggressive play than we were expecting from him, considering he did lose a fair bit of his stack early on.
Blinds are going to go up here at about 7 minutes
7 minutes
on the blinds.
until blinds.
We'll go to 3-6 as we head on to another hand. And Caden again picks up a pretty pocket pair. A little alliteration under the gun with queens.
He's probably feeling a little bit of a flashback here. Let's see how he changes.
12.
Oh, it's right there.
And again, this is a good amount. Raise to 12. Hamlet with the ace-3 suited. Again, that's a hand that you really would rather 3-bet than call it off. Nick with the worst hand in poker lets it go. Jeff around with 10-7 offsuit will probably let it go. In the small blind, and will PJ rip again. Well, 6 deuce, absolutely not.
And he does
Caden will
not.
get the walk, unfortunately, with queens. Hate to see it, but picks up another one.
I heard Green Bay lost.
Remember, folks, if you like what you're seeing and you want to donate to a good cause, there's a donation link right down there. We'll make sure in a little bit. I don't have it open to me, but we'll check the donations. To the Food Bank of Lincoln does a lot of good work around the Lincoln-Lancaster County area, providing produce and all types of food and meals to the people of this area. Do a lot of wonderful work and giving away millions of meals in 2020 and hoping to do exactly the same in 2021. That's why we wanted to help them raise money to do just that. As we're on to hand number 11 of the UNL Poker Premier League Final. And Hamlet again with a nice Jack-9 suited. I think this is the first time he's seen a hand he likes.
Like the min raise is like 4.
Raises to 8.
It's
Dude,
ridiculous.
Min-
Oh,
raises
but
are
Mitch with
huge.
2 better
It's either
hearts.
6 or 9. The normal raise is like minimum 12.
basically.
It's like, geez.
Yeah, if only Hamlet knew what the guy next to him had, he might not feel so.
So min 3-bet here by Mitch. Yeah, we're going a lot different than what this group likes to go with. They normally like to go with bigger raises, but we're going very thin, and it's because of the format. We're not playing cash game style. It is you have one tournament life. Now, this could get very scary for Hamlet here, and it comes out with two hearts, but Hamlet does have a gutter to a straight. Could get very, very scary. But it doesn't really hit Mitch as much as the 3-better.
Even if we potentially get the flush, does he believe his jack is good?
15.
Is a question.
That's 15,000 as Mitch.
Calls.
It's going to be a call.
By one.
He will call. Folks could finish that turn, and there's the 8 of hearts.
And it is a very dangerous hand.
So
right now.
both players hit the flush, but Mitch has done this before where he'll check the nut flush. He has checked the nut flush on the turn. But I think this is the
Hamlet
time to
does
bet.
have a
There's so
potential
much
to
out there.
improve.
And he also has it. Yes, he does have a draw. So when knowing that, will Hamlet choose to just call this off instead of raise? That's 25,000 into 90, or it would have been in about 68.
And now Hamlet has to have a little bit of a sweat here.
Tough decision. You kind of kill the board. You kind of want the ace X of hearts to keep barreling, but the problem is what is Mitch repping? Betting the flop here, betting the turn. Is he betting? I mean, if he's betting a set for protection, then you have to raise. But if he was betting a better flush draw and just doing his triple barrel thing, which Mitch likes to do, he does triple barrel. That's his MO. He will bet a lot, even with his draws.
Call.
Just calls, I think, is a smart decision, and it could get very intriguing if it comes another heart on the river that gives him the straight flush. No, it's a 5. It's a paired board,
Got some straights.
and it could end up being a check call situation again for Hamlet here.
Hamlet does not. He's not giving away much of his emotions here.
I mean,
but
he's kind of under-repped his hand, too. You know, he's just called it off. He has not raised at any point in this hand.
which will save him some
And
money.
unfortunately,
here,
well,
oh,
it's not going to save money. He's going to lead out on the river.
65. Call.
And
And
just a
that's a
snap off
snap,
with
yeah.
the nut flush.
That's just unfortunate. Hamlet's.
Mitch choosing not to raise when the board pairs on the river. It's not unreasonable, but Mitch picks up the biggest pot of the evening.
And that was just quick up down right there with the call.
Again, you know, Hamlet choosing not to lead on the river, you know, kind of gives him a chance to set his price, but I think that was going to be the price anyway. It was going to be around that amount. And Hamlet now down among the bottom of the table here as we start off. We got 2 minutes until the next blind level will be 3-6. 3,000, 6,000. Only one player will win the UNL Poker Premier League trophy. You see, oh, it's kind of blocked. We'll bring it out later. You'll see it when we do heads up.
It's very nice. It's very
It's
nice.
very nice trophy, silver, and with lots of ribbons, just like the soccer trophy of the Premier League. And now it's to Mitch under the gun.
You don't look anything like your mom. You ever get that?
And he's going to raise.
Interesting commentary.
Me so often when I meet people's mom. Like, dude, you look
Tell Mitch to give it another quick scan around that corner, Wes.
your mom.
What?
Out of her.
Tell Mitch to give it a scan.
Mitch, give it a using like a Clorox wipe, you know.
Rub. Like a Clorox. There you go. Got it again. Yep.
Yo,
So it raises. Oh, and again, look at this. Caden's picking up more pocket pairs. He's picked up kings, lost, but he's picked up queens and got it folded
No
around.
value.
Hopefully it'll work for jacks.
16.
So the raise is 16. Hamlet again with a pretty hand, but he's playing discipline, chooses to fold the 9-8 of clubs.
You have to wonder, like, what goes through Caden's mind. Keep picking up these pairs, and
And
so
they're
far
not
none
working.
have paid.
Oh, hey there.
And here we go. Let's see. Will we see a sit-on-set situation? Comes 5-10-9. We will not. 3 overcards, but Mitch probably knows that Caden doesn't have a ton of this in his 3-betting range.
But Caden's very happy with this flop, I believe. because he's not seeing anything that's really endangering him that much.
Right, he has an overpair, and I think he'll choose to bet, but I think Mitch could rip one card if it's small enough.
I don't think it's going to be small enough. It's going to be big.
He goes 14,000. That is small. It's 14 into the 36, and now only 14 to call on a pot if that's already 50K.
I'm surprised that Caden wants to wait around with this hand. Because he had the early lead with the kings, and then it ended up falling apart for him on the turn. So
Call.
And like we said, Mitch choosing to rip and call, and the jack comes on the turn, giving Caden top set. The straight does come home, however, and you wonder if he's any afraid of that. I don't think you can be. I think you have to continue with the line. But now it's going to be a fold for Mitch, unfortunately. Again, he's not going to get quite enough value, but he got one street out of jacks. The only way he's going to get more value is by checking.
it would be interesting to check here, considering, like, he's already got the top of his hand.
Yeah, I mean, he's near the top of his range. Now with the set, and he will reach for chips. 32,000. And this is going to be a pretty easy fold here of the threes for Mitch.
Looking at him and away.
And a bye-bye. And Caden will pick up the pot, head up to 462,000, recovering a little bit from the King's hand earlier against Jeff. Nicely done.
Next level yet?
He's getting his way back up there.
Is this the last hand of the blind level, or are we...
Moving on to the next blind level.
Next level. Yeah, Hamlet.
3,000, 6,000 are the blinds now.
Well, we're squaring it, so it's 2,000 times 2,000, so 400,000.
416. That's kind of a nutty.
You really can't trust the dealer here.
Thanks, buddy.
Wes and Brock are friends, and Wes has very kindly allowed us his time to deal a night. He might come back here and do a little commentary later on.
Hey, what's the actual blind
We're
level?
going to invite him back to the booth.
What's the, say it again?
What's the actual blind level?
It's
Like,
3,000, 6,000.
3,000? 6,000.
3-6. I don't think that's going to change play much here, but
Don't think so either. And here's Jeff with the Cowboys. We've seen him
Again.
once already. Red Kings for Jeff. So now we'll see what the Raiders
and
do.
he even gave a little cowboy finger gun there.
Yeah, he did. That's kind of a little tell. I don't know if
tell.
he meant that, but it's kind of funny though.
Oh,
Fold around to Mitch in a big blind, and he's gonna let this go. I think.
I would hope.
Darn it! You can hear him. Oh, shows the Kings. Shows the Kings, and another walk. Nobody picks up anything there.
Get him off the table.
So, pocket pairs.
Pocket pair, you
been,
showed up tonight for us. This is not a
mixed
ton of
record.
action.
PJ, you call the exact order of the color of the cards as they hit the flop.
Just the color?
I will. It's got to be. So it's got the exact order.
Just color?
I'll give you good odds.
So we're going to continue on here with the next hand.
And 14.
The next
And Jeff picks up another monster.
red.
Under the gun. Ace Jack offsuit.
I'll
He's
give
hoping he
you
gets called this time potentially.
6-1.
Looks like we're going to see a race.
Bet on that.
You bet $100? $100 on that?
No, raise to 15. PJ let him go.
The odds to hit that on that.
Mitch in the small blind. Says goodbye to his hand. And Nick pulls the 7 deuce
Oh,
again.
my Lord.
And bye-bye, and Jeff gets another.
Just having no luck with those hands.
Golly
with-
gee, it shows it again. He said, God damn, anybody want to call me, please?
Yeah, Jeff. bid.
Want, I'm gonna limp right
You get
now.
no
The
action.
action of my aces. That's it, they want.
Last 3 hands for me, 7 deuce, 10 deuce, 7 deuce.
And that's not a hand you want to like go around like limping with.
No, you have to raise. You're worried
One
about
away from
getting raised, getting 3-bet with ace jack. It's a hard hand to call.
Attacking.
As we saw, Nick had to fold to a 3-bet and a flat from the dealer button. Even in 6 max,
Boldy.
knowing the players and knowing the situation, it's not an easy call. And here we go again. Let's see more pocket pairs. This time it's PJ and C2 on your wider screen.
Jeez, whoa.
Okay.
Oh, we're gonna do that as the burn card.
If it's not.
A little bit of table talking.
Oh, we got a missed deal.
Come on, why'd you flip the
Oh my gosh.
And that is unfortunate for PJ.
Oh boy.
The players have. I want it out.
Yeah, no, put the
Apparently we had a lot of good hands.
Oh my god.
God.
Oh my god.
What would have happened here?
Wesley, can we get an update?
You know, the real villain here is air resistance.
deal lower. Why are you dealing so high?
Listen,
So our dealer here is taking some flack for
Yeah,
missing that
that would have been
missing that deal.
You know, I
basically,
He was dealing me my second card and flipped over.
I can relate to Wes. Shuffling can get really hard.
It would have been set over, yeah.
Yeah, especially
is it like I'm good to deal.
He's been
with this
dealing
now,
for-
just adjusting.
pretty good amount
A little too
beforehand,
good for
so
TV.
you might be getting a little bit.
Yeah. Sure, if that's what you want to say.
And we're gonna try again here. Let's see if PJ wakes up with
We're gonna have
something
the exact same hand.
even nearly as good.
I think that
Probably like up there with like lottery.
no, it's worse than lottery.
And
There's-
he does.
that is easily
he's
worse
reaching
than
for
lottery.
chips.
Well, I saw the stat the other day that was like, if you shuffle a deck of cards, there's like there's a high percentage chance that that specific order.
It's not quite as good, but it's still a very playable hand.
Never been.
It's high. It's like 99999 because 52
PJ call.
times 51 all the way down.
A raise and call.
Hey there, boys. I told you, this is how you get them. This is how you get them. I told you.
Raise.
Not the 15, it's the 12.
Oh man, we're seeing a lot of hands now, so we would have had a huge set over pair situation.
Oh, should I
And now,
look at my hand?
It's about to be
there, and Jeff with the ace 3 offsuit probably actually should fold from the big. Even though it's such a crap, even though it is an ace, I think against 4 people it's really crappy.
And it looks like he's gonna.
But he will call it off anyway and not follow my advice. And we are 5 out of 6 of us are going to the flop. Huge flop coming here.
pass that on to somebody else.
Deuce 4 6
Really good hand.
comes pretty nice.
For the ace threes here.
Yeah, I mean the ace 3 has a gutter. Nick with the nut flush draw.
Maybe pay attention to the game, buddy, huh?
It checks all the way around to the turn.
Nobody wants to take these.
5 of spades, and that is the gutter for Jeff.
Check.
Still not completely out of it.
So now he hits his hand just by calling, but you're going to get 2 callers here. I think Hamlet
Fold.
and PJ are gone.
Fold.
It's a bet of 12 by Jeff.
Now it's on Mitch, I believe.
If the board's a football
Any call?
field,
What?
And a call by Nick to the river. Let's see what the river card is.
Do have to ask.
5
yeah,
of
just for a bit of
clubs. That gives Jeff the lock on the hand. Nobody gets anything on the river.
Check.
Jeff is probably going to bet again. It's got to be something small, maybe like in the 30K range. It'll be 25.
field pops for Jeff.
And it's going to unfortunately go fold for him again. But it'll pick up a huge pot here. I mean, when it went 5-way, pick up a pot of 121,000.
Yeah, the value came in early there.
Fold.
No.
So fold. Jeff
elected
picking
to
up
turn.
another one.
Hey! Oh, that was red. Never mind. I was close. I actually.
And another big hand here.
You gotta let me know, like,
Now Jeff hasn't
before the flop comes out.
won all that many hands. He's won
just the
three
big
big
ones.
Just
He just
three big
won the
ones.
big ones. And that's what it takes in a shootout style tournament.
Dude, is Jeff finally gonna win?
Win the big ones.
No.
And Jeff might finally win the big one. He says they're talking at the table.
Time. Jeff builds a good stack, blows
Actually,
himself up.
no, actually, that's not true.
He's taken a little bit of commentary here from the other player.
Stack the entire thing, win a good big pot, and then I get in with the cooler and lose. That's how it works.
Classic.
So this is something new.
Classic Jeffrey.
Just blowing the good old Jeff.
Well, you've already been a middling. That was your blow up pot. Now here you start getting cooler.
Yep.
I think he's finally getting recognized as a big stack on the table. Might be taking a little bit of heat from the other player.
All right, you want to call it $20?
Nick on the button with another trash hand, and we'll go around to Jeff.
This is just
4-3 offsuit in the small blind.
just an unfortunate night for Nick.
Are we
in
allowed to
terms of
do chops?
hands.
No,
Oh.
No.
not in a tournament.
That was a really harsh no from Alec.
Well, Alec doesn't know how to have fun, so.
Yeah.
Yeah.
check. If you were to call it, you better figure it out now.
Well, Alec doesn't know how to have fun. So.
Ace, king, 6.
That's a pretty good one.
Neither of them really catching a
Pretty
piece
good
of
one.
that.
And they go check, check to the turn. It's another 6.
Holy shit, check.
Check.
Holy shit, Jack.
Unless something changes here, we might see a pretty low win.
Any high card. Oh, 400 for Jeff, and that's going to do
changes.
absolutely nothing. It's got to be 6. He makes bets.
Boy, that's fat string betting.
It's not a legal bet what I put.
Okay. I guess it doesn't matter.
And
And
obviously
let's see if
folding.
PJ. Okay.
I should've
Jeff
known.
picks up another one, rolling over everybody here in hour 1 of the Premier League final.
I was beating you up to that card.
Hamlet down at 330,000. Jeff, the big winner. Let's take a look at some of our statistics through the first 17 hands.
Yeah, I want to know.
Voluntary put in pot. Mitch playing the most pots right now. Over
course.
half the pots he's played. Jeff a second, but otherwise everybody getting somewhat involved.
And I think this is about what we expected in terms of the tighter players.
You guys ready for
Ending up with like
Yeah,
Caden.
definitely.
I'm surprised that Nick is down in. Well, I guess we don't have much separation there. They're all at 31%.
Between 6 and 12 inches of snow.
Yeah, I mean it's
I'm
not
actually looking forward to
crazy.
that.
I think that's exactly what we expected of this group. I want to say.
Yeah.
I think it's not out of the blue. And Mitch now with the jiggities and the high jack.
Yet
15.
another.
Got a text from my the Green Bay fan, and they
Raise
just
the
said, "I
15.
hate football."
That's a bummer. That's a bummer for Green Bay fans everywhere.
Okay.
PJ with the ace 8 of diamonds in the small blind.
Oh, he's a
We'll
big
call it
guy.
and we'll go heads up.
Alright.
Hey, buddy.
Okay, heads up.
Caden
Good to see
folding
you,
an
bud.
offsuit ace.
Good to see you, buddy.
Come on, set
Let's
it
see what
up.
happens.
Last time.
Check in the dark.
Check in the dark by PJ.
Dude, that's good for you.
Mitch doesn't especially like that king.
I mean,
but
I think you have to bet though because you do have more king X than PJ does, and you can get some value from some 9s and 7s that PJ would call out of the small blind.
Dude, Hamlet's looking at me like he said it.
15 again.
Another 15.
The action wasn't on you.
And some backdoor stuff for PJ, but we have not seen him call very much at all
Funny.
during with any backdoor equity
It's all
during
about
this.
the timeliness of the joke. You know? It's like,
But this time he will choose to chase with the ace high as well. I think it's a good spot to do it. Let's see what happens on the turn. It's a 10, which now gives PJ the open ender.
Hey, Jeff.
and I think
But it would be there is
an
an out that would let's see, no, queen's not bad.
Please.
25.
Please.
And Mitch
I don't want
will
purple.
follow it up again with 25,000.
Yo. Give me like 60. You can give me 60 purple.
Question now is, does PJ think if he hits his open ender, it's good? That'd be a 4-liner with the queen would do it. If it comes to jack, it'd be a 4-liner with the queen, and of course, we know Mitch has 2 jacks.
That money's in the pot.
any call.
About a 6 is all you're hoping to hit here on the river, I would say.
That 100 is like so annoying.
And we've seen a lot of hunts get there, so.
And I don't know, doesn't look like PJ's called it off yet.
Not quite.
I'll say lucky guy.
Dude, he's a lucky guy.
Now he will. I assumed he called already, but now he will call.
He's
and a big
feeling it.
river, 116,000 river card, 4 of spades,
Not
check mark
quite.
for Mitch, but I think this is going to go check. The only way PJ can win this pot is by betting. And he could, with the blocker to the perceived nuts. I mean, it's not really the nuts. Queen Jack is the nuts. So it's a situation where PJ might think he has a blocker,
And he is going to open up here.
and Mitch has a blocker to Queen Jack, which is the nuts. So I think this is an easy call to make, especially with how much is in the pot. That's not big enough. It's not big enough whatsoever.
He's looking towards this.
146,000 now in the pot. So that's the problem, is that I think the fear of the situation and the realization that every pot could be for your tournament life has knocked the betting levels very much down. I mean, when you think about the size of the pot, 30 to win 146 is nothing. You close your eyes and call every time. Doesn't even matter.
Absolutely. I
He
think
does
we're-
call, and he will get it. Good call by Mitch to catch the bluff of PJ. Bluff was the only way to win it, but not big enough of a bet, and Mitch will pick up a nice pot again with jiggities and head up to 632,000.
About my action.
I think that PJ's heart wasn't really in that bluff, but even if he had gone larger, do you think Mitch would have given up the jacks thing?
With a
It would have had a lot, but I don't think so. I think it's one of those hands that you block Queen Jack and you're only beat by maybe some 2 pairs and a king. I wouldn't have believed him. I think I would have called it off as well, even if it was
On
80,000.
the turn, I was
But
like,
30,000, I think I close my eyes and call it almost every time.
you know,
Every time, maybe.
even if
I mean, you just- I mean, it's
even
just-
if
you
I'm
just-
behind, I can catch
You're
up.
getting what, 7 to 1 there? So you're probably not that. You're getting nearly 5 to 1 on your money there, on your chips. It's an easy call, I would say. No reason to try and make a hero there.
kind of like it's a forward gutter, but like
Right.
Hand 18, Nick with the ace-8 offsuit and the hijack. Does choose to raise it.
15.
And PJ with the 5s and on the button will call. Caden lets go of a suited gapper, and Hamlet will fold one of PJ's 2 remaining 5s,
Pack each other up in that
and let's go.
yeah, that gets
So
a
we're
small.
off to a flop. King 7 ace killing
I don't
Nick's
think PJ's
range,
going to stick
and
around.
I
for
think
much.
this one's over.
Yep.
So, folks, if you're new to poker and maybe don't understand quite what we're talking about when we're talking about ranges, range is defined as the range of hands that somebody could have, from aces all the way to the worst hand in poker, 7 deuce. And when Nick raises from an earlier position, which means that Nick acts first pre-flop, he's going to have a lot more hands that hit ace king 7, so he'll have more ace kings, ace x's, sets than PJ would have in flatting or just calling from the button. PJ's going to have a lot more suited type hands that don't hit,
Bills, Bucks,
that
Bulls,
flop.
Sign me up.
and for that reason, Nick easily takes the pot in that scenario. And here's the VPIP again, not much changing. Caden and Hamlet going downward. We've seen Hamlet fold a lot of suited hands, and it's just because it ends up getting 3-bet, ends up being a 3-bet pot or something like that. But Hamlet's only had one hand that he's played mainly, and that was the one where he got flush over flushed.
I don't know. I just don't.
And I think we haven't seen Caden in a while, but he is probably the tightest player on the table right now, and we have seen that. He really only has played his high pocket pairs so far,
Uh-oh, it's PJ's favorite hand, Jack 3 of diamonds.
and we'll see him go in for it. Looks like a limp, however. Or,
Yeah, it's just a
I'm
call.
right.
And Caden with a nice king 9 suited
Nice catch.
will also just limp it in. Hamlet with king 9 offsuit.
I don't think this is going to get around.
Unfortunately, a bad position there. Now, big blind will check it.
And
Tell
it
Mitch to
does.
give it a scan in the corner again.
I'm plugged in.
Make sure they get my cards. My really, really good cards.
And we did get it. And now it's ace 6 7 on the flop. Nobody really likes
Check,
this.
You have to think.
Check.
It was limped
Check.
pre-flop, so
Yeah, free card.
Anybody can
Is
have
anybody-
anything here, really. And now two people have
Yeah, show it off for us like a ring.
equity to a chop.
You know.
Check, check, check.
Nobody is interested in this hand.
Will we see anybody hit a chop here? We will not. Mitch has the best hand with a 4 on the river. But will anybody try for it here?
Just grazes the board.
He
at the
will
end
bet.
there.
He will graze the board
Spicy 6K.
and bet the minimum.
And he is just hunting for value.
All right.
And he gets
Nobody gets
no
it.
one.
Nope, nobody's going to call that off with King High. And Mitch will just take a little snoozer of a pot, but it is a pot, and he's up to 650,000. A big winner. It's Jeff and Mitch in the opposite corners
You guys think about
of the table. PJ and Hamlet, the two losers right now. The biggest, Hamlet down to 318,000. Blinds are at 3,000, 6,000. We're playing to a winner. The winner receives the UNL Poker Premier League trophy, the first of its kind in Season 1 of the UNL Poker Club Premier League. And this semester is our 5th semester of existence. And to celebrate that, we'd love if you donate to the Food Bank of Lincoln by going to the link right there on the screen. It's bit.ly/pokerfoodbank. Just type that into the address bar up top. And we'd appreciate your donations. And when we go to break, I'll make sure to check those donations and see anybody that might have donated.
Auto commit to.
And we'll read your name on air.
There was a, yeah.
Get on to the 20th hand of what could be an inch. We don't know how long we could go. That's the fun part. We could go a long time. This could be done in a regular amount of time, just 4 hours. We never know. That's the fun part about tournament poker, is it could end at any time. It could go for any amount of time.
That side of the table.
And Hamlet here is going to get a little speculative,
16.
raising it to 16 with Jack 5 offsuit. And Nick with 9-7 let it go. So Hamlet playing smart, and that's
Sweeping up
I
a
think that's
small
definitely
pot.
a raise from the button. It's one of those scenarios where if it folds to you on the button, I think he's probably thinking that he should just raise any 2 cards to steal the blinds, and he does. He takes 9K very easily, and we take a look at the pre-flop raising statistics. Mitch has been the most active pre-flop raiser, nearly half of hands.
Now, I'm very surprised to see PJ at the bottom there, but it's still early in the night. We might see more activity from him pre-flop.
Okay, hey, Alec.
Yep.
The commentary mics are blowing out / peaking. It's weird, maybe a streaming problem.
Ah, damn it. I bet you I know what it is.
My friend.
We're on it.
And that was a verified message from Jimmy Carter.
No, that was from my friend whose name is also Mitchell. Shout out Mitchell Guinan if you're watching.
That was what was confusing me. I read like Mitchell, and I
We're
was like,
roommates, and his name is also Mitchell.
Okay. Interesting.
Back to the limp train.
All right, we'll check on that, folks. We're going to keep going for a little bit, but it's not the problem that I thought it was, which is good.
What are you doing?
Back to the limp train, boys.
So it's still early in the night and nobody's in an untenable position yet. Nobody's being forced against a wall, so
UTG. They don't know.
PJ is looking at Snowman here,
Good on you for switching it up.
and he
Like, I give you that.
calls that
Got it through, baby.
under the gun, too.
Look at that.
Look at that. Got it through.
check.
Missing one card there. Oh, there you go. Never mind. We got it.
Around.
8K.
King 9 for the flop.
Call. Fold.
So Nick will obviously stick around with the 9. Comes at 3 of clubs on a turn, completing the flush. Check, check real quick. River card. 3 of hearts.
And that hand just kept on getting better and better for Nick. And sadly, he's not going to get much for it.
No, he might. I mean, you have a hand that's very,
22.
very, callable, and he is going to go for some value here. PJ could easily call here because there's some stuff that,
has good cards.
doesn't hit. I mean, he could be betting ace high here because he thinks it's a chop.
That's true.
So,
However, looking at the... He does have 8s here, which isn't really playing against most things on the board. The only thing he can hope for is King's 8s. And he calls.
he does call it off, and Nick will win the pot with the 9.
I'll show you.
So nice value bet there from Nick. I think it's a good thing, you know, you don't want to see a check because you do beat some ace highs and some ace highs might call. And that'll win him extra chips on the river. That might come in handy later on.
God, mother. Jesus.
He's back above the starting value.
You're like mumbling. How do we know that you're talking to us?
Guys, it break.
Oh, I knew.
Yo, PJ, you wanna get food?
Food?
At break? When?
Yeah, we're getting a break request or ask.
No, I don't.
Timing?
I'm not requesting. I'm just
Yeah,
There are no breaks.
request.
So what's going on with the?
We're halfway through.
What's going on with the?
Not these
mics,
mics. The
I've scheduled breaks for every 90 minutes.
Every
I think we
90
pretty much
minutes.
Decided, but we'll be just streaming this semester. We'll just streaming one time a week.
oh right.
Just because it brings a lot of pressure off me and Alec in terms of because we get here like 3 hours early to set up and
Right. Yeah.
We're getting started with the next hand here.
so we'll stream on Sundays because we don't have to like leave
Caden's not going to play that.
for on a weekday when they have class.
Alright.
So again, we see Caden and Hamlet trying to play more tightly, even though King 7 is not like a hand you would normally want to play here, especially under the gun. We're having
15.
some technical delays here.
Full.
I'm pretty lucky.
So far, it does look like we have PJ and Nick in the hand. Not sure about Jeff here.
He's out.
So it's just PJ and Nick.
That's right.
All right, we've hopefully turned down some of the mics, and that will
15,000.
help things out.
And Nick with
I would have
pocket
folded
pair
around.
over pocket pair.
Call.
Okay.
He's pretty lucky.
It's 10-3.
Hey, what was the pre-flop?
Get him.
It was 15-15.
Look at him.
Okay,
Just chasing
perfect.
him down.
And another 15-15.
And then, yeah,
What a turn card for me.
Just running him down, dude. The jack. You kidding me?
check.
Oh, in that
He's one away now. Come on.
in
Oh,
that,
got Jack 3, baby. Come on.
hey, in that book about the billionaire taking on the poker pros, that I was mentioned
So
earlier,
turn is a
the
jack. So
billionaire
Nick had
did a
nines.
visualization of like all the hands, classic poker hands, and he said like the really
25.
bad hands that win. Like,
And he's
more
putting
than-
pressure
Oh, you
on
said this. Jack 3.
uh,
Jack 3 is one of those
PJ's
hands.
Jack
queens
3 is
here.
a bad good hand, which makes sense.
Yeah.
It's going to be tough for PJ to keep going, but he does still have the gutter to the king. But he'll choose to raise here
Raise.
to 60,000, and I now think it's time for Nick to start sounding the alarm bells. I think the reason why PJ could be raising here is because he blocks the nuts, king, queen, and so he could try to get an ace to fold. That's really what he probably wants is a weak ace to fold, like an ace 8 or an ace 9.
I don't think Nick has much standing to stay in other than potentially to see a 9 on the river here, and I just don't think he believes in it. He's not in a good position here. He's checking his cards again.
Yeah, that'll probably be it. Oh, he's reaching for chips. No, he will reach for chips and make the call, which means we're going to a river. Huge river coming.
Playing for the 9 here.
Playing for the 9, and it is not a 9, it's a 5 of diamonds. And PJ will continue with the line as the problem, and he probably could go all in if he wanted to.
50.
50,000, and now I think Nick just needs to be smart and let it go. Let it go, you're beat.
I think that Nick might be overthinking PJ's play here.
Yeah.
Come in here again.
He's gonna
Oh boy.
look like a baseball bat.
Question is, what are you beating? What is he bluffing with that you're beating here? I mean, what the natural bluffs like a missed hearts is one, like a queen of 9 of hearts. But think about even a king queen of hearts that would obviously raise turn. Is still an ace 9 straight. Does let it go. Smart, very smart.
And Alec has like a fucking
I think I had
on
to.
his neck, and I'm like, ooh. Shout out Alec Room.
a little bit dicey on the turn there, but he made the right decision in the end.
Thanks, sir.
That was not a fun one for you, was it?
That brings PJ back closer to the rest of the pack. And so far, we have Jeff up to 730,000, and he is almost 100,000 chips above his next competitor.
Yeah, you're like
So-
clearly in first.
We haven't seen him in a few hands, but
As much as certain.
First place at this point.
we'll see what happens in this one.
Still, I mean,
Not really matters.
I mean, it's
a
yeah,
whole lot
okay,
yet.
Like,
Jeff.
there's
It's
the
like,
second level of the tournament.
Gone for 12 hours. How about it?
All right, boys. I'm in for the long haul then.
All right, so hopefully we'll have the peaking issue taken. Kara, I appreciate the viewer that checked in to see about
That's a
that.
long ways.
Luckily, the issue that I thought we had, which is always that weird audio buffering, we have not had, which is fine with me. Fine with me.
don't.
15,000 from Jeff.
And we'll see Caden participating here.
Kid. Pulse.
So Caden just flats out of the big with ace queen offsuit, and I think that's in my opinion, I don't like that play, and here's why. I think ace queen offsuit out of position is just way stronger than what Jeff is going to have from the button. And I think in that case, you need to 3-bet and get some value from some hands like a king 8 that's weaker, that wants to call.
Check.
As we've seen him make, this king 8 was lucky for Jeff last time, and now he's flopped a flush draw. But now Caden is basically set up to just check fold this.
12.
Caden could continue here, but
I mean, he could.
I think he's going to choose
Call.
to.
He's going to choose to, but I don't think this is the way you want to play the hand. You don't want to really be check calling ace queen and trying to catch Jeff in a bluff. And Jeff just picked up more equity and will not be going anywhere. He'll be betting again because he now has a gutter plus the flush draw.
23.
That's 23, and that time Caden will let it go. So magically, Jeff gets a street of value, but I think Caden needed to 3-bet that one from the big blind. I think that's an all-day 3-bet. Now, it may not have worked out because Jeff probably calls potentially and gets dicey down that way. But I think in principle, Caden needs to be 3-betting, and from the big blind out of position, he needs to be 3-betting big. He needs to be 3-betting big. He has been raising a good size, but unfortunate in that hand, and he's in third place or fourth place right now, next to Nick in
Alex has been
third
extremely critical
Extremely critical of Jeff's play.
of
of
everything.
everybody's play.
To be at this final table.
Yeah, I don't know. kind of easy when you're watching.
Jeff,
YouTube
that's right.
videos.
There's a reason he's not sitting here right now, and it's because he's a wonderful player that sometimes gets
Wait,
wrecked up.
are we making
That's right. There you go. There you go. Thank you. As long as you say that I'm a wonderful player that gets rivered, that's all I care about. That's all I need to hear.
There and then just fucking just take on.
All I need to hear.
Wesley, as usual, baiting the table,
Like three or four handed, it's gonna go.
trying to sow a little bit of
Dude,
chaos.
it's a slow build.
So a little bit of doubt.
build.
It's a rocket ship, buddy. The rumble, and then it's off to the races.
Houston, we have ourselves a liftoff, buddy.
That's what they're talking about, is the potential for the action to get a lot bigger later on. Caden now is fine. So here's another situation, Brock, where he needs a raise. He just needs a raise, get some value. He will, because he sees a good hand, but I'm glad he didn't.
15.
I think he learned from the last hand. He saw a good hand that I assume he figured he was better pre-flop than Jeff there, and he just didn't clear him away.
And the 7 deuce is very defensive from the big blind, but not when it comes ace high. It'll go bet fold, I'm sure. Caden will check his cards. Probably throw out the bet.
Check.
Oh,
he
it's a
chooses
smart
to
check.
check.
And you know what? Actually, I think
Check.
goes against what I thought he was going to do. However, I think it's actually a good play. And the reason why is that, especially on an ace-9-5 board, you kind of are so locked on the hand that you can just check and let your opponent maybe catch up on the turn. Now, Hamlet doesn't pick up any equity on the turn and is going to let this go on the turn.
14.
But I think it is a
At least
good
it's
way
not
to
Bruins
potentially
fan.
get your opponent to do something frisky when you check flop, because you maybe think, that you're, maybe sometimes people assume that you don't have an ace when you check flop.
Giving them enough room to make a mistake there.
Yeah. Hamlet does make a mistake that time. And we'll take a look at the aggression frequency of this table. Again, Mitch, top of the board when it comes to aggression. Hamlet, bottom of the board when it comes to aggression. Everybody else kind of at a middling spot in that regard, as we're through 24 hands.
Yeah.
To make money.
And I think some people might be settling into their long-term strategies here, especially with the chip stacks they have now. We might see some people who are trying to fold into a better position on the table.
John Green to a 10-year deal. Suddenly the Oakland Raiders.
So far, nobody's in threat
I know we
of
fired you
going out
earlier
here,
a
but you never
while
know.
ago.
It only
I mean,
takes
it
one
could
hand.
take one hand, you're right. And nobody's in threat of going out, but
I don't know.
one big pot will do it.
I don't know if Derek Carr's the man to lead him.
And Jeff, again, pulling a nice hand. It's king, queen of spades.
15.
Raise the 15, and PJ, let's go of 10-8 offsuit.
And that's clearing
Fine.
the field.
So that's going to clear Hamlet as well. And now Mitch in the big
I
blind.
think Patrick Mahomes gets one more contract.
He's thinking about defending that, and
He will. Mitch gets another, give him another rub.
Be like, what, 35?
Hey, Mitch, they,
the Clorox way.
I don't think they bring him back.
And we're off to flop.
Same thing with like Lamar.
King 9-7.
I think they're all youth quarterbacks.
My partner has a bunch of couple big Lamar fans, so I like giving him a lot of crap.
Check.
I know Rick losing on the fucking Bills.
Yeah.
Check by Mitch.
That moment when you only score 3 points.
Another 15.
15.
15.
Bet a 15 and a call by Mitch.
It's always interesting when we don't exactly know what's going on here.
10 of clubs on the turn might hit. Somebody we're sweating with Jeff, and that's a fun part too. This is a good practice for anybody that wants to play poker. Is you're seeing an example of what would Jeff do in a situation, because these players don't know what the other player has. They don't. So you're acting every situation with limited information. Is that 28?
Yep.
28 and a call. So Jeff betting his top pair 2 streets, and Mitch still liking it. Could have a flush draw, could have a straight draw, could already have it. The river's a king of hearts. Gives Jeff trips, but it brings home the flush that Mitch might have been chasing.
Check.
And will Jeff choose to bet the river? This is a tough spot because he knows that Mitch could be continuing on with the flush.
He was upside down.
Could have had the flush
got a
draw,
heart,
and do
not a
you just
spade,
want to
Jack.
take the 119 in front of you? You want to try for it, and when you get raised, you really hate your situation. I think if you're going to go for it, you maybe, you maybe bet small and induce, but you don't want to, you want to try and bet a middling amount, I would say, that might
Check.
Really?
just check.
He's big stack on the table, so he probably feels fairly safe. Doesn't need to make big wins here.
And it will still do it. Jeff does win the pot.
Actually, you're not.
Actually,
I don't
that's actually that's a really
Because
that's a good check back.
Yeah,
Because I was kind of thinking about
if I bet and you like.
because I was kind of thinking about getting a little weird actually.
Are we
kinda
next
thinking
blind
about
level?
getting a
What's
little
the
weird. Also,
scoop
like-
here?
Yep, 4,000, 8,000.
The calling hands I have you
4,000,
with is like
8,000.
straight draw could be a 10, but also like a draw with hearts too. And it's like,
Well, we're slowly going.
boy.
We're slowly going up in blinds here, but
But I
It'll
thought-
be a
I was
while
thinking
before the
about
pressure
maybe-
is truly-
I was thinking about maybe getting a little weird, to be honest. Good check back.
4-8, I think we're at now.
Yep.
4-8.
Yeah, we are at a new blind level. I wanted to let those two talk about the hand, and Jeff basically parroting exactly what I said. When you bet the river like that, you hate checking. But when you bet the river and get raised, I mean, you hate yourself. You hate your spot because you know what the other person is repping there. They're repping a flush, and they could have easily called 2 streets with the flush.
Full
Luckily,
forward,
Jeff gets
forward.
lucky there, checks it back smartly,
They don't
and
wanna-
has the winner.
You don't want to play.
Fold.
At another blind versus blind spot with Mitch and Nick, and Mitch might go. He's just going to flat it, and Nick will probably check his Jack
Nothing.
6, dominating Mitch here. We're off to a flop.
Look at that.
Comes deuce, 7, jack.
Yeah, look at that. Probably would have flopped 2 pair.
Yeah, we know you're playing that
Check.
7 deuce over there,
Now
homie.
you're playing
A
that
check
7
back.
deuce.
And Mitch will. I don't think
Sadly,
they'll
I
force
did at one
this.
time.
I don't think he wants to
I was waiting for another
bluff
check
into
to
this.
get the green light to bet. Didn't get it.
Didn't get it.
Yeah.
Looks like Mitch is
Pretty
reaching for
tough.
chips. That's 8.
And I think this goes along with Mitch's usual decision of always going
Right.
for the flop bet.
Yeah, I mean, he's got a high
Check.
high c-bet frequency, I would say. On the flop, river's a 5. Nick's got the check mark. Will Mitch bet again? It's the only way he can win the hand.
These chairs are like comfortable for a little
He's
bit.
finally
Yeah.
confident,
Fold
and
so quick the chips
Mitch
don't even land.
is
Yeah.
gone very
Yep,
quickly.
gone very quickly. So Nick picks up the pot.
It's a small
Again.
pot, but everyone matters.
Everyone matters, especially in shootout format, folks.
He does.
It is
Oh, another 8.
whoever has all the chips at the end is the winner of the Premier League trophy. Right now, Mitch, the big winner, as we put up the standings, or Jeff, rather, the big winner, 821,000 after the big pot with Mitch. Mitch still above starting stack. Everybody else struggling a little bit. Hamlet down the worst, but plenty of blinds. It's not like we're in a crazy situation.
It's gone. It's out of here.
I can't wait to use
And so we're on to the next one. Hand 27 of the UNL Poker Premier League Final. Remember, folks, I'm going to keep hammering it all night. We'd love if you donate
There's 8 there.
to the link down below. Help us out. Help the Food Bank of Lincoln out. Poker Food Bank is the end of that. Link
PJ has
bit.ly/poker
That's
food
right.
bank.
About the
Righto.
8th time today.
Hey, UTG, man.
Caden's in a hand
Disguise my
again,
UTG.
and he limps.
So PJ limps, Caden limps.
And I'm going to UTG limp with aces, and you're going to raise over the top. And then you're going to be in a world of
Folds the small blind for Nick. 4 to call. Folds it. Jeff,
Option.
ace queen on the big, and I think he probably should raise it up to just take the dead money.
And he does.
Right.
30.
A little bit of
Fold.
3x there.
And Caden might even
But PJ,
be smart to
big
fold the
blunder is
king
actually
jack.
what it
And
Yep, lets it go. King jack, a tough hand to play against somebody. Again, just in a raised pot, king jack is tough to play.
Yeah, that's just.
He might have been in
that's just totally bad.
position.
Like,
Let's see,
like, it won't be
hijack.
me taking your chips, but
Nah, he
someone's
would have
gonna
been,
take all that shit.
He would have been out of position there, and yeah, that or he would have been in position. But even
Yeah,
then, king
yeah.
jack, it's just a sucky hand. Do you like playing king jack? Because it's kind of sucky.
I don't mind playing king jack. I think it's a like
quads over quads.
when it comes down to
I can't really get
hands,
about that.
I wouldn't have limped it there because that limp had a long way to go before it got anywhere.
Quad, that'd be pretty
But-
upset, yeah.
Against a 30K raise, I don't think that was a bad decision to fold that.
I would be so upset.
Fold, fold.
Heads up, quads over quads.
Next hand is going to be heads up, quads over
Fact
quads.
is, you have to play a few hands.
You do, and when we get to about 5 or 4 people, it will
Oh boy. we
bump
gotta
up quite a bit, and it gets around to Jeff in the small with 8s, and this is a situation where you probably want to raise with an 8, but even with a hand like kings or aces, you could limp the small blind. It just depends on what you do on the regular, and
PJ
the
didn't want
raise
part of
will
that.
literally get PJ out so quickly with the queen 4 off, and Jeff scooping another one, bullying the table, 850,000. We start off at 500,000, so Jeff is sitting nice and pretty here at UNL Poker Premier League Final.
Not have a good hand.
No, I had pretty
What?
decent, so yeah.
My hand was, my hand was very
Is
bad.
that your company?
It's the logo, yeah.
I think this is an interesting culmination of the Premier League and in general because we did get
You ever need any video work?
there wasn't always like
A lot of customers need video.
the same people in the top.
Right.
I think it shifted around a bit. I think we got a nice
I mean,
collection of both old and new players on the table here, and a good amalgamation of different play styles.
Amalgamation, that's a good vocabulary word,
Yeah.
Brock. Very good. That's a good commentator's dictionary word. Amalgamation.
Amalgamation.
Can I get a wash?
Can we get a wash, pal? Take the
Hamlet
laundry out.
wants.
Some players are getting a little bit frustrated with their given cards.
Again, Hamlet's not really gotten too much, and it probably shows in the statistics of his VPIP and PFR.
16.
Min raise here. Mitch, Nick folding. Jeff will probably
What, are you
fold.
talking trash about me back there? Nothing to talk trash
What do you
about.
mean?
Except for the trash.
listen-
talk.
Bye. Everybody not finding anything. Mitch will take it
I'll be what?
easily.
A few quick
Not
hands
really
here.
a big cooler yet that like got a shit ton. I mean, you guys.
But
have
again, yeah, we take a
Yeah,
look at it. I mean,
that's
Hamlet
my
has
point.
played the least, raised the least,
plenty of jazz cooler.
been to showdown a little bit. But you know, when you're not picking up hands, it's to be expected. And here's the thing, folks. We've played maybe all these players have probably played about 600 to 700 hands over the Premier League. They played about 60 or 70 in their first 4 weeks, and then they may have gotten about 100 or so in. So, as a whole, the Premier League has played about 700 hands. That's nothing. I mean, that's nothing when you think about poker as a whole. When you're looking at like data, you want to have like a minimum 1,000 is like a good starting point, but 10,000 hands is like a much easier benchmark
Yeah,
to
I mean,
discuss,
you deal with junk again.
skill overall. At this spot, there is going to be some luck. Whoever wins tonight is going to be lucky. They're still going to be good, but you do have to get lucky in a situation like this, especially live.
Turn the water off.
That's always going to be a factor when we're not playing that many hands.
And that's the sad truth, but sometimes you just gotta play. What you're dealt.
Yeah, you just have to play.
Hamlet hasn't had much luck tonight, and I think he's gonna have to fight through that, or his luck might change.
Like a scoreboard.
Well, I mean, I think that the strategy of him raising any button that it gets to, I think he has to do that all night, personally. I think that would be a good idea. Mitch with another reasonable hand, and he's getting a little frisky with the Queen-8 of diamonds. At a 9-handed table, this is... Oh, no, he's just going to lip this under the gun.
Let's see if it gets around.
Might get around. I would say, as an under-the-gun hand, especially full ring, that is a little rough. Jeff will call this.
I
PJ
think
will
he's
say
just
goodbye.
had a little interest in
And
playing a hand like that.
Caden should raise this, but will just flat with sevens. It's one of those hands that I can understand just flying, but you're kind of letting a lot of people into the pot when you have a really decent hand. Comes ace, 10, 8. Mitch does pick up a piece of it. Jeff might have something.
Check.
Mitch will do the old under the gun limp and bet 10. We'll call. Caden is probably out with sevens.
Fold.
Yep, it's a good fold, and obviously 5 deuces, just utter garbage. Go to the turn. King of hearts, no help for Mitch. We assume. Could be help for Jeff. Jeff might have some sort of suited flush draw here. So again, it's kind of fun. Again, we had Jeff play Mitch, and now we have Mitch play Jeff.
Check.
And Mitch will check. Let's see what Jeff does here on the turn.
Mitch has some potential for
Yeah,
improvement
he
on the
does.
river.
There's some clean rivers and then some not so clean rivers.
23.
I think facing a bet of 23, you have some, you're blocking the nuts right now, and Jeff could be doing this with some sort of suited hand, but I think in general, I like a fold here. In general, I like a fold here because your jack might not be good if it comes. I would say, the hearts is probably not a worry as much, of course. Could be, but mainly if it comes a jack of clubs, it's not clean. And, your 8, if it comes... another ace on the river. You're kind of cornering yourself into a call.
It seems slightly like he might be trying to talk himself into this one, but I think on just base state, he doesn't want to.
Well, and now here's the problem is that he's giving this away to Jeff. If Jeff's paying attention, which he's a capable player, he could be paying attention. And when you see something like this, you know that Mitch is on a kind of a marginal hand, and I would be betting the river with anything, even if it missed, because Mitch is very likely to fold the pressure on the river, which is, I think now you're just giving too much away.
And he looks at it again.
Said it again. I mean, but you're not. We know what the decision should be and what it probably will be now that he's done the whole goose act. You know, little swinging the neck and you know what do I do here?
And he's
And
collecting.
He's
chips.
collecting chips. It looks like
He could be
he's
potentially
gonna
trying
call
to
this.
sell this here.
he could be selling what he does sometimes. He does do this sort of gig where he acts like, you know, he might have something. But at club comes river, when we with Mitch's hand, we know that that's not really what he wanted to see on the river
But does
because
he bluff it hard?
Check.
And he doesn't.
he does not, and it goes check check. I assume Jeff's gonna have this. Does show the ace.
And do I avoid a check raise representing clubs there?
The ace will do it. Shows an ace, picks it up. Interesting hand. That's surely an interesting hand. Whether or not I don't like the call in general against somebody. You know, you're giving up the turn, and you know Jeff could be betting a lot of flush draws. Plus, he could have value there. He did have exactly what we thought he could have his ace X. And on the river, you're looking to get the showdown with that type of hand, but you're not really beating much at showdown, unfortunately. So, Jeff, the benefactor of more chips, and to hand 31.
Definitely seems to be gravitating that sort of way.
15 minutes until a break, our first break of the night.
15 till break.
How long?
15.
Ace 9 under the gun. We'll let it go around to Jeff with the Doyle offsuit. PJ, let's go with that. Ace and Caden picks up a pocket pair. And again, this is a situation where I don't like what he's doing here. In theory, I think this is a raise from the button.
Cool.
And blocker 4 from Hamlet there.
Mitch with another check. Deuce 6 jack. Caden doesn't love it. Hamlet didn't hit it.
I mean, there isn't
Check, check.
very many hands that Kanan loves there.
10.
Mitch folds. And it looks like
Yeah, it looks like Caden picked that
Kanan
one
picked
up.
that one up, yeah.
So Caden picks up the pot, still down, and again, it's just slowed down. We haven't seen that big sort of hand, but Jeff has been collecting throughout this one.
Yeah,
But we never know.
started off with those 3 big hands, and then he's just been kind of almost accruing interest on his money here.
Hand 32 of the Premier League final. Remember, folks, we're doing this stream to benefit the Food Bank of Lincoln. Donation link right there on the screen.
Is Slade in the chat?
He might be in the chat. I have not checked,
What up, Slade?
but I imagine he would be.
We always love to see people participating in the chat.
The raise of 16,000 by Hamlet.
When did Patrick Laine go to CBJ?
And Nick with the queen 7 offsuit in the big. Just 8 to call, but lets it go. And again, Hamlet, decent hand on the button against 2 blinds that might just auto muck any bad hand. You need to raise any hand, I would say, for Hamlet, especially as a shorter stack. You want to go for it and pick up those blinds.
Yeah, I think.
PJ falling to the bottom of the pre-flop raise category there.
We're not happy where they were.
He's been limping a lot into the gun.
Absolutely, more so than I would expect.
Yeah,
out
I
of
mean,
him.
switching around, it's very different from what we expect of him.
Mutual agreement that
And here he is again.
he signed something and then they trade him away.
I smell a cooler.
Oh boy. He hijacked the deck, folks.
He folds under the gun.
Folded that time.
He hijacked it.
Call.
This time, Hamlet will be the limper.
16.
Raise it just min. And again, that's not, it's with so much dead money out there. Now Jeff is invited to call with queen 10 of diamonds, but it needs to be bigger. I mean, if you're going to do something like this. Even we're not sure what he has. Tell Mitch to give it another rub.
Mitch, give it another rub.
There we go. Got it. Did Hamlet call?
No.
He did call. So, like
Yeah.
we said, it's a situation where and Mitch gets outflopped here. Mitch gets outflopped because he allowed Hamlet to call with the a6 off. Because if let's say Mitch raises this. Mitch raises this to 25 pre. Hamlet's out with the a6 off. He's absolutely out. But because he min raised it with so much dead money out there, he's going to get raised here, and it's going to cost him. It's going to cost him quite a bit.
20.
And if you're Hamlet here, there's no reason to slow play this, buddy. Jeff's out.
Mitch with the continuing bet as usual.
So now we're on to Hamlet, and this is a must raise. I would say it doesn't have to be big. It can be about 50,000, little over min, but you're going to get a call every time. Because you can have the sort of suited, because he limped in, he can have the sort of suited stuff.
45.
45.
And does exactly what I was thinking. It must have been some sort of ESP. He's not listening to the stream, folks, we swear. And see, a snap off by Mitch, and now he's getting more value. Turn comes a jack. Oh, that's brutal. That's absolutely brutal. Unfortunately, the right idea is just going to get him absolutely punched here. And with 142,000, this could be it for him. I mean, it could, because he's got 244 left behind. If this pot does get big enough.
And in that position, you're looking at 2 pair on a board. It's not exactly hostile towards you.
60.
And he continues with 60, I believe.
65. And here's the deal. Mitch goes all in. I think he's going to call. No, he just calls it off.
Yeah, call.
To the river.
Last card. Does he
Last
see his
card.
savior?
It's a 10 of clubs,
Does
and
not.
it might kill the action because the flush got there. This might save Hamlet the rest of his stack.
Check, check.
Yes, it does save the rest of his stack, but he gets screwed again by the turn.
And that is
Tough
just another
turn, and Hamlet just says, of course it happened to me again.
very unfortunate for Hamlet tonight.
And it's tough. But here's the fun thing though, is that it's unlike a cash game where it's hard to really work up a cash style tournament, a cash style session like we had in the first 6 weeks, where it's tough to work up from a short stack. The fun thing about tournaments is that you can double and stay in and work with it. So it's not, you definitely can't hang your head in a tournament style. You have to keep playing. But I think there is some benefit to the fact that Hamlet didn't fire the river because that club came, and that he didn't get put all in. Because if it's a offsuit heart, if it's a random heart, he's put in a really, really difficult spot, and might end up being knocked out of the tournament right away. So, some beauty in the
PJ,
disaster
get far in the
that could have been.
WSOP against Tom DeWan.
Yeah, definitely seeing that brick on the river, or not seeing a brick on the river,
Flat.
did really save him there. And I think it comes down to how many times can you go in and on a hand and finally see the cards you want to see.
Right.
And
Check.
it's demoralizing.
Check behind.
And hopefully it doesn't affect his play going forward.
Check, check.
This is going to get checked down. Anybody want to hit the river? Third 10 will do.
King high.
King high will do. Jeff scoops the blinds.
Another small win for Jeff.
There you go. Our heads up hands have been exhilarating.
Yeah, really fucking electric play, I think.
Best in the world, folks, right here.
You want me to deal you a cooler?
Sure, why not?
All right.
I don't know if I want any rolls. Unless it's on a
Look,
card.
if you can guess the color of the top card of the deck before I shuffle it, you're gonna get the better side.
50-50.
Yep. All right. There you go.
Go, guess it right now.
Red.
What? Oh shit. PJ is gonna get the better end of it.
Oh, get fucked.
PJ, did you want to get food to break?
What?
Did you want to get food to break?
From where?
I'd cash in on that.
Okay, yeah, sounds like we're doing it then.
Wendy's? Arby's? I'm good with it. Oh, Arby's you can't walk in, right? Are they
Oh, really?
only drive?
I'd be good for Wendy's.
They might
The
win.
break's not long enough for a walk to Wendy's, is it?
Nope.
Damn.
It's gonna have to be an order, isn't it?
Yeah, we can always send Brock.
Yeah, we'll send Brock.
I think this would fall apart without my commentary, Wesley.
Wes here in this template.
Fold. to the action hands coming up.
The action end of the table.
17.
Raise to 17. We haven't heard from Nick in a while.
Nick coming in confident with his king 9.
Okay.
Oh, and
Hold on, maybe
Caden lets go of the 10-8 of spades on the big blind. I think that's a little tight. I think that's very much a defendable hand from the big blind.
Your boy fucks.
I was kind of feeling.
Caden in fourth. Again, he's just looking to hang around, I think, is the deal. He's not looking to get crazy right at the start. Might work out for him, but I think 10-8 of spades, if you're coming to play, I think that's a good candidate to defend from the big blind.
I think for like
Air fryer, which has been like
a more standard player, you might defend that, but I think that would not be exactly his MO.
actually like the front. Like
However, I think you're right. I think he might be trying to see like if somebody goes out, try to like get closer to the trophy that way.
Yeah, I get like frozen French fries, and then recently I've been doing like chicken breasts, and you just like coat them in like egg wash.
You don't have to win a bunch. You just have to stay alive
I've just been
and be
making chili.
the winner at the end.
And I'm not messing around. Like
Plain old
seriously.
war of
Hey,
attrition.
I'm making chili and cinnamon rolls tomorrow for the party.
Are you really?
Yeah, it's gonna be good.
Oh, there you go.
Oh, that sounds good. Excited for that.
I'm not a big fan of the chili and cinnamon.
I'm not,
rolls
but
thing.
we're
I
like,
don't
you know what? We'll just try it once and see.
I'm
Like, I haven't had it homemade before. Like, Huskers have served it, and I've had it there, which is
Chili and cinnamon rolls is a
Here's
disgusting
my take.
combination.
They don't go well together, but our cinnamon roll's good. Yes,
Looks like
is chili
PJ just
good? Yes.
raised there.
It's not like, yeah.
In the chat, T-Wings is for you.
Anyways, raised to 16 from JP.
Interesting with
Three deuce
3-2
offsuit, and again, a situation where Caden needs to be punishing this by raising when he's out of position. That's understanding the positional part. About position in the game, when you're out of position, it's tougher because you have to act first, and it gives your opponent more information in what is a very limited information game.
There you go.
However, this hand might end up working out in his favor.
Missing a card.
2 of diamonds.
Thank you. 5 of diamonds. What?
7 of spades.
Thank you.
This card's busted. Anyway.
7 of spades there. So PJ
Yes.
picks up a piece,
But a piece is not enough
but
here.
Caden is going to lead out.
14.
And I think PJ would probably be benefited from laying this down.
Call.
And he won't.
He won't. He will hold his deuce to the turn. He has some equity. It's an ace of diamonds, and now he picks up a gutter to go along with it, and it might slow down Caden to just check.
The last step.
If he doesn't continue here, though, it does show some weakness here.
And PJ, yeah, you're right. I mean, PJ could start firing at this pot and put Caden in a tough position by the river.
And PJ might go with his
I mean, he knows this.
opinion of
Yeah, he knows this might not be
Yeah.
enough. I mean, he knows that Caden could check something like that, and he knows that he probably doesn't have the winner here now.
27.
He probably thinks that Caden is probably unlikely to play a hand that he continue playing a hand that he doesn't have.
Yeah, I mean, if he
Chance of-
leads out here, he might have a 7, right? So now an ace comes to turn and he checks.
Can't let it get totally
Could he try to get a 7 to fold? Could you try to get a hand that exactly like
serious?
Caden has to fold?
Oh, whoops.
Now, if you're Caden,
Well, you know
I know
what
you're
27
in a hand,
is.
but-
knowing that PJ is a capable player,
I'm good.
there are some ace X's and some ace X of diamonds that do call
All right.
and go to the turn. However, if you have 9s here, a 7 could still bet.
Is the same number as
Some
the number of
some
planets
flush
in the Milky
draws
Way.
that just want to
if
take it
there
away
were
could still bet. Some draws are
19
still
more
there.
planets.
Don't think you can fold here for 27.
27 is if you
That's
take
not
the
true.
number 9.
He is taking his time to think about it. Not
That is also
a
true.
bad decision, but it's further displaying to PJ that he doesn't have the utmost confidence in his hand.
Yeah, I mean, taking the
We've
time
taken the
here
same
is
strong
definitely
class.
yes.
You know.
I mean, it depends on the player. I think taking some time to think about it does not necessarily
be a
a sign of weakness.
Oh, and a call.
but I think it could be. And we're going to a river for a big pot here. It comes a deuce on the river. Deuce on the river.
It's just crushing for Caden.
And this is tough because now Caden called because he could be bluffing. Now, the way that Caden has played this, he needs
So
to
they
check.
need to like make noise to avoid. Not that. I've been baking a lot of hot dogs. I feel like
Baking hot
that's
dogs?
baking like you leave it in there enough, it's like it's grilled. Costco hot dogs, delightful.
What's your favorite way to eat a hot dog? I feel like people have like very differing.
So now
opinions
Caden
on
taking
it.
his time. He might have heard me,
How
even
many
though I
ways
tried to
can
be
I eat a
quiet.
hot dog?
Multiple. Cook hot
Name-
dog.
name
like
four.
Cook a dog.
Yeah,
Like
yeah,
cook.
like,
Oh, okay.
I meant
I
like
don't
cook.
really have a specific one I like. I like grilled.
I got PJ over there.
Even so, I'm sure he was looking
Like
for his hand to
pan-fried,
improve here in
grilled,
some
pan-fried.
way.
Some people like
And
grilled.
the two, while not being necessarily the most dangerous card to
Gordon
come down
Ramsay
here,
boils his hot dogs. I think it's an error.
it's not what he
I
wanted
don't know if I would do it.
necessarily
If you're
see.
watching, that's an error.
Gordon Ramsay.
Gordon
if you boil
Ramsay,
your hot dogs,
if you're watching.
I will still watch your YouTube videos.
That's right. Lots of respect for you. If you're
I
wrong,
think
they won't call you
this
chef, though. I
this
think that's a
batter
little
check
weird.
here comes down to his opinion of what PJ
I don't like
Calling
that.
your teacher.
Yeah,
plays.
I feel like
That's
that.
40,000 now over to
40,000.
PJ, and this is an easy, a pretty easy raise. I think
And he
140
will raise big.
full.
140, and that time he does lay it down quickly. Cade knows he can't call by the river.
That was a giant.
That was an
Last
interesting
hand
choice
of the
there.
blind level and before break.
Leading out 40K.
Costco chicken thighs, great value, 99 cents per pound.
Essentially trying to get PJ off of his hand there.
Oh, and a drink.
I don't know if that would
Dollar
necessarily
fifty.
work.
Yeah,
It's
because I heard like
unbeatable.
the CEO said he would literally kill someone if they changed the price.
yeah. And pizza is a good hefty chunk of pizza is $2. That's still like you got options. Brock actually introduced me to Costco. Kind of like a drug, First hit's free, except it's not. It's actually a membership fee.
I mean, but honestly,
They let you shop there
my
once just
question
for
is
a
this. Let me ask you
trial.
this. If you're buying a Costco membership, why are you not just buying a Sam's Club membership?
I've never heard anyone talk about Sam's Club ever.
Now, I'm not sure if I can talk about Sam's Club on the stream, but it's not Costco.
Brock is an expert here, and he's telling me it's not Costco. I mean, does Sam's Club have $1.50 hot dogs?
Goes to
Then case closed.
Caden in the button, ace-8 Hamlet against Mitch here, blind v
Grocery
blind.
store to pick up fast food.
Yeah.
Like what?
You got it.
I don't
Just
need
lets it
$1.50.
go. Lets it go.
Costco isn't fast food.
And with that, we'll be headed to our first break of the night.
First break of the night, right now.
7-minute break. Jeff,
7
almost
minutes.
900,000. Sitting pretty. Only one can win the Premier League final. Stick with us here on Twitch and YouTube. We'll be right back. Welcome back, UNL Poker Premier League final here at the University of Nebraska-Lincoln. Waiting on Nick, and in the meantime, I'm going to take a moment to check any donations. I want to thank Kimberly. Kimberly, thanks for donating $25 to the Food Bank of Lincoln. I also had my mom, Tanya, donate $45 to the Food Bank of Lincoln. Thank you very much, the two of you, for donating that. We're going to continue the donations throughout all of the semester. Hoping to reach $1,500 by the end of the semester. Obviously, it's a bit of a project to put all this together. We'd like to be able to put more things together, some more videos, but we have plenty of plans to do some more things with the Premier League final.
I mean, it's been offered to me, so I took the Chipotle.
And we take a look while we're waiting on Nick to get back at some of these stack sizes here.
Jesus Christ. It's not
Well, I guess we usually double it. So.
Nick's back. We're going.
4 ounces of cream cheese.
It's live stream time.
Jeff at 900,000.
Did you like it? Did you enjoy it?
Mitch, the other winner right now at 682,000. PJ around the middling part, right where we started. We started with 500,000.
Yes. I believe so.
I haven't fucking ordered it yet.
You're live
Or maybe
streaming.
it's, wait. Yeah, that's for.
No, it's Jeff's.
Oh, it's Jeff's.
And everybody else lower. Hamlet at the lowest amount, 167,000. We'll also take a look at the VPIP.
Well, I mean,
Nick, the least involved so far, just 27% VPIP. Mitch, the most involved. Everybody else, pretty close. Not a lot of hands still, but 38 hands through in the first 2 hours. Only one can win the UNL Poker Premier League Championship, the trophy, and the pride that goes with it.
I was told it was yours.
Let's go.
Why is it mine?
Have you been wearing it?
I've been wearing
Well,
Yeah, I would say.
Yeah, he's got to take it. Yep.
Wesley, did you get my memo?
So Brock's going to be dealing for us for a moment. I'm going to be doing everything else. And when Brock is ready, you're good to deal the next hand.
Please.
When Wes gets back, we'll have Wes and Brock commentating for you.
We're getting
Ideal for the players.
I told you to warm your fingers up.
Well, I didn't have time. I was kind of just told this was happening.
Nick.
Don't bridge them? Okay. Almost did it. Almost did it.
Just corner.
Yeah.
Okay. Where's the dealer button here?
Cut it a couple.
Deal button on Hamlet.
Alright, never mind. Just go.
And off we go.
Oh my lord.
Okay, Brock. Thank you very
I'm
much.
working with a lot of picky players.
Well, you're just gonna break the cards and ruin the stream.
Yeah.
Okay. I didn't know to not bridge them.
Okay.
It's okay.
So Jeff,
Thank you.
under the gun here,
That is very nice. We are.
as the chip leader.
Shut up, Brock.
Now blinds at 5-10. PJ picking up King 9 offsuit. Folds the marginal hand there. Caden with the King 4 offsuit. Lets it go. Hamlet. King 8 suited. Wow, letting that go from the button. That's a little atypical of what he's been doing from the button.
Then felt good about that one.
Now Mitch will limp it in. Tell Mitch to give another rub again. And it's been checked. Comes ace, ace 9. 2 spades. Again, Nick would have picked this up pre. Or not, excuse me, Hamlet would have picked this up pre. Had he bet. Had he raised from the button like he had been doing. 6 on the turn changes nothing. Mitch still with the winner with Queen high. And Nick is going to look to steal. And he does steal with 10 high. And a nice bet there by Nick to realize that Mitch was not going to really do anything there. Smart.
Yeah, should have just done one of the
Every little bit counts.
really angle shoot the shit out of him.
Here's the deal. There you go.
Here's the deal.
Could have open mucked that hand anyway.
My fellow American.
So.
Hey.
That was a bad one.
Corners.
Yeah. Or just let him fall. Don't like crease him at the very top.
Whatever's easiest for you. I'm
Anyways.
just
Yeah.
saying, like, if you can do that, that's fine.
Nope. There we go.
We're just saying it because this is like a $70.
Yeah.
deck
We're
of cards.
we're
And it
working
gets
in
like
with this.
3 months to get here.
Yeah.
Where'd you guys get them from? Didn't you get them from like Australia or
Yep.
something?
It's the only company in the world that makes RFID tech.
No, it's not. It's the only company that makes them
I
that
guess
makes them
sells-
cheap enough
Yeah.
for us to fucking buy them.
Yeah, we're not
We
working
need to
with
buy them here
the
in
World
America.
Series of Poker
We can buy them. We can buy like the $400
really
decks,
gonna happen again?
and those probably work perfect. But like,
Mitch on the button, letting it go. There's another blind v blind. Nick with queen 5 offsuit.
Jeff, what do you think?
I just want to
I
be the
don't know.
one
I
to do it.
looked.
Swing the axe
Jeff will take
Yeah,
it.
we'll take it.
Okay.
on your stick.
Oh. Yeah, you probably will. Yeah.
That's what I'm saying. Whatever it is, whenever you do it, I'll.
Comes 7-4-4.
You got me beat every time. So.
I
Goes
know.
check, check.
But it's like 1 out of 8. I think 1 in every 8 hands
Yeah.
you beat me. But you
Turns
have
a
to be
3 of
So-
spades.
It's on me, dude.
Yeah.
I just am pretty good at running hand me
Oh,
down.
I thought the dealer was at you.
Here's
Oh,
three
it's on me.
Email
Yeah.
in my inbox.
It's just on his Rubik's Cube.
And so
5K.
it's not even a legal bet. It's got to be 10,
I found
but
that
it's fine.
much more visceral insult
10K
than
min
most
bet.
people- Yeah, dude.
He-Dog used to call me that all the time.
And Nick steals another one, realizing that Jeff was checking out of position,
Like a war
Could have
crime.
stacked with me.
again, with a worse hand.
He-Dog would call me.
So very smart. Nick picking up on the fact that his opponents are auto-folding and wins an extra 10K each time.
Why do you want my Rubik?
Very, very smart.
Nope. Rough time here.
Maybe it'll be this hand.
It's okay.
You
That's
never
why I
know
don't
which
sign up to
hand-
be dealer.
It's alright.
Sure got a text from somebody there.
Yeah, that wasn't very loud.
What about just like a clean wash after this?
Okay.
No. I want to whack. I want to fold it around.
Okay.
Every time.
Weirdo.
Is that a limp from Caden?
That was a 20K. Call.
Jeff calls from the small with ace-9 and a call from PJ with queen jack offsuit. 3 ways to the flop. Comes queen, deuce, ace. So everybody picks up a piece except for Caden, who doesn't improve and
Red Joker is
was the razor.
two of diamonds.
Check, check to Caden.
That's the one. Firing away.
That's 45,000. And actually kind of puts both of them in a tough spot. I think PJ's going to easily fold now. Jeff will call with the ace-9.
Is Alec getting paid right now? What is going on?
I have no clue.
Sorry, group chat for
He doesn't know.
apartment.
I'll mute that in a moment.
All right. This is probably really fucking nitty.
Think we're good here?
Yeah, see, now it's there. It's right in the brain, bro. Earworm.
5 on the turn.
75?
75 and a 4.
Turn it over.
Jeff, how many purples do you have, brother?
And Jeff picks it up. Against the 9s, Jeff thinking it was the best hand. Was. And that works out. Jeff continuing to punish this table nearly $1 million in chips. Caden now down at about half of the starting stack, and Hamlet just at 16 bigs.
Sure. Talk to me in about 4 hours. Yeah, dealer button moves.
Yeah.
Thank you.
No worries. We just got the post in blind, so that's when it gets noticed.
Is there like a strategy for picking these up?
Nope. Oh yeah. Nails, I guess.
Yeah, I did just clip my nails, so that's
Yeah,
unfortunate.
Yeah. Felt a little tight on there. And also, I don't know if we should use this type of felt, but.
You don't really want nails for shuffling though. It's kind of, you want them to pick them up off the table, but you don't want them for your shuffling because you want the fast. So. Thanks, Brock.
Thanks, Brock. Thank you, Brock. Everybody thank Brock.
Everybody thank Brock one more time.
You guys were gonna send me to Wendy's.
Yeah, we were.
Yeah, we were.
Might have worked out better. But I didn't want Wendy's.
I think you're done.
They just waiting for one.
Pretty obvious.
It's okay. Next hand, they're coming to you.
King 7 of diamonds here for Nick.
Oh my god, are you kidding?
Way for it.
Fold the King 7 of diamonds. Jeff now in the button with King Queen offsuit. It's an easy raise.
I haven't seen two face cards on my own.
Easy raise. Easy pickup.
I've had pocket threes twice.
Might hit the flush.
No, they're pocket pair.
Who knows?
Aggressive.
UNL Poker Club. Just running like fucking ass.
The funny part is I know exactly how you're all are running.
I don't think I'm running bad.
The mentality you have to have doesn't matter. I'm running pretty
The mentality you have to
moderately,
have
I'd
is that
say.
you're free rolling. Because you don't have to worry about competing for your spot with Premier League this semester. Except for you, Hammy.
Yeah. Whoever goes out first doesn't get the guarantee.
Wait, really? Oh, I was like, is that the actual rule? Because that's
No.
brutal.
On to another
You
hand.
don't win, you had to requalify.
42. Only one player can win the UNL Premier League trophy.
I still said we should have gone to 3 tables instead of 2.
I won't even be here actually this semester.
Yeah, why? Why can't you take one night off a week?
Walks it to Hamlet.
Okay.
One night off.
Do I even? I don't even want to.
Turn him over, bro.
Oh, okay.
I was gonna say, I don't know if I would have looked.
Yeah. That would have been like my first
Yeah.
fucking face card.
That'd have been you get the king, queen, some shit
Yeah,
like that. It's like,
yeah, it's just,
I would have just made you.
it just about sums it up. It's like, all right, I'm all in blind at this point, and it's about there.
I mean, what, we're playing 10K and you've got, I don't know, you still got like 100.
Yeah, I'm okay, but you
You've
know,
got like 14 days.
it's tricky to I get him on my left with fat stacks, and
Start jamming into him.
Well, the thing is, it's like I can raise pre-flop, but then I
Test
get,
his heart.
but then it's like if I get
Test
three,
his,
if I get
test his macho.
if I get 3 bet, then
See
it's
how big his
essentially-
cock is.
Then it's like an automatic, like.
Yeah. Yeah. So I mean, it's whether or not do I want to get 3 bet. Or it's coming.
Holy Nike.
Nicholas, what's going on, buddy?
You have no idea, Nick.
Jeff with 4s.
Yeah, I don't know about
You seen 2 face cards
Talking
at the
about
same time?
pad.
'Cause I haven't.
I like when we argue about things
like
running worse.
Yes.
25 from Jeff.
That 25 spot over there?
Caden folds a
That
5-3.
happens, and I can't play that.
People give Jeff a lot of credit. I just wish I had the call.
Mitch
for
with
that.
ace queen.
Calling.
Yeah.
People give
Just
Jeff way
deciding
too
to
much credit.
call from the big blind instead of 3-betting the ace queen offsuit. I think I would probably lean towards a 3-bet because I'm out of
Start calling
position.
Jeff and they'll start losing.
Comes queen jack 9, open ender now for Mitch.
10 jack 9.
10 jack 9.
All my precious plans will come true. I'd like to spend my whole life loving you.
40,000.
25,000.
25.
Yeah, call.
1,000 micro.
Calls for both deuce on the turn.
Oh, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Deuce of diamonds on the turn. It's signified by a red joker in this deck.
Hey, what's going on behind the Great Wall over there? Any chips over there?
Dude, I thought you were sliding me for a second. I didn't see that. I think you had that back there, didn't you, for a while?
What, this?
This stack?
No, it's been
Oh, okay. Okay, maybe I just.
Mitch is going to lead out on the turn here. It might work
Okay.
No, that's
Yeah, probably.
against Jeff's particular hand.
Gotcha.
55.
He says, you do not.
It might work. Jeff might pick up on this as being weird. It is a little weird line. However, he has 4s. If there's any value that Mitch has here, it's not much. He can beat. However, he picks up on his exact hand. It's a bluff catcher to the river that he could end up getting to check down and win the pot. And he will do just that. He will call this. And so we're off to an intriguing river with 250,000 in the middle. Pair of 4s, so far the best hand. River card. 9 of clubs, and that's probably a perfect card for Jeff here. Mitch might be scared of betting, and Jeff will check back immediately. But Mitch needs to continue in order to win this pot. 215,000 in the middle. It's got to be about 100K minimum, I would say. He is reaching for chips. Oh, that's a great bet size. Now, here comes the biggest test of the Premier League for Jeff. He has a bluff catching hand, but is it enough to call 110,000? 325 in the middle. Could be right some of the time. He could be, if he's wrong, he's not losing. He's still in a great spot. However, if he calls, this would be a huge pot, and Jeff would have an absolute stranglehold on this table. He beats exactly what Mitch has, a queen that decided to bet turn. And if he picks up on the fact, he makes a call and it's a right call. 1.2 million for Jeff.
I folded 90.
Do you have like queen 5? Something like that? So I put you on. Wow.
Good call. Really good call.
Exactly what Jeff thought. It had to be a queen or value.
Now it'd be like really sad if you lose this, Jeff.
It would be fucking.
That's everybody said it would be sad if he lost it, but with the win, Jeff is absolutely crushing this table. 1.2 million.
I really got
An overwhelming chip leader, but folks, you got a plenty of poker left to go. Nobody's been eliminated yet. That doesn't mean it's over. But Jeff's got to be thinking to himself, my goodness, I'm in a great spot to win this thing. Great call. Exactly what he thought about. It was a weird line. If you're going to do that sort of line, it had to be a check raise on the flop from Mitch, and then I think he gets a fold out of Jeff. I really think he does on the river, but I think the turn lead was too fishy. Good try. PJ with the 7-5 of clubs, debating it, and we'll limp it in.
Well, I didn't know what you're doing here on the button, so I thought about it. I was like, I'm a little out of position to be aggressive. So.
Mitch, ace 10.
What do you got over there, big guy? Oh, we still got PJ. Never mind.
Yes, hey.
Yeah.
Hi, how you doing? Sorry. Can't forget about me limping in over here. I just didn't think I was in possession
Checks
of being
the option.
aggressive there.
3 deuce queen.
So technically, it's
It's okay, that's a check there. That's okay.
Checks around on the turn. 2 people have flush draws. Nick now turns an open ender. Mitch with the gutter.
That's why I stopped. I had to pause. I was like, wait. Did Mitch check?
yeah. The dealer button was a little bit.
And Nick will come out and bet his flush. Draw.
Okay.
PJ will call. And Mitch with the gutter. And ace high will also call. If it comes a club here, it's going to get really interesting.
I can't do the backwards one. honestly.
River
It's gonna
card
end up in-
is a 9.
Oh,
PJ
Did I do it backwards? I don't
with the 5 and the flush draw wins it.
check.
Yep, it will check around. Nick chooses not to fire river.
Oh yeah, baby.
And PJ picks up the pot
Draw.
with the
Nice.
5. You take a look at the pre-flop raising. PJ, the least pre-flop raises so far tonight. He's been limping a lot. And it's been working out for him to just hang around. He's sitting now at over a starting stack. He's in second place. Meanwhile, everybody else below a starting stack. Hamlet with 16 bigs.
Just fucked up my whole shit. Oh, I'm losing chips. You motherfucker.
Jeff, that was one of the best calls I've ever seen you make. I'm so proud of you. Thank you, sir. That was
Jeff.
such a good play.
I don't know if
I'm thinking about it because, like, the reason I'm thinking about it so much is because I feel like I, did everything pretty much correct. Like, you just snapped it off.
you just get a read off him when he's putting out his chips. Yeah.
It was just one of those like.
that was
Yeah.
a soul read call. I
Yeah,
mean, it's
Yeah.
cool.
Well, I picked up the same read, but I
It was,
didn't
it was,
put,
it
I
was a
didn't put
gut
1
read.
and 2
It was a
together.
gut read.
A lot of fucking cards there.
Yeah.
That's what I
Chips,
mean.
weirdly.
They're talking about that hand still.
You know,
Mitch saying, it's the best call I've ever seen you make, Jeff. I think that's a pretty fair assessment. It's right up there with some of the best we've seen in the Premier League so far.
Jeff's over here fucking.
Another raise.
Yes.
No, that's 10.
So just a limp in here with Caden's ace-10 off.
I got feelings a guess.
Yeah.
It's just a pretty educated guess usually.
Yeah. Fair enough.
Call.
I think I'm back at starting. I was down for a while.
I already burned one.
So we go 3-way to a flop and a limp pot. Comes king, queen, 10. Jeff with the option. Came with ace-10. Pretty decent sort of hand here, but it's one hand that you may just want to take. I mean, you're betting for protection, really, if you're going to bet.
Yes. I checked you. Yeah.
That's 15. Call from Caden.
Good.
5 on the turn. We get a little sweat with Caden here. Think you have to defend flop. But defending the turn here is going to be difficult.
Check.
Just don't want you to think you don't have a green down there. I mean, that is the difference of 80K.
Yeah.
So,
And Caden is maybe thinking of leading here.
Decline. It's Wes.
it's West.
Yeah.
He's probably at the door.
Yeah, he's probably at the fucking door.
Have Nick go get him.
Nick is supposed to go get him.
Want me to go right now?
Yeah, just run down real quick. Somebody.
We'll take the time.
25.
So Caden bets out 25 here. And Mitch folds his 10. So he ended up having a 10 and Caden leading the turn.
gets a worse 10 to fold. Interesting. That was an interesting hand. Caden grabs 40,000.
I guess I might as well wash it while I have time. So,
Pick them all up so they face you, and you're you know how you straighten out files?
yeah.
It's like the same thing. Give them a good wash.
You got a couple under the thing.
Do I? Oh.
Good spot there, son.
Anyways, with Wesley back, I don't think I'm going to be dealing too much longer.
Well, you might have to deal this round if Wesley wants to.
Well, yeah, I mean, of course.
Yeah, we'll let Wes eat, and then I'll switch. I'll switch with you, Brock, and then you can eat.
One of our player dealers.
Hamlet's really trying to get himself some.
Hamlet's pulling some double duty here.
Good.
He's one of our regular dealers.
Just do a try.
In Premier League, we appreciate him taking the quick moment to shuffle the cards. Some people be like, "Oh my God, why are you having a player shuffle the cards?" Well, we all have a general trust of each other here,
Now deal.
and we don't look to cheat anybody, and we're not playing for money.
Okay.
So it really doesn't matter if you choose to cheat in the game where we're just playing for a silver trophy. Well, that would be pretty sad, wouldn't it?
You missed 2 hands, you lost 40K.
So you're
That's
good,
about
Block.
right.
I'll deal once you're done. And then you can
That-
come here and contact with him.
No, that's good. That's good.
Are we gonna be able to hear?
Oh.
Doesn't matter.
If you want to go shut the door.
Well, I'll have to open for Wes because he needs like to get in.
Oh, okay, never mind.
He went to grab our stuff back there.
Raised by Hamlet.
No, it was a call.
So another limp in here. See, another limp pot in this tournament. It's really interesting. What's the board?
Jack, 9, 8.
What?
Jack club, 9 club, Queen heart.
Thank you.
Hamlet bet 10. And hold.
Hamlet betting 10 on the flop will do it. Hamlet picks that one up. As we're on hand 47. This will be the last hand of the blind level. It'll be 6-12 next.
That's more efficient than hearing what Alex says about our hand.
No. I want to know.
I would tell you, but I would get in trouble.
Please tell us.
They're joking about hearing me. That's one of the other issues. Tough issues. We have a great studio, but the making sure that we
What?
keep the integrity of the game the utmost importance.
Yeah, holy.
Gets around to Nick, Jack 9, just because we're not playing for, we're just playing for a trophy and for the pride doesn't mean that these players don't take it very seriously. Gets around to Jeff on the button, 8-4 offsuit will not choose to raise his button. PJ asking for the chop, and Caden will give him at least a flop.
This turns into a cool. I don't think it will.
Check.
Goes check, check, flop.
That 10. Yeah.
PJ will bet min on the turn
That's the best hint I can give you.
with an open ender. That will do
You
it.
didn't hit it. I think we're doing.
Jeff still at a resounding 1.2 million.
I'm on the button.
All right, 6-12.
Million? Is that correct?
Yeah.
You're unreal.
Unbelievable.
You're unreal.
Unfucking real.
Real, yeah.
6-12, Brock of the blinds.
Oh, 6-12, yeah. They got it.
So the blinds increase. To 6-12. And Hamlet is sitting around 15 big blinds.
Faking them out.
Yeah, taking them out.
We had to hand 48. We've had no elimination yet. But as the blind levels rise, I imagine we'll get them in chains
So might as well do it now.
in a streak. As Mitch will let go of
Hey, I
King
didn't
Deuce
ask you to
offsuit under the gun. Thank you for joining us here on all different channels, twitch.tv/poker, twitch.tv/UNL poker, and on my YouTube channel.
There wasn't any other option.
It's around to Jeff with 10-5 of diamonds in the cutoff.
Then again, if I
Raisable hand.
Hamlet another crappy hand,
Or
I think
flattable
you're
hand as well.
gonna execute me.
Caden folds to 7-3 and Hamlet with the option ace-jack. And we'll pop it up, I'm sure. And raise it to 24.
He's got to hook you for the jam.
And he'll hook him in a little bit with the 10-5 of diamonds. Hamlet looking to get some value out of Jeff and build his stack back up at the bottom. Jeff could eliminate him in theory if the flop comes weird. It does come 2 diamonds. Ace jack, or ace king 8, 2 diamonds.
Are you getting ready for that? Oh, he did it, bro!
All in call.
Hey, how much was the bet by Jeff? 40?
The initial bet was 30. Hamlet all in.
So we have an all-in and call.
Call.
Jeff and Hamlet are running it out here.
How much is it so I can just put it?
Ace jack and 10-5.
How much does Hamlet?
163,000 is what he should have.
163,000. Total or left?
It should be total altogether.
Okay, altogether 163.
So we are going to run it ace jack versus flush draw. Hamlet looking for the double through Jeff, the exact person you want to double through. If Jeff eliminates him, Hamlet will be our 6th place finisher in the Premier League, and Jeff will continue to build his chip stack. Let's go to a turn. Turns an 8 of clubs. That helps Hamlet. Just got a faded diamond. That's all that can help Jeff on the river. Here it is.
I'm listening.
King will not be a diamond, and Hamlet holds to double through Jeff to get to 380,000. A huge double and a huge hold to put Hamlet above Caden now and much closer to the middle of the pack than he was before.
No!
Huge, huge, huge.
I double you up. You were grateful for that.
Grateful.
Yes.
I mean, it was.
Well, I mean, you kinda
Hamlet may have wanted to be resigned to his fate to see the diamond go, but no, he's still going to be sticking around.
Zach with a flush draw.
I mean, that's
He's not a loser yet.
He did what he had to do.
Not a youth loser yet.
Alright, I'm tilted.
What
Hold
a
on.
phrase.
Yeah, okay.
Jeff, really though, honestly, if you don't win, like,
You just lost 200K, Jeff. I mean,
Yeah, but that's not like a bad spot to lose 200K.
I mean,
I want to thank Run Good Gear for supplying a lot of some cool stuff that we had.
I don't care if I win.
Giving us all the masks that players are wearing and the dealers wearing from rungoodgear.com.
talked about the strategy.
Great local business in the poker industry with some great
We're just gonna force
clothing for poker lovers everywhere. And it'll be Nick DeRays under with Ace King offsuit. But love the merch that they have across the board. They've been partners with us
Dead man soul.
for a couple streams now. Nick raised to what?
25.
They raised to 25,000. Jeff will call out of the hijack with Ace 10 offsuit. Dominated. It's going to fold around probably to the big blind. It does to Mitch, who lets it go. And we're heads up. Comes Ace King 4. Tough spot here coming for Jeff, as he's going to call this with the Ace of Clubs.
15.
Down bet of 15,000,
It's unfortunate that.
and it's an easy call for Jeff.
Well, yeah, the person that has the chips to help.
Could get really interesting. 2 pair for Nick, but he's got a lock on the hand. 8 of hearts in the turn. No club here for Jeff, but there are some obvious draws that don't get there. Some queen jack of clubs. Some worse aces. Continue to bet.
I just figure if I'm gonna take your money later, it'll be easier if you don't have a green chip.
30.
That's 30.
I mean, I just won that to lose it all 2 hands later. So
Call by Jeff River card is a queen of spades, which may save Jeff extra on the river.
yeah, that's
I think he might be able to get out of this one unless it's really thin.
65.
65,000 over to Jeff.
That's the dagger. Come on, Nicholas. Come on,
The
baby.
rune on Nick. Jeff hates his spot because some draws get there, but he's triple barreling all the way.
Loser, fold that. The fucking nuts. Why don't you fold your hand?
Interesting spot here, folks. Jeff with an ace. It's hard to fold an ace sometimes. Some people have trouble folding an ace. Jeff is not one of those people. He can make the big fold, but it's a triple barrel. There's some stuff that missed here. There are missed clubs. Jack 10 did get there on the river, which is one of the natural bluffs you would think Nick might have. A Jack 10 of clubs is an obvious pick for a bluff that would probably go 3 streets. Just kills Nick's under the gun range. The whole board favors Nick here. It's a rough. It would be a tough call, but the wrong decision if he does call this. 65 into 223.
No cap?
No cap, I will call. I'm not kidding. I'll do it.
He's getting the pot odds is the problem again. It's one of those situations like with 4s that he's getting about 3 to 1. That he can be wrong here and it's okay. That's kind of the mind, the mental framework that sometimes people can have in these is that if I call and I'm wrong, it's not terrible. But he does make a nice laydown, good laydown, and Mitch gives Nick the fist bump, winning the hand. And we're going to have Wes and Brock hop on. We're going to take a very short break while I do a quick dealer change. We'll be right back. UNL Poker Premier League Final
Please coming back.
here on twitch.tv/poker, twitch.tv/UNL Poker.
You're like chips.
no way that you can call off there.
Welcome back to the
It's just
Poker
like
UNL
you-
Poker
because you
Club
check
Premier
raise, it's a
League
strong
Finals
play,
stream,
then you
and
strong term bet, strong term
we've
river.
got some new people in the booth.
Like going forward.
I'm
It's
back,
just really
and
sucky, you
well,
know?
Brock is back,
a lot
and
of-
I'm joined
back
by
in
Wesley,
lead.
who was
It's like, wow,
previously
maybe you can try to
dealing.
steal it. Let me just
That's
do it
right.
for
I was
well.
the dealer for the past hour or two, and now you'll be hearing a little bit of my voice. Glad to be chatting here with Brock, and so, well, they're getting ready. They're munching on some stuff, but it's been some really interesting poker. I've been able to hear the commentary and see the hands, and the players close up. And it's very interesting. It's a lot of actually surprisingly tighter compared to how this crowd normally plays. Normally, you see a lot of 3.5x raises as a standard, but we've been seeing a lot of 2x's. Folks have been letting go a lot of hands that in previous games would, hands like ace-7, decent enough, even unsuited, to even call a 3x raise with, or even raise, depending on your position. I've been seeing a lot of that get folded. So it's clear that the table's gotten tighter. The surprise, I'd say Caden has opened. He's known for being incredibly tight, and I think that reputation has earned him a lot of folds when he does raise. But I've been noticing that on hands where he certainly doesn't have it, and there's still some risk, he's been making raises, and he's been getting a lot of respect. So I like to see that.
And Wesley hasn't been in the booth the whole time, so especially early on, Caden was getting good pre-flop hands, and they were just not connecting with the board. And so we were interested to hear your opinion on. He was not big on the pre-flop
Super Bowl,
raising.
man.
Do you
Tom
think
and-
that
Tom and
is
Mahomes
that
might
something you would
finally
like
get
to
their
see from
shot.
him
That's gonna be
going
sick.
forward? Do you want to see more aggression pre-flop,
be
or
sick.
do you want him to kind of maybe reel in?
I absolutely. I think what I heard, if I recall, the Alex commentary was that he should be a bit more aggressive
on back then when we
pre-flop,
started.
and I'd absolutely agree. In fact, aggression from really anyone at this table, Caden's going to be the most rewarded. A lot of he can raise a lot of middling hands and get folds around, and even when he's in a flop, he can have a lot of open, straight draws, flush draws, nothing really made, and some aggressive raises will also earn him a lot of respect. And if he is aware of his own image at all, he might understand that if he does raise on, let's say, a flop with an aggressive raise on a flop, and he gets a call from the likes of let's say Hamlet, he knows that his opponent must have something worth calling a tighter player with.
Sure. And I think generally in his position where he's looking at just over 20 big blinds, and that's only going to get tighter, he does need to make up some ground here.
Oh, absolutely.
In the worst division in football.
In fact, I'm actually noticing now that he might be the lowest chip stack. He's had some unfortunate, like you mentioned early on. He's had, I think, 4 pocket pairs that I can count. 3 of them certainly all
It was a high amount.
phase cards, and he hasn't gotten paid perhaps because of the lack of aggression, but certainly shoves from Caden now before he gets too light will still earn a lot of respect. I'd say.
And recently he was not in the lowest position. Hamlet's turnaround with the double there was huge for him, and he's back into a slightly more tenable position. So do you think Jeff continues on to win the night?
Absolutely. I think I'd like to think I know Jeff's play style the best out of all the players, and I think there are 2 ways this can go. He certainly knows he's chip leader by a good margin, but I think there's the looser way of going about it, and where he can suddenly blow a large lead through some looser calls or larger bets with middling hands that just get caught. But I think Jeff is the type of player who understands that to maintain this lead, he has to continue to play tightly. And the hand we just saw where he folded top pair with a decent kicker against Nick's two pair is an excellent example of how he is playing tight and he's not looking to blow his lead.
Okay, so it
whenever
looks
you
like
guys are ready.
everybody's back at the table, so I believe we're going to continue here if the dealers are all
Yeah.
right.
Just let me know if you have an issue or anything.
Yeah.
All right, 6-12. Good luck, everybody.
Yeah, they have an issue with how bad all of us here at the table are. I don't know.
I've been sticking to my strategy.
Action on Jeff with Jack 5. Not too interesting unless he tries to do something loosey-goosey with it.
Going back early games.
Oh boy. Was it working for you before?
Believe we saw
I was really feeling all night.
Raise. 24.
24 from PJ. With Jack
Fold.
10 suited, definitely a hand PJ
Fold.
is going to have a lot of options with where he thrives.
Just a little min. Come on up. Click, 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 click. Min, click bet.
Fold.
We're looking at weak
PJ wins.
hands all around.
No way.
Hamlet folded.
Mitch.
Mitch fold.
Nick.
Early feeling is real.
And it was folded around.
That was Holder. Okay. We're just working through a few
like
things.
kings, whatever, you jump out of your seat.
As you can tell.
Yeah, I'm sure PJ plays really well post flop in a hand like that. I'm sure he wanted to get in, but blinds are getting up high enough. I'm sure there's also
I
some
think we're gonna lose.
degree of relief that he can just scoop a strong amount of blinds. And PJ's the type of player to put pressure on smaller stacks. So I suspect that when you see blinds hit Keaton and Hamlet, you're gonna see some raises from him. And PJ continues to pick up pressure. Let's see if he just limps like he historically has been.
Looks like he's
Limp from PJ. Fold. Caden. Fold.
Once again, running into weak hands, and he might
Raise.
not get called off here
24.
unless we see something.
a raise from Mitch to 24.
Mitch, we're in the dark. If you want him to spread his cards a little bit,
Mr.
we'll
Miyagi,
see if this
watch
is
out.
heads up. Oh wow. Mitch could be running into a lot of trouble here with Queen Jack off.
Call. And we're good to go. Yep.
We are also blind on Jeff.
Put in 24
We
all
can
year.
sit with it.
Put in 12.
Oh, fuck yeah.
Certainly
Good.
ace off. Jeff stands to do pretty well here. These are min raises now.
Yeah.
4, 7, 8. Pretty weak.
Back over to you, buddy.
Nobody's entirely happy with that, but Jeff could be looking
Yeah,
at
we don't know
something
what
good
Jeff
here.
has, but PJ and Mitch are the type of players to make stabs at these types of
Check
pots.
by PJ.
Check by PJ.
Bet 30,000.
And there it is.
All right. One more.
Shit, what was the flop?
Call.
278.
30,000.
One more three, he says.
What's the flop?
And then he gets there on the turn, and then it turns into a problem.
Jeff, 4, 7, 8. Jack is the flop.
Check and bet 50,000. And fold.
We have a
Well, like 100K.
Mitch was pot.
Mitch.
I told you, it's
Mitch.
down weak people.
It's in pickable card.
Okay, well,
It was the jack of clubs
that's
in
always
turn.
how it is,
Yeah.
though.
yeah,
You know, it's like everybody
Mitch
just kind of
bet
keep it along, keep it along, keep it along.
50.
50K and then scoop the pot.
Okay. I didn't do that.
Do we need to know what Jeff's cards are to
No.
close this out?
I think it was just I gave the wrong person the bet,
It's on Mitch, yeah.
and then he bet 50K,
That's right.
and then fold.
Yeah. That's right.
Okay.
Are you guys good back there?
Okay.
Yeah, we're caught up.
Okay.
We're
another
working
hand.
on it.
You can just input on the when you seen through the glasses, you input your stack
Okay,
into
starting
it.
on
and it
Keaton.
switches, you can see
We're
everything.
gonna.
Wait, what are you talking about?
What?
You know like Google Glass, you know.
Oh, yeah.
Stuff like that.
Mitch
Do you have that for poker?
needs
You
to
can, like,
rub it around.
Input your stack,
Mitch,
and then you can like
let
change
Mitch
it
know
to
he can
different
spread
lines.
his cards a bit. Nick or Caden with a.
You can
So
talk
like this,
about
you're
it.
tracking your-
Caden with a decent
Calculator out
hand.
will fall in this
Let's see if it goes far.
No,
You just remember.
that's boring.
It's okay. He's thinking about this one a little bit.
This could
Raise
be a case where
24,000 by Hamlet. Caden fold.
Caden's folded and
Fold by
Hamlet's
Mitch.
at 24. 25s. I would have liked to see a larger raise, even given Hamlet doesn't want to get caught here. Oh no.
Raise, Nick,
Nick is
60,000.
just- And Nick's just got a monster ace. Hamlet's absolutely buried unless he spikes something on the flop. and
60,000.
Yes.
Hamlet. Oh no!
Oh, the
This is
triple.
a triple, and I bet you everyone's thinking,
Raise,
you know, ace king.
160,000.
160,000 from Jeff. This is an absolute cooler.
Monster of a hand.
Full
All in.
Hamlet. All in from
What did you expect? What are you talking about?
from Nick.
Do you need a
Oh my
fold
gosh.
from
See how
Hamlet?
much it is.
Yeah, fold from Hamlet. Wise to get out of the
It's an
way.
all in from Nick.
All
Can I
in
get
from
count, please?
Nick.
And then Jeff.
Oh, Nick is at 502,000.
All right, so I'm getting 502,000 from the back, and that's probably accurate.
Jeff's stack is at 747. So
Yeah, it's 740,000.
absolutely, this is a horrible spot for Jeff. I would be.
You're looking at queens here, and you're asking yourself, I could get like way ahead of the table. I could be coasting to a victory here, but putting a person on aces pre-flop.
I think this is the most aggressive action we've seen. I think Jeff is good enough to put Nick on aces. If Jeff's getting in trouble anywhere, well, he's probably thinking he can beat out an ace king. He can flip against a hand like that.
I have to play balance. I don't know.
He also decide he might not want to. He also might put Nick on a lower pair, like jacks, right? I think. And a call.
That's a call.
Oh no! This is really going to turn the tides here. Jeff has an 18% chance to.
He's got work to do, basically.
He either needs all spades or he needs a queen.
So 100,
Or a miraculous
400,
4 straight
450.
dealt out.
So this is the big turn that might go against Jeff here, and kind of really change the narrative.
This is going to put Nick up, an incredible amount. I think a higher lead than anyone else
Or
has
like
had.
Jeff, like it's not impossible that he gets out of this, but he would have to that'd just be a very lucky turn for him.
The count is 497,000 back there.
497 for Nick.
So after the hand, just edit it. You can click on somebody's chip stack and edit it. So remember that Nick's stack is 497,000.
497.
Yep. So I'll give you his stack at the end of the hand. What his count should be. Okay.
Okay.
Because I feel like, because how it's gonna go is going into heads up, somebody's gonna have like
So
like a
497.
3 or 4 to 1, maybe even more chip advantage. I feel like.
Okay, folks.
All of Jeff's hope
Holy
is on
cow.
this
The
flop.
pot is over
We're
1
not done
million.
yet.
I'll still have 300.
We've got 5 cards to come, folks. Good luck.
Still got some outs.
Ace, 3,
Wow.
3.
And that
That
kills
is
him.
over with.
That is, and the check mark and a quick rip off.
That is a flopped boat
Ace, king.
Wow.
from Nick.
Yeah, but
So-
really snap.
Wow.
That
no sweating. It's just over.
that's just over.
And you see the ace on the flop, and you get that sinking
Okay,
feeling.
so
You know
no,
that
take it
there's
up, yeah. I'll
well, there is
count
some chance. There's really none.
Do they want to follow?
Okay, so
Everybody to count their stuff.
Nick needs to be subtracted by 5,000?
Went about as straight as it would.
Nick, well, you just need to
Yeah, Nick probably just needs to get distracted or subtracted by 10.
yeah. By 10. Yeah. He's off by 10.
So 10,
And then,
10:30.
yeah, everybody just count theirs real quick.
Yeah, let's get a count here.
We're going to do a slight recount here, so
Just to
give it
ensure
some time.
everybody's accurate.
Oh, well, they count. We can talk about the implications of something like this.
Yeah.
Nick,
Huge.
I'd say generally a tighter player too has just secured a pretty sizable. I mean, no one could even double up
Yeah,
to catch him.
that is one hand where it's just, there's no reason to not, just
9 million.
all in, whatever happens.
Well, really,
stick with the aces.
I'd say depending on how much you value victory here, a
Nick's
a
count is
fold.
1,018,000.
1,018,000.
interesting
That's
amount.
pretty close. I'm going to count again. 3, 4.
But if you're Jeff, I think there's some good rationalization for playing just folding that, assuming you're running to ace king or better. And then securing your lead. I mean, that was, I think you stated it right. You're either securing yourself first or second place, or you are now at risk. I actually thought Jeff would have less chips. I mean, I suppose we'll get the proper count soon, but
Thanks, Phil.
he's still ahead of Caden and Hamlet, and is extremely competitive with Mitch.
We have Jeff at 405. Is that accurate?
405. You have 405.
Isn't that crazy?
No, no,
How
they
like
like
you still get like super sweaty and stuff even
At 439.
Okay. He said he's at 439.
Oh,
So we're just going to fix everybody right
Yeah.
now.
Yep.
So he's at 439.
But then
PJ, we have at 493.
even though you know you got it,
436.
like
You
at
said
least at
4
that point,
446.
yeah.
You said PJ
493.
493.
Yeah.
Okay.
I think it's just because of like the anticipation.
436 is his count.
If he calls, then it's
Let me check though.
It's 463.
463.
463.
Okay.
Okay. Caden.
266.
Correct.
That's interesting that ended up.
350 for Hamlet.
Yep.
Nose.
Correct. 470 for Mitch.
Mitch got a little bit.
I'm sure all the math works out.
Yeah. Okay. And then Nick, we still have it 1,018,000.
Yep.
Okay.
Right.
Then we're good.
And yeah, we
I
are.
say it. He's right. So we're good. All right.
We're good. Okay, let's rock.
Let's rock, folks.
And we're gonna
All
continue.
right.
Did y'all
Hand
start the blind clock
53.
back there, by the way?
Nope.
That's okay.
Us are there now.
Just start it now.
Yeah, we are.
1,018,000.
But on the other hand, Jeff is still not in an definitely a huge setback for him. But it doesn't put him into a territory where he's
Button moves, I think.
completely lost.
I mean, no one's happy to lose that, right?
Well,
But
yeah.
if something's going to stop Jeff, it's not going to be his chip count right now. It's going to be a tilted attitude.
Yeah, the mentality of just aces over queen.
And folks like
Okay,
Nick,
and with that,
a
I'm
million
gonna
up, he can play pretty tight, but at the same time, that can, I think pretty much everyone at the table has the capacity to be able to
Was that
take
another
good
strat?
chunks of his pot by threatening with large raises,
Hamlet folds.
putting Nick in the same position Jeff was, but maybe just not pre-flop.
Mitch raises to 24.
24 from Mitch.
Standing now, boys.
We have no. Oh, and Nick wakes up with king. We don't know what Mitch has, but
Those are
This is-
back to back.
this
hands.
is-
60.
just he's got the big iron. Cowboys, Spacemen, Blues
we have-
Brothers, Kings. Oh, and Mitch has King 10. If this, I mean, I
got
don't.
it.
Jeff folded.
Fold, full. Background of Mitch.
Yeah,
Call.
fold from King. And a call. I mean, if a king hits the flop here, unlikely, but leads to a lot of danger.
And a king doesn't hit, but
Mitch has diamond options.
Check.
see if Nick tries to.
Bet 50,000.
He's going for it here. He wants to clear.
I think that's the right move. I mean, there's a lot of draw. You certainly don't have any blockers to the flush. There's potential straight options
Fold.
with the 9-8 and a
And
fold. I think that was a good move. I mean, he probably could have gone one more card depending on his risk tolerance, but better to not get into any of those same situations where you might have kings way over pair, but he gets caught out by a flush.
yeah, I think he's just thanking his lucky stars right now. I think he's
You're
just
welcome.
taking in the money.
If I got aces and then kings,
yeah.
and then scoop both pots handsomely,
That's
yeah.
almost disgusting, really.
That's right. I mean, it's a total a flip of what Caden has seen. Decent hands like that, good hands like that, and
Nobody was
catching
buying
We
nothing.
need a
Yeah.
redistribution of wealth, and I'm Bernie Sanders, baby.
We tried to warn the man.
The
I guess my
yeah,
friends
well,
wanna
it's
see me
it's
successful.
the chip wealth is going around, and
Now we're getting to
I'm curious about paths to victory here.
Well, I think it really reestablished it because now Nick is a huge chip leader, and
Mitch, under the gun.
Ball.
I guess I have no real.
nobody else in the table is really close. But I mean, nobody's also
Raise.
way behind.
24.
24 from Mitch. Ace 9 offsuit.
So
No, raised to 24.
Fold.
Fold, fold,
Fold. Fold.
fold.
Round of Hamlet. Bye-bye.
Right. Oh,
No
right.
action there.
Free money.
I think this is I think we saw some okay hands there. Nothing spectacular, but clearly no one's trying to get frisky with some re-raise bluffs.
Thanks for paying for my blind this round.
and I think now is a good time to really kind of like question who's gonna break out of the pack here. Because you've got Nick, and then you've got basically everybody below 500,000, below the starting amount. So who's gonna like break out and threaten the leader here?
I think you're going to see a lot of success from aggressive players, which I from my personal experience, and I bet you it'd be confirmed by VPIP, Mitch and PJ. Have a good chance to break out.
PJ actually hasn't been too aggressive according to the statistics, but Mitch, on the other hand, has been.
Which is interesting for PJ. Normally he knows when to be aggressive and tends to err on that side, but hasn't too much this time.
Fold.
Fold
PJ
to
folds.
Jeff.
Kate
Let's see if he. Yep. Nope. Fold. Wow.
No
Just
action here.
a string of just dreadful hands.
Fold. Walkity walk.
Wow.
And another hand for Mitch.
Yeah,
Oh,
Mitch
man.
did what did Mitch have? We didn't see. That's
Rearing to go again for that.
I improved. I went from Jack Deuce.
well, I'll tell you, if it keeps folding around and or players keep or we don't see a whole lot of aggression, we're gonna the blinds are gonna start squeezing people out, and then we're gonna go from what could be well-timed 3x raises or post-flop bets. You're gonna start seeing shoves and a lot of
Yeah,
races.
you guys are not following protocol, and
So it's curious to note how aware they are of a clock.
what?
We have about 11 minutes till the next blind level.
11 minutes to the next blind level.
Which will really put the squeeze on people.
Jeff. Folds.
36.
PJ, 36,000.
Oh, this is another one of his hands where he's going to have a lot of options.
Hamlet.
Now
Hates coming to
there's a
fold.
standard raise. I see your standard raise and,
And
match it
bye-bye,
with a
Mitch.
standard
Mitch doesn't
fold.
have the stones
See
to
if
call or
Nick
something.
defends
But
here.
Nick picks up
Probably
another
will.
good hand, but he can definitely get into trouble.
Nick is going to call.
Ace Jack. He's got a spade blocker.
1 million.
And this will be an interesting battle here because I feel like PJ and Nick are kind of like different players. PJ can be like very
Like the guy at the
unpredictable, and I feel like Nick is a little bit more by the book.
Yeah, I'd agree with that. And a board like that, well, certainly gives Nick a massive advantage. But can PJ convince convince Nick that he has a better hand?
No, I think there's going to be Nick betting out and
all of the cards
PJ
you check.
gone.
On a sneaky check, I kind of like that. I think PJ's looking for action, and he
Bet
might.
40,000.
Yeah, Nick is just. I think he's getting an incredible amount of value. I really like that check.
Call. Yeah, that was
Call, but now
not a good fit.
PJ's alarm bells might be going off here.
Nick is doing well to extract value out of PJ.
Check 40,000.
Oh, now PJ's in big trouble. He's caught a card
I mean, I think
here.
most people haven't.
Pulling at the little teeth.
He could be
Just like
thinking
Raise 100,000.
No, wow, that's
Last time I got quads.
Who was the raise from?
The raise was from Nick.
Nick raised to 100,000.
Yeah. So PJ bet 40 again, continuing. Nick is in for the kill now.
So
Call.
PJ. Oh wow, PJ calls. I think he's looking for a hero call here. He might be thinking he's up against diamonds or. And the four of hearts is
And
just a
he-
brick.
He was looking for like one card and one card,
I
only,
think
and he
he's-
did not get
Bet
it.
140,000.
Wow.
140. Nick,
That early check.
this is a big hand here.
That early check is just, it's either got PJ already, and
And that would be half of PJ's remaining stack. So at this point,
can you find a fold as PJ, right? Do you accept that he could have had ace off, ace jacks is just a perfect amount, right? Or does he have a 6? Does he have like kings again?
Calls.
And he calls, and he's in for trouble.
I could have told you that on the turn, but I just
Yep.
wanted to.
Shows this.
Just wanted to call.
and so that was a big pickup for Nick here. And he is up to 1.4 million. Nobody else is above 500.
Wow, yeah. It's and where we have PJ down to 141, he is now. He has the least chips here.
Well,
in
I think
terms
because
of
like
he's down to 10 big blinds.
And there are 8 minutes until the next blind raise. So PJ is definitely in a position here to be going all in, potentially even pre-flop.
Right, and so
Oh my gosh.
does I mean PJ's definitely looking to pick up blinds, get a good double up, and he's certainly hoping Nick doesn't call him down with some very middling hand just to try to eliminate a player.
The perfect response.
Well, I mean,
I walk away.
of anybody who's going to take your call here, I think you want Nick, because he's probably got the biggest range for going all in with the person. So if anybody else is taking your all in,
hand, not for me.
I don't like it.
I suppose, but at the same time, Nick will. I think there's the mental factor that Nick calls you down with like, well, 10-5 and gets there, and
Yeah.
Nice hand. It's like, no, not really.
10-2 is certainly not the hand for
Mitch,
PJ. Fold,
Mitch needs
fold.
to rub his cards around.
Mitch needs to rub his cards around
Fold Hamlet.
and fold the Hamlet onto Mitch with the mystery hand.
Doesn't matter.
I don't think Mitch folded.
120 clicks there.
Speaking of 10-5, he's got 10-5 suited in the suit.
A call from
Hand over the table.
Fold from Nick. Option to Jeff. Checks it.
Check it. Oh, wow.
So we get a limp
Well,
hand
you
then.
know, it's just a check, right?
And also with their hands, I'm not surprised that they don't want to be betting too much pre-flop.
Yeah, that Jeff doesn't have a whole lot of options here.
He's got a
That's
snowball's
15,
chance
checking
and
at
help.
15.
Yeah. You know, his only win condition is just. Yep. Quick fold there.
Fold.
I'm sure he was hoping for something sneaky, but just didn't get there.
It's actually 3 that we can chop.
So yeah, just taking a look at that chip count,
Someone would call 5-5.
you can see that
Nick's getting way ahead.
he's opening up a gap in this competition.
It almost seems like a fight for either Nick
I can't remember.
implodes or
Jake called
it's a
with
fight
5-5
for
this
second.
game, right? What's his
And
name, Jake?
even if you sum up the rest of the chips,
Yeah, literally called 5-5.
it's
Called me
tough.
I mean, he was newer to poker,
So
so.
you know, in terms of what player can do it, that isn't Nick.
could not.
That is to say, scoop up the other players. I couldn't tell you. I think
Just
everyone
just let it
stands a
go.
decent chance here.
And there's just no formulating like competition to Nick. Like it's very like muddled.
Jack 10 from Caden. That'd be yep. Seems like a fold from his position. Ace 2
Fold Caden.
off. We'll see if Hamlet
folds.
and a fold.
Mitch needs to
That
rub
was
his
good.
cards.
Mitch. We don't know, but it was a
Also
fold.
fold.
Nick Jack 4.
I don't think
He's got the button,
Nick
right? He
says
could
button.
put the squeeze on. You know, I think Nick might be missing an opportunity to put on a lot of pressure. He's got the button. He's certainly got the
Limp Jeff,
chips.
check.
I'm not. Okay, limp and check behind. Oh, and PJ's being real sneaky with Cowboys.
Alright, I'll buy this one.
And 7-6 gives Jeff some
Check.
interesting straight options to try if he catches something here.
30,000.
So he's not being overly sneaky with those, and Jeff is gone.
Yeah, no, Jeff isn't risking or chasing anything. I'm sure PJ's happy to pick up blinds plus, well, I think it's just blinds.
Yeah, it's just blinds actually.
Well, no, there was, Jeff got in for he would have.
Sir.
It is,
Yeah,
it is the
he got an
blinds
extra 6K.
plus half. So there you go.
Blinds are up.
Blinds are not up. No, oh no, I was just
Another 4 minutes.
We're talking about PJ's earnings here.
We'll do a super edit of the stream later, and there'll be
18
a
days.
Rubik's Cube.
So I feel like we've been. You mentioned that Nick hasn't been necessarily aggressive with his newfound dominance over the table, and I think that might give some air to some of these other players to give them room to kind of come back, because Nick could be absolutely stifling this table right now.
Yeah, he's causing some massive deflation. Yeah, I mean, every chip counts a lot here. Everyone knows the blinds are going to go up. We're seeing some tight play. Nick can be as aggressive or not aggressive as he wants to be. I'm really just interested to see if he does get in a hand. Oh, all in.
An all-in from PJ.
10-3.
Interesting.
Off but black.
PJ was down
And
for it.
Caden.
Caden 141,000 to call. I'd be
Oh wait,
very
he folded. Oh,
fold. I was gonna say
Yeah,
very
never mind.
surprised if
Yeah, I was
he made
very
a call with
surprised.
Jack 10 off.
Even though he would have been in a very good position against a 10-3 there.
He certainly would have, but I don't blame him for thinking he might be, certainly a call, a busted draw against PJ,
And that's
pretty
where-
much puts Caden out.
Yeah, that's a very bold move from PJ to collect blinds.
No, I think PJ made an excellent move. The folks behind him, Caden easily the tightest at the table, and Hamlet is also pretty tight, but it's I think he can get a good squeeze in. Queen 2.
Fold Nick.
Once again, Nick staying, keeping it
I think
together,
he's,
not getting a lot of chips out. I think Nick knows he can
35,000
fold to victory.
yeah, he's in a good position. He doesn't
King,
need to play
queen suited in the best suit in a game of bridge.
this.
Spades.
What was the PJ bet?
35,000. Fold by Caden.
35,000.
Call by
I think
Hamlet.
he's really hoping for action. Hamlet with ace jack off, ace of spades. I feel like we just saw some version of this play out. The flop's going to determine a lot. Wow, not a whole
All
lot.
in 130,000.
Wow. Oh,
you
he's
check?
looking to grab stuff. He knows. He's pulling the same strat twice.
Yeah, you are. I'm sorry. I thought it was on him.
It's on you.
Out of position, though.
Check.
So Hamlet
All
checks
in by
that,
PJ.
and PJ, as basically stated, is all in.
Hamlet would be making a hero call here.
135,000, I believe.
Is it 135 back there?
If he
Give me a
reads,
second. 130,000 is what we have.
They have 130,000 back there.
Yeah, it's 130.
if so from PJ, I think this is the type of move he needs to make to
Get back.
get back right. Now from Hamlet, can he? I think I saw a fold. Maybe
I
not.
do believe he did fold. So this one goes to.
Yeah, he ran it out though, and yeah, this one, yeah, PJ, fold from Hamlet. PJ scoops it. I think PJ's going into aggressive mode. He's got a.
Yeah, you can see his aggression. He's climbing up the ranks now. He's making his way to the top, and I think that we might see PJ, even though he's still pretty low, he hasn't been able to get a person in, go in with him, even though, some of those hands he didn't want a person to.
No, absolutely not. I think that king-queen hand he certainly wanted action on, but then once the flop hit, that all in, he just wants to, notice, right, he checked when he had kings. Bet all in when he had a good hand, but a terrible flop for him. Folds.
Right?
Fold by
King
PJ.
5, King
Fold by
6.
Caden.
Jordan and I got to I think we were at 10-20. We ended at 10.
Jack 3, that
Yeah,
is
without the
PJ's
blinds,
hand, followed by Jack 2.
The average stack, in this level,
I believe
Hamlet's thinking about it.
is Hamlet
And he
still.
Limp by Hamlet.
It's a limp
that's about to go down.
Small blind, big blind. Yep, and a check.
and a check. Well, if a jack hits, we could see trouble. But some interest. They are limping hands. Oh, Hamlet's got it big.
Hamlet is very happy he stayed in on this hand.
Check. Hamlet, I think, is the most likely to be sneaky here. But his sneakiness might not be paid off unless Mitch goes for
12,000.
some sort of aggressive line, some bluffy line. Hamlet's just hoping Mitch has an ace, but is Mitch? You got the gutter to the 5. Oh wow, and he calls. I'm really not a fan of this type of play. Well, that card might save Mitch a little bit. The queen being an over, he could put Hamlet on an ace or a 3. It doesn't matter which way he cuts it. He's really buried here. Hamlet's not going to get a whole lot of value from a bet. Not to say he shouldn't.
It's always worth a try, and it looks like he's collecting.
43,000.
43,000 into a pot of, well, let's see here, 91K, half pot bet. Does Mitch really have the value to call here? Is he good? Really,
he would have to have Mitch on, or he would have to have Hamlet on absolutely nothing to make this call.
Garbage.
And
Fold.
He folds.
If Mitch had anything there, it was a wacky tobacco all in.
Wacky tobacco, indeed.
I was like, you know what?
Which I feel like we haven't seen a whole lot of. The
The blinds go up to 7-14.
Oh, you're good. You're good.
All right, blinds are up.
Oh, shit.
Is it 8-16?
7-14.
7-14?
Yeah. Which brings...
I think I break trend
That
along
puts
the way.
Nick at 100 big blinds.
And on the low end, PJ and Caden are
I'm all in.
maybe 15.
Right around there. And they know how to count blinds. They know their spot. The blind increase, well, a sobering reminder that they can't fold for long. I don't think it's changing the game a whole lot here.
It's definitely going to put a fire behind them.
Fold.
We'll see how they react.
Fold. That side of the table does not like to play, like they say. Hamlet gone.
Wait, is Hamlet gone?
That's right. Wait.
It's on Mitch?
Yes.
Okay.
Can Mitch put the pressure? I've seen him bet a lot in this spot tonight and get far. Now that was back then. That was
Oh.
You're going to take 1 minute. It's a limp.
It's a limp.
Check.
Yeah, certainly chip counts have changed, but before when he's bet here, he's typically scooped.
Nick's not putting the pressure on.
I think Nick really needs to be putting pressure on here. Well, Mitch picks up
exactly
something
that
good.
sort of situation. Like, Mitch picks up something and he's gonna continue here.
Yeah, Nick.
No.
Nick checks it back.
Check. I actually think that was an excellent move. Now Mitch might be a little concerned that there's an ace around, but does an ace really
12,000 and
just
bye-bye.
limp, right?
wins.
Yep. Oh, he gets out. Well,
Who led that?
Mitch did.
Mitch wins.
As Ulysses S. Grant once said, the enemy's just as afraid of you as you are of them. And I think they both saw that ace and got a little antsy.
Got a little concerned, yeah.
Hanging out, dude. Hanging around.
Cash game format, right?
Cash game format, yeah? Walk away?
Yeah.
So,
I believe the table's UNL Poker Premier League.
I mean,
I'm really surprised by Nick
I win.
getting where he is now.
Yeah.
I mean, if you told me that there would be some big that everyone would be sticking around and there'd be some big coolers, I mean that's a given. But I think 2 hours ago you told me Jeff is down to where he is. That'd certainly be a shock.
Hamlet folds.
Hamlet folds the worst hand. Maybe the best.
Hamlet's been looking at a lot of bad cards tonight.
So is Nick right now with
Walkity
8-3. And the walks are happening with increasing frequency. Jeff had something okay. I think,
The table is definitely tightening up.
I've talked with PJ about situations just like this. And he says, he's said something to the effect of, you can either be the lion or the lamb on spots like this, where the pressure's on almost everyone, right, except Nick, And you can look. You can either be the aggressor and play on that fear of being out, and in fact the first one out, or you can be part of it, right, and play it real safe. But I think PJ's been getting it in where he can and choosing his spots well.
Yeah. There you go. Yeah.
Celebrate that.
Kane with 10-5. Yeah, he is really just hoping for something better than that. We haven't seen Caden in a while. Hamlet with the beautiful looking hand of tens, although they are different colors. He can take this pretty far.
Sizing his bet.
5 and clubs have been exposed.
My bad.
Fives here, bud.
And what's the bet?
He's min raised 28,000 by Hamlet.
Min raise. I think given the size of the, I certainly like to see a raise here, and he gets it.
I'm sorry, DJ.
See, it's moments like that. These walks, these raises with good hands.
So it was folded around.
Yes.
Okay.
You know, if I'm ever in these spots, you can't help but wonder.
That didn't.
What are we thinking about here, Brock?
I think I did.
Okay. I'm pretty sure you got it. Fold around to Hamlet, and he had tens, right? But in that spot, he could have had anything and raised, and pending a table that has equally middling hands. I think it continues to show how even minor aggression, min raises at this spot, being rewarded. You know, if he min raised with tens a couple blind levels ago, he's fired, right? He's gonna get called or caught. He's gonna see Jack Queen, maybe not even worse, Jack Ace King. Not maybe a lot of overs, a lot of danger. Not anymore. And Hamlet with 10-8 suited.
I think that's a product of the fact that everybody on the table, minus Nick, is pretty vulnerable here.
Absolutely.
So you got to think, what situation do I want to go in on? Because, as you said, you don't want to be the first one
Nick
out.
raises to 30.
And we see the first bit of aggression from Nick.
I'd be very surprised if... Kane wakes up with big, slick, suited hearts. This is exactly the hand Kane needed.
To 100,000.
We could see.
I'm surprised he didn't go further.
Wow, fold. It makes me wonder. I was gonna say I like the fold from Nick, right? And then because he can fold his way to victory and not risk getting caught or coolered.
But it does show that, like, in a sense, he's a big guy. He can bully, but I think this proves that if you go over on him, if you 3x him, he'll back off.
Even with he had a decent hand. He could have seen a flop. Well, maybe 100 is a lot. I'm gonna level with you. I guess what I'm getting at is should Caden have raised to that? I mean, it doesn't even leave him with a whole lot behind. He's either getting it all in or he wants to see a flop.
And I think that goes with Caden's play style. Like, he's very cautious. So he didn't want to bet it all just to see a flop that destroys.
Probably, yeah.
And it's on our first grand champion. I'd love to, we'd love to see a flop here and see some interesting play, but I guess the texture and chip counts just haven't.
We have Mitch as leading this.
Yeah.
Hey, back. Who's the button on?
The button should be on Caden. No, it should be on PJ.
Okay,
just kidding. PJ.
Should be on PJ. Brock said it wrong.
No. I was told by Wesley.
Oh, you're right. No, I'm wrong here.
Alec, I want you to rectify that situation.
Yeah, we're playing. It's fine.
Tell him I was wrong.
Nick folds.
Mitch folds. Nick folds.
Jeff folds. PJ folds.
Wow, we are.
We get a walk. Who cares?
Wow.
Okay. I just find it funny that they want to complain about button position and they all fold down.
Kings, queens.
And I mean, you're absolutely
That's the
right.
best hand to have in that.
Everybody is just tightening up to a almost ridiculous degree, right?
Yeah,
I'm not saying
I'd say
a
it's
bad-
ridiculous. I mean, think about the stats here, right? There's what's the chance that you as an individual player get a good hand, with the exception of Nick, right? Like a hand worth risking it. You basically go in thinking you could risk it all on that hand, right? Pretty low. I mean, what?
Sure.
Suited ace 10 up, maybe depending on how aggressive you are, and then you got to think that they're, ace 9 might. Let's see if Nick even cuts it with ace 9, but then you got to think someone else has to have another competing hand.
30,000.
Fold by Jeff.
Well, this is some pressure with a good hand.
Fold by
What are the odds? Someone has something good. 9-2 off from Caden. King Jack red from Hamlet. I think it's a good call. A good chance to grab something Mitch or in the dark on.
Mitch needs to rub his cards a bit.
I told you, whenever Alec gets on the table, I get shit cards.
Out.
Mitch calls.
And a call. Lots of opportunity. And we're in the dark. Oh, no,
Nope.
he's got 10. Really interesting. I think Mitch, well,
I'm happy we saw those cards.
Goodness.
Goodness
Yeah.
me.
ace, king, 7. The ace bodes well for Nick. Hamlet
Checks to Nick.
probably
Nick
isn't
gets
going
40.
to.
Fold by Hamlet.
Yep.
How much was the bet from Nick?
40. And fold by Mitch.
Fold. Wow. Even into the flop. I mean, Hamlet, I think, of the players I can speak about with any degree of knowledge, I think Hamlet's definitely a type to not rip a card in that spot with second pair, despite the second pair being kings. Hamlet will typically. Yeah, my understanding of his play is definitely that when he has top something where he's certainly thinking he's ahead on the flop, he'll check. And
I think we've been seeing that from a lot of players on the table. They've been trying to definitely withhold the initial bet on top card, unless you're a player like Mitch, who almost always will continue his pre-flop.
Yeah, I think Alec said something a bit ago where Mitch faithfully continues his bets, and I'd call that the hallmark of a tight, aggressive player. Like I describe him.
Tell me about it.
Jeff, 8-6 off. Garbage.
Fold.
PJ, 4-2 off. Terrible. Hamlet, ducks. Did he whoops? You just assumed Hamlet would fold there. Quack, quack. These ducks will go far. But then we saw the next hand. So Hamlet has red ducks, but Mitch has gardening queens. Off.
And we see another pocket pair over
Raised
pocket
by Mitch
pair.
to 28.
I could see Hamlet laying this down.
Fold.
Nick also with garbage.
And
And a call.
Hamlet's in for
They're
it.
hungry for action, not for Wendy's anymore.
Yeah, let's say because
It could have been way worse.
Yep.
I could have been bones.
That's not helpful for Hamlet, to say the least.
Hamlet's buried here, but is Hamlet really going to lead out? Is he going to call some large raises?
Well, it's on
Right.
Mitch here.
Mitch, I'm sure, can get away with it. I mean, this is such a safe board, if I'm not mistaken. It's a rainbow. Flushes are really out here, and
18,000.
18,000. I think he's looking to take it now, but
It's a bit of a down bet, so Hamlet might see like he's going for value here and just toss.
here's the win condition, right? Hamlet thinks he's getting
Yes.
skamazied,
Dude, I
tries
saw that 'cause I
to
was
catch a
rolling
bluff,
because I needed-
tries to catch a
Yeah, it's
2,
not for an ace.
but even if he
Catching
does,
him pull off with
credits. Like, I was just like, I'm in the spot and I just need
is
credits, and I saw that.
bold.
well, I'll tell you, people like Alec, currently dealing, love trying to catch bluffs like that. And he calls. Oh,
No,
no, and he
he
raises.
2,000.
Whoa.
Raise what?
42,000.
He's getting himself into incredible amount of trouble. I think Hamlet
Mitch
thinks,
calls.
And that's a snap call from Mitch.
wow, they're getting a lot of chips in. Let's see the next card here. A 7 doesn't really change a whole
And
lot.
Hamlet
Staying
needed
defensive.
a 2 there. Actually.
Check. Interesting check from Mitch. I suppose he has some sense he's got the check mark. Hoping Hamlet catches something.
They had that in Demon Souls.
Well, I
You know
think
what
we
you
see a
should've
bet
done?
here from Mitch.
Oh, certainly, but from
Barring like a person who just sat around for a low straight,
For like 40.
he's got no.
I think Hamlet has to have the sense here. Yep. Oh, it was
Didn't even get to bet. He was just reaching for shit.
it was the quickest fold on this side of the Mississippi, and I think you're gonna. When you have twos in that spot with that board as dry as it is, with bets as big as that, yeah, I expect as much.
Dude, we might have to squat up for that.
Yes.
And we'll see. I'm a little bit disappointed in that that PJ hasn't tried to go with some more outside hands. He plays Jack 3, but quite frankly, he plays hands.
I mean, we saw him go all in with that 10-3, which was.
I'd like to see more of that.
More of it.
Well, I mean, what's he? He's at 185.
First bad.
I think he's just in get a good hand in shove mode and hope. But I mean, he could certainly claw his way out with some well-timed raises.
If he doubles up here, he's in fourth place. He goes up too, and I mean, so far it seems like Mitch might be
How is he? I haven't had
staging a breaking here if he wins a few more hands.
Well, no, this most recent summer.
Yeah, really, dead even. We have at PJ Ace-9. This could be a hand he's looking to. Let's see what kind of move he makes. He's certainly interested.
30,000?
Raised to 30,000, barely above min.
And see, he's got a good hand that he probably is totally fine going all in with. So if he gets
design person and whatnot, so but
Fold.
Yeah, it should be fun though.
but it might be folded
Oh,
around.
and Jeff with Ace-9, spade and heart. Wow. It'd be really interesting if they both caught a card here. Caught a card here.
There isn't much that's gonna thread these two hands from a chop.
Credit, like,
golf one.
yeah. And then I'm taking, I think like.
Oh, and the ace, and the 3-5.
And let's see the action here.
Wow.
Checks. Bet 50.
Yeah, this hand could go to the
Assumed check.
fellow
Checked. Bet 50.
with the more aggressive style here.
Call.
Right? Can you put out enough chips to convince your opponent you've got something better than ace off?
Exactly the same.
And
Check. Bets 105. All in.
here, oh wow, is 3-5 reasonable?
Calling.
And a
You're
call.
chopping.
And guess what? You're chopping. No victory here, but interesting that no one thought the other was playing with 3-5, the classic hand.
That is pretty funny, but PJ was really hoping for something other than the exact Ace-9 there.
Well, I'll tell you, they both thought they were really good. I mean, really quick all-in, followed by a 2-second hesitation, and then a call. They
Okay, this is interesting because I'm dealing with some. So we're gonna split these. Yeah.
So we're just doing a little chip splitting here. It does have PJ as receiving 3K. And
Okay. Suited.
Kidding me? This is a joke.
That's it.
We'll just run with it.
Statistically pre-flop. What do I always
the chip
do?
stacks may
What's
be,
better
may
pre?
be off by 1,000, but we're fine.
It's okay.
They can't stop us.
No, it's normally, they say it's supposed to be by position, which I think is dumb. So I decided to go with the rule that whoever had the best
Alec
pre-flop hand is
talking
the
about
person that got screwed. So
splitting
they
it
should
by
get that
position is
chip.
dumb, but he set up his own program to do so.
And in a sense, he's the floor. I think he can. I think he did suited, non-suited, and I think that's just it's house rules now. College of Journalism,
Yes,
journalism
that's our
rules.
So
UNL
basically,
poker
Alec
house
is
rule.
taking full control of this competition.
Yeah, yeah, I hear it.
And to be honest, like, I wouldn't be surprised if he boots Nick out of the competition.
No, I
and
mean
takes
this.
the stack.
I mean this very genuinely, right? Not trying to stir the pot.
I hope there's
But
actually genuinely something.
why isn't Alec at the final table? Do you remember? Or Alec, do you
I
have a
think
comment?
Alec has just ran pretty bad in terms of the Premier League. And as he
wanted to
mentioned,
cast it.
he also is very
We're
invested
going
in casting
Caden
it.
fold.
Like, I've legitimately looked at some careers in the video game industry, and it's like, problem is not a lot of roles that I would fit in good.
Well, he's certainly a player I'd expect at the final table. Mitch,
Raise 30,000.
classically in the dark, but a raise. He last time he did this, he had what 10-8 off. Nick, I think he likes the fact that it's suited. Ace 4, and Mitch with Ace 2, also suited in diamonds. The weaker bridge hand.
Fold by Jeff.
Jeff with King
Call
6
by
off, not
PJ.
interested. PJ with Ace 3. If there's an ace on this flop, it's spelling trouble.
Is this? I mean, unless it comes down low.
And PJ, hey, he's just a lucky guy.
Raising that board, just razor thin.
Now, can he get action from the other folks? I mean, Nick is certainly sticking around with the nut flush. Oh,
I believe
we
he
might
just
see
called an
all
all-in.
in.
And we might
By
see
PJ.
a call from Nick.
Fold.
Fold from Nick. Oh,
No,
For
full
Mitch.
from.
Call.
Oh, yep.
There, PJ.
It's
we
a
go, run
flip.
it.
52-48.
a call from Nick.
Yep. Ace 3 paired versus Ace 4. Stands to get a
We're gonna have to
4.
get the count again for
Stands to get a heart. We have Nick. Well, we have PJ at 158.
Okay,
I have 160.
And Mike.
PJ is going to be at 160, so we'll fix that afterwards.
We'll fix it afterwards.
Okay.
I think that was just because of the chop there.
There you go.
The 2K flip.
And the board.
To the turn.
Wow.
That just improves PJ.
He eliminates a
Gets rid of one
4.
out.
I mean,
one out.
yeah.
Nope.
Wow.
PJ holds on to collect off of the chip leader.
PJ will be at, so, get 160 there,
320.
380. PJ is at 417.
17.
Yeah, that makes sense.
All right, bingo's over.
Well, you heard PJ announce it. You know, if you're in bingo mode, you're trying to get it all in. I think he can afford now to hit some more flops with Mitch and Nick. And actually, you might. I'd like to think PJ is the type of player where you could actually see him really run with this because the skill gap when you're playing bingo, pretty low. But when you're actually getting in bets post flop, that's where it gets interesting.
Wholesale.
PJ gets to play some poker now.
I think you said what I wanted to say, but in like 4 words.
714 still.
Sorry if anybody's watching the stream and you went to full sale.
7.
They have a film school too, but
10-9 from Hamlet.
What
Fold.
about you?
Classic. Mitch. Totally in the dark. But that bet now means he could have an ace
Really?
or like suited or well gappers or something connected. That's what we've seen him do this
Alec.
far.
Okay. All right, so I have PJ's number off. We'll fix it. Okay, raise to 28 by Mitch.
Min raise from Mitch. We're still in the dark, but we'd like to think we have a good idea of what he's got. Nick. 6. Oh wow, 6s. And Nick has one of his outs, 6-2 of clubs.
And
I'd be
muck around.
muck around. I'd be very surprised to see.
So
a call
what should
there.
you be at now?
I should be at 360.
360?
Let's make sure PJ's counting that right.
Oh
That's a
my,
pretty wide
yeah.
discrepancy.
100, 200, 350, 70, 90, 400. I have you 410. We're looking at the same thing. Those blacks were 50. All that black is 50, 150, 250, 350, 370, 390, 400, 410.
Okay. Yeah, just keep going. I just can't count.
Classic visual math.
That is also what we have at 410. So PJ just lost and gained 50,000, I think.
Yeah. Well,
Because I'm counting 50 instead of 100. You're right. I'm a dumbass.
you know what they say. The hallmark of any good poker player is you never count your money while you're sitting at the table.
That's
But,
actually a really dumb statement.
Alec is actually correct, but let's give some
What you
love
said right there
to.
is a misconception.
Alex says that is not true, but I mean, what does Alec know?
Oh, and
Yeah,
Mitch
what do I know?
waking up with big
Right.
slick off.
30 by Mitch.
30, and given his previous set
Is
of
that
hands,
30 or 25?
Fold by Nick.
30.
Fold.
Let's see if he catches something.
Fold.
I really want to see. Oh,
Fold.
really? Jeff folded Queen Jack.
Bye bye.
Really, really
And
surprising.
folded around
Queen Jack.
again.
Now,
Honestly,
you could fold the Queen Jack, right?
with the rate we're
It's
playing,
not
Mitch, you should've just
terrible, but I'm
laid
surprised.
it out
And
low.
the strangest thing to me is that somehow,
Hey,
instead of
next level.
weird
Nick
thing is that
being
just, like,
the
goes
aggression of the
against,
table
like,
here,
everything
with
I've
almost
done for
double
Rebecca.
his
Yeah.
Like that.
Well, I
the
mean,
next
it's the
person,
demographic of the table,
Mitch
that's right.
seems to be kind of almost developing, you know,
We're at the new level.
the presence of the table of a big stack.
Yeah, I'd be curious to see if you looked at VPIP just since, I'd say since Nick hit 1.4 million. You know, who's gotten in? I think Mitch probably takes it.
Yeah, Mitch and PJ have definitely been upping the aggression, which is what we expected to see from the beginning,
in the
but we
back.
really didn't see it quite as much from PJ as from Mitch.
No, but
In the
he's.
back.
Yeah, I think he's in it now. He's got chips he can risk.
Wes and Brock. 8
Yeah.
and 16 is the blind level now.
Okay.
For my sake, it's
Say the blind clock moved.
Got it.
Am I correct?
It has us on break, I believe,
Oh, okay.
because it's
Let's
not
go-
showing
let's
actual
go one
blind
more and
amounts.
Take a break. So we'll go one more blind level and take a break. So skip through it. You're fine. Leave it there.
oh, one more blind.
We're gonna go one more blind level and take a break.
So 8, 16.
Okay, 8-16.
We're
You
good.
have a good on there.
How do you skip it?
Just hitting the arrows.
Hit the arrow.
Okay, hold your cards. Hold your action.
We're getting
Yeah,
it,
we're-
and we're in 25 minutes till the next break.
Okay, and it's good on the computer. They've changed it on the.
Oh yeah, we're seeing
yeah, we're good.
8,000, 16,000.
You're good to go.
Yes, play it. Yep. Thank you.
8,000 being near the
Raise 30. Actually, now it's 32. 32 is the min.
32, and we see that from Nick.
Yep. Fold, fold, fold.
Sevens,
Even though
Jeff
It is a
folding
min. It
twos.
is
Yeah.
nice to see it.
Fold.
Well, I mean, the twos get out of. We're folding around. We can't see cards.
What is it? 32.
Yep, 16 to call.
Mitch with ace six suited.
15 Chiefs.
It looks good.
4-11 left.
Call by Mitch.
And he
And a
likes
call.
Not a chance.
Patrick Mahomes against
Damn.
Tom Brady.
Patty
Part
Pat.
That's gonna be fun.
Patty
Good
Pat.
time.
Patty Pat.
Well, you know, when you have paired boards like this, I think Nick probably feels good.
Yeah.
I mean, you know,
Especially with the 8 being the card above. It's not exactly threatening.
yeah, and he's reflecting that with a bet of 42.
Bye.
Yep. Yep-a-roni. Getting out of there. Probably would like to see
8.
a 4 of diamonds.
I had a
But Nick certainly. I mean, he can make calls like that with or not calls, bets. With a stack size like that, you know.
Absolutely. And
poke here or
it's
there.
nice to see him throwing around his weight a little bit here.
I think that's the move. I mean, you just got to put pressure on, and you know, you can, as I understand it, you know, an individual has about a 1/3 chance of you know, hitting a pair on the flop, or as I say, let's you know, just to make sure I'm right, less than 50%. So from a statistics point of view, does it make sense to make, you know,
Blind
threatening
levels will
bets
keep doing it,
post flop
trust me.
when
They're set
you
at 25
stand to
minutes
lose
apiece,
so
so you're gonna
much
get it.
as a percentage
You're
of your
gonna get
stack,
it.
and they stand to lose so much more? I think it's a
Yeah, it'll be
classic
fun.
advantage.
Before
And
we all
Jeff
get
with
snowed
Jack
in,
9
hopefully.
suited hearts,
Okay.
I guess he folds this. But I understand if
he
he
might
play-
try to
he's been-
extend.
He just folded twos. If he plays Jack 9, he's swinging for a home run.
Yeah, classic this time around.
I believe we see a limp there.
Yep, limp by Jeff. Fold, fold.
Ooh! Did we just?
That's what it'll be.
I think. Did we
We're
just
gonna
see?
reel back there?
Did we just see?
A fold of ace.
No, it's on. I think it's on Hamlet. That's Hamlet.
No, he folded.
Which is why
Or
specifically
Hamlet's
why I
in.
put that-
Okay, we just blew past Hamlet. We thought we saw Hamlet fold. ace queen of hearts. Very dangerous. If the board comes down a lot of hearts, Jeff might think he's good, but Hamlet might be due for a flush over flush, given a situation where he ran into earlier.
Nice min-raise standard, boys.
And we see some action here. Lots of hearts.
On Jeff.
I don't think I have any tomorrow. I guess I maybe
It's good for Jeff that you didn't see hearts, but that ace is not great.
The jack could get him into trouble.
I need to do the thing where I take a screenshot of my schedule because I need it for like a week. Just so
30.
30 from Jeff, taking a stab at it.
Folds.
No, it was 30 from Hamlet.
30 from Hamlet, taking a stab at it. Jeff folding, doesn't like second pair.
my red that I would allow.
And I think that's okay. Do you expect Hamlet? An ace is well within Hamlet's range when he's calling min raises, or not min raise, even well, it was limped, I believe, actually. Maybe not.
Hamlet did min raise for pre-flop, but so with ace queen of hearts, a min raise. How do you feel about that? Especially when you're not in a particularly strong position in the chip. Do you want to see more?
I've wondered
from
about
ace
this.
queen?
I think a min raise is perfectly fine, and seeing a flop right, you could try to get it all in and maybe catch a hand like sevens, right? But then it's a flip, and is it better to see a flop and have some control? Pay to have some control over the hand and your decisions, and with more information. I think Hamlet's move was fine there,
Fold.
and it's a bunch of folds.
Fold by Mitch.
And let's see if Nick defends.
Nick with 10-8 suited. It's interesting.
And I think he will. That's not a terrible hand to defend with.
No laughing is allowed at this table.
32.
Raise to 32 by
He
Nick.
raises.
Okay, I think this is a
Min raise again.
a decent hand. 10-8 suited, spades, throwing some aggression around.
Min raising, like,
Call by Jeff.
you're trying to extract value, but like, you're not gonna get anybody off a hand there with the min raise.
Well, I think you'll get a lot. I think we've been seeing min raises, or enough walks in min raises, but the board really gives Nick some hope for a queen or a 9. We see an 8. Nick hits 2 pair, but does Jeff have a good reason to stick around? He's got the ace of clubs, hoping for a nut flush. I think we'll. Yep. I think this will go to a river, and Jeff could stand to get paid pretty big here on any club.
Raise 160,000.
An interesting move. I mean, Nick almost has to call that.
He's
Folds.
he
Really?
fold.
Really?
The
Now,
2 pair there.
maybe it's not worth rabbit hunting. I mean, we don't want to reveal that someone was on a draw, but they really interesting, really tight. I think 2 pairs, from what I've seen, can get a lot of people into trouble, and that you're going to see you have flush options. You could have a flush already there. You have the queen goes really far. So from Nick, he's got something. He's got something in the back of his head. Just fold victory. 2 pair doesn't matter. I mean, if someone has the brass to re-raise me,
Still up.
even if you got 2 pair on a board like that.
That is true, because once you see the river,
because
there
screen
isn't
is trying to
many
save power.
options for Jeff to continue other than going all in. So that's a lot of investment Nick has to put into that move. And while like having a 2 pair there on that board might not be the best hand, Nick should be like, while he can kind of like sit on his 1.1 million, he does have to start removing people from play to win the game.
That's an interesting point. I bet you if PJ was in that spot, he'd probably try to knock someone out. We'll never know what that river was. Jack 6 suited hearts for Hamlet. Fold. Mitch in the dark, finagling his cards, thinking about it.
Limp.
And it's just a limp, just a call. And Nick with king queen, he is just running on fire.
And to be honest, he's running a lot better since he ended up as chip leader.
Raise.
Yeah, I suppose it's one thing. Yeah, he's just running away with it. Mitch with 10-5 of clubs.
A raise to
32,000. Jeff calls.
Nick raises the 32. Jeff with ace jack off. PJ with 7-3 hearts. I don't see
PJ
him.
calls.
That's
Oh, now here's what's interesting. PJ with 7-3 of hearts, definitely trying to pull something wacky. But then again, so is Mitch with 10-5. Really, really classic. I think these are all.
I think this is awfully risky for PJ to be going in with something low into a four-handed.
Well, you know, PJ,
four-handed.
and I bet you he'd say this post flop. You know, he sees a lot of opportunity, and Mitch just
slams that board.
Now, you know,
PJ open mucks.
yeah, that he has. I think he was hoping to catch at least something, but Mitch.
45 by Nick.
Must have been a check from Mitch and 45 from Nick. He's trying to. He thinks. What are the odds someone has a 10?
He's
right?
buying a hand that isn't his at this point. Yeah.
Yeah. Or you know, and from his position, I like it. Right. The odds that someone has a 10 is low. But now Mitch. I mean,
Mitch can just.
He's about to take a big bite. A re-raise here might not be.
He might want to play it a little bit cooler.
Call.
There isn't many
But then
ways
again,
Nick
what draws are you on? Right. The two to a flush, are really strange. Straight draw. Let's see here. King.
Okay.
Wow.
So that
Mitch has caught Nick.
Absolutely, but there is an out here, and Mitch doesn't seem very interested in pushing this.
100,000.
Well, and it's paying off big time. Nick bets 100K. What was a trying to push someone off?
All in.
All in.
And yep.
Oh wow. I'm wondering about that all in, right? Now Nick, that big red flag is showing up.
It's
Wait a
popping
second,
up.
maybe
That
he has a 10.
Yeah, maybe that 10 is there.
Call?
Oh, sorry. It's 395 for Mitch.
So Mitch has 395. 295 to call.
And you know, you could discuss the merits of this as in, you know, an all in. Mitch knows, right? He's got tipping his figurative hand, and that he has a 10. And he knows enough is already in. Nick already bet 100K. He just wants to scoop it and play it safe. If Nick calls, he's hoping for a king. And I think that's it. I think he has two outs.
Just the king.
You know, if you're Nick, right? You bet 100K.
Good.
And
then
this is
someone
almost kind of like a repeat of the last
snap
hand,
re-raise,
where he goes in with Jeff, and Jeff, boom, re-raises him. He rethinks his position, and
calls.
And he calls.
Calls, actually.
Wow, a total departure from the folding a two pair earlier to going in to the top. Yep, he's leaning back in his chair. He kind of knows he got a.
Let's see if the king comes up. If the
That
king
won't
comes
be-
up, Nick basically has the ability to just sit back and
no. Let's see here. It's not over until that card gets ripped.
Good luck. 9.
Wow. And Mitch brings it back.
So it was 395. So
I'd almost call it a shocking inconsistency from Nick. You have two different all-in situations, and in one case, he has two pair running into what could be a lot of options. In this case, he's got top pair, with really the only the only threatening hands being aces, probably not a 10 of any variety, or like Jack Queen trying to get. He beats one of those. I'm very shocked by that call.
I think there's two explanations for it. You have either he ended up regretting his last move and is tried to basically do what he thought he should have done against Jeff, or he has a different opinion of Jeff and Mitch here, because maybe he thinks they're like two different kind of players. Like
That's interesting.
If he's re-raising, if Jeff is re-raising, is that different than Mitch re-raising in his mind?
Well, I suppose, and this is, being both a chess player and a poker player. This I guess it's the if that's true. If he had the tighter read on Jeff and the looser read on Mitch, it makes poker the very human game it is, as opposed to a lot of other things. And we see 8-5 red from Hamlet. I'd be surprised if he got it.
And
Mitch 9-5, not much better, but
Maui's the chip leader, so he can play a little bit looser.
is he
here.
really?
He's got 1 million.
Sorry,
he
Nick.
doubled up.
Queen 3,
I want just the cup.
Folds.
I don't have enough cups at my
7-2, terrible. Doesn't try to pull anything. PJ plays pretty much any jack off.
It raises to 60,000 and it's a fold from Caden, and that is a hand.
He's scoop. I think when if the only people behind PJ, and I think PJ knows this very well, if the only people behind him are Hamlet and Caden, and they haven't already done like some form of raise, he can raise, and PJ can raise and scoop. Now here's it's an interesting dynamic now. So I'm seeing Mitch is just a tad over 1 million, Nick down to 690. Do your win conditions change as Jeff or PJ, knowing that now Mitch is the chip leader as opposed to Nick?
Yeah, can you stand to sit around
How
for
many
more
minutes
hands?
left in the blind?
10 minutes.
10 minutes left in the blind.
And on principle, can you let Mitch win another grand championship? He was the original winner.
Raise 40,000.
Oh, Nick continuing a hot run, ace queen red,
Home run.
and it goes around. I don't think Nick liked to see that.
Storming through hands.
I think that's an interesting, look, like, how does this change the dynamic? And I think because Mitch had just been so aggressive
I got baited my freshman year.
throughout the whole game, now him being chip leader is going to change the dynamic on the table quite a bit. Because I think that Mitch is a person who might engage in more chip bullying.
Yeah, you want to talk about the guy who typically follows up his pre-flop raises with another raise. He's got a lot more ammo.
What hand are we on?
We're on hand 79.
79.
79.
79, good God.
Wow.
No one's eliminated.
And the peanut gallery
Sorry.
is in awe.
This is the pace for every elimination.
79
It's gonna
for elimination.
It'll go like this.
Brock, what's our next blind level?
Our next blind level is
We'll be here till like 5 in the morning, bro.
There's no way, dude.
10-20.
Well,
Now it should be 5. Or is that right? 10-20?
Hammy?
we're at 8-16.
that's right.
10-20 sounds about right. 6-2 for Nick. Just terrible. It's not even fun to look at, honestly.
To
Well,
Hamlet.
holds around the Hamlet with Queen 5. Still
on
not
blind.
great. Blind on
Check.
blind.
We would, wouldn't we?
Call and check.
Okay, Hamlet checks in the dark.
Hamlet with Queen 5. Checks in the dark. Doesn't
Check.
really get
Turn.
a lot. And we're in the dark with Mitch, right? If you're Hamlet. Well, no, since we are in the dark, right? Is Hamlet, what do you do? Is it worth taking a
Hamlet
stab?
checks.
Not even a legal bet.
Doesn't even matter.
Bet by
And Mitch again reaches for his chips and Hamlet's out.
Sorry. Minimum. Should have just said minimum. Anytime. All right, I'm just going to say minimum from now on. Because I can't keep track of math in my head.
Can't keep track of one number. This is number 16. I feel that, bro. I was only counting
Here's the deal, bro.
150 earlier.
So
Right brain.
Right brain.
I think
Not left brain.
in that we saw another like instance of Mitch's aggression that we didn't really see out
it's
of
not
Nick
Hammy.
until like late.
Small, tiny
Like
little
I feel
blind.
like Nick finally like opened up a little bit into his like
8,000.
chip lead, and it just didn't work out for him.
Well,
Oh,
I think we could have seen a lay down on that king versus a set of tens hand, but
didn't say
it
I
does
made a
feel
lot of
bad.
goals.
I think Nick was starting to get into that aggressor mode, and as soon as you do, you get slammed in the face.
raised by Caden.
And a raise from
Two times in a
Caden,
row.
and we don't know what he has, but it's probably good.
A raise to
32 piece.
Alec The raise was 2.
32 men.
Minimum.
32 men.
Can't be shooting a
Seems
call,
no
man.
more standard 3x.
I'm
And
here to play. I'm here to get the fuck
Ace.
out.
Hamlet call.
Ace in the best
There's no key to
suits
call minimum.
of a bridge hand.
And Nick folds.
He's sure not.
Sure not.
Don't worry. I folded the minimum.
Goes
I folded
around.
less than minimum. Technically.
Nick. Or not. Oh, wait, no. Oh, whoops. Whoops.
What do we need back there?
It is
Nope.
Jeff in.
No,
We
It's
have
just
Hamlet.
Caden and Hamlet.
Not going.
it's just Caden and Hamlet.
Okay, we're good.
With
I'm just gonna let
Hamlet,
him
with
myself.
Queen Jack, red
Actually,
hearts.
just France, World War II. Oh, you took Paris?
And
Capitalism.
that flop
And,
is
well,
about as good as it gets for Caden.
If,
There's
if
just
we
nothing
see
there.
a check from Caden,
Yeah, we're good. Go ahead.
and, well,
I mean, he's got the
can-
ace of spades with the potential flush.
I think the percentages don't lie. He's largely got this locked up. Does Hamlet
Bet.
stick around with a bet like that from Caden?
Bet a
Probably
30
not.
something fold.
Good to get out of the way.
All right, I'm UTG. Time to limp.
Yeah. Actually, please do.
Brock, I'll bet you $1, but PJ limps.
I don't know. You really can't trust him. If he wakes up with something good, he'll go back on his word.
Oh yeah, it's probably. I think
Just wakes
yeah.
up with aces.
Well,
maybe
we've,
we don't
we've
wanna
seen
limp
aces turn into kings next hand for Nick.
Hey, thanks for dealing, Alex. That was Roman.
Thank you.
Alex Rome, ladies and gentlemen.
Yeah,
They're doing
Alec
good back
Alec
there, too.
Rome dealing.
Well, we don't really care
He's doing a great job.
What?
I said we don't really
I don't remember getting thanked by Mitch. I take
Yeah.
this as a personal affront.
I don't see them right now. So.
Hamlet did thank me.
PJ.
And I do have to
just
say
said
that-
that nobody cares about who's back there.
I care about who's back there. Unlike PJ.
Alec, on the other hand, is probably a better dealer than me.
40.
Probably, as in definitely.
Ace 6 of hearts from PJ. Suited makes it look good.
It was 40 from
Folds
PJ.
around to Nick.
And Nick with 7-5 of clubs.
No. Folds around.
On a scale of 1 to 10, how are we feeling right now, Alec?
How are you feeling? I'm feeling good.
He says he's feeling good. Do we believe that? What is the analysis on that?
I think he said that. I think he said he's feeling good in the same way you don't want to be rude and say, yeah, I'm having a rough time.
No, I'm fine with
Alec
feeling-
Alec is looking a little bit tired out on the field there.
I just need to go to the bathroom. That's it. But I just need to make the break. Yeah. So
Oh, well, we
We've
got, yep,
4 minutes.
4
to
minutes.
break.
I
Let's see
can keep
if
dealing until heads up.
you know that's an interesting narrative. Can Alec hold it in for 4 minutes?
He's really just coming to
It's
the
I
only
think
like 2 hours. It's like
we
wrestling.
both lower our respective reputations as poker announcers
Rotation, yeah.
if we discuss this any further.
People do each event. There's 4 bets.
All right, Caden, another
Like
gun.
vault takes really.
Fold.
not that-
And a fold. All right. Well, let's see here.
Takes a little bit.
All in by Hamlet.
And an all-in from Hamlet. Caden had 9-5. Hamlet
Fold by
with ace,
Mitch.
jack, red, diamond as the leading ace. And a king. Nick hasn't folded.
No,
yet, I
Nick hasn't
believe.
folded.
Let's get it back to Nick because he had king, queen of hearts.
It's kind of hard to see his cards back there, but yeah, he's
No,
definitely
he's definitely.
thinking about
And
it.
that's, I mean,
And that is
Hamlet is at
209.
219, right?
209.
I'm at 209.
209, yeah.
Okay.
So it's 209 to call that.
Well, it doesn't matter because it folds around, but
It folds
Really?
around.
yeah.
well, Nick,
So Nick,
Nick really, no one wants to be the
loses
first
an
one out.
option.
I'm not going to show the shove range. Come on.
loses a chance there to potentially make back some
And
money.
you know, I guess maybe I should. I'm not on the table. Haven't really done the math. But if you're picking up blinds, you're picking up 24,000, or
Perfect.
well, let's in Hamlet's case, over 10% of your stack. Is it worth? You know, is the closer certainty that you're going to pick up blinds from an all-in worth the risk incurred by seeing a flop but getting out flopped but still catching a piece of it, so you're still kind of stuck? I guess in Hamlet's mind he's better safe than sorry.
I don't think that's like a bad move because Hamlet would be pretty
Full Hamlet.
easily forced all in by anybody on the table here.
Fold.
And he would be vulnerable.
And it's to Nick with ace 8 off.
And he'll
Just enough. I think this just barely scrapes his range.
Raise to 40. Fold. Bye-bye.
and another just
See, this is
quick hand.
this is the reign of the middling hands. Ace 8, is it amazing? No, by no means. But
Yeah, but now I want it.
can you raise to 40 and scale off the rest of the table? Yeah, absolutely.
Take my chances
I think
when I win.
we brought this up enough times.
And I think that you were absolutely right. Just like almost like what 30, 45 minutes ago. Nobody wants to go out first, especially because we're 84 hands deep. Nobody.
Yeah, why don't you remind them that they're 84 hands deep and that there's a lot of social consequences to being the first one out at this table.
84 hands in. And Wes said that there's a lot of social consequences for being the first eliminated.
And Wesley might have just slowed down the game by another 50 hands there.
I like to have game impact.
Oh, come on, get the brick.
Ace 5 for
Fold.
Mitch off.
Doesn't like it.
5-2 diamonds. If Nick's calling, he's
Fold
hoping to
all the
pick
way across
something.
the table.
8-2 Jeff hates to
Bye,
see it. I
bye.
bet you he'd make a comment about it.
I think I folded.
And he does.
Ouch.
We count
And
bro as a
let's see if
comment.
Caden.
With Queen 10, I
mean,
if I have to put myself in Kane's shoes, right?
Limp check.
Time is passing, and limp, and we don't know Hamlet's cards. That's okay. We'll sweat with Caden here. Oh nope, now we know. And Hamlet has 9-3 of clubs. Not fantastic. Caden picks up middle pair. Does he have the confidence to go forward despite not having the king on a limp?
16.
Yes, he does. Well,
that's
he's a min raise to
Yeah.
6. Yeah, 60.
Caden bet 16. Stop
Hamlet.
the line clock.
Stop the clock.
Call.
And a call from Hamlet.
interesting
I
from
think
Hamlet there.
maybe rip to see a club, and
And-
he gets it. But Caden is now locked in.
Yeah,
I
Check,
mean,
check.
That
I
could be
checked.
dangerous.
They both try to be sneaky about it, and if a club comes here, it's just
It does
destruction.
not. So
No, but
Caden's safe to make
I
his
mean,
bet here.
oh yeah, for sure. And I don't think there's any
No reason for
variation in Hamlet to stay in.
It's a web conference, so it's not as bad. But I have an
Doesn't have a
8
high
for the
card to
first time
play.
since
Nothing.
freshman year.
God, bro.
Unless he thinks he can get the chop. Queen's 4's king.
Yeah.
But I don't think so.
Bye-bye.
Nope. Bye bye is
Robert.
right.
Last fall semester. Brutal.
I'm not too worried about it because one.
You'd have gotten a double had you hit your hand, but
Yeah.
Yeah, so
Like,
it should be
it's
cool.
not. I'm actually honestly a little bit over like
Yeah.
getting up and like getting my day started like that. You know?
And we're going to a break here.
Yeah, I think we saw a lot of play
We're right back.
there, and
And I think we're gone.
I think you're just going out there. Audio's
Okay.
gone.
well, anyways, slight bit of analysis. Jeff got unseated
Let's
by
recount. Jeff loses the throne, passes the baton to
Nick.
to Nick, who plays it real tight
Opens
till
up.
he
and then
gets
Mitch
slammed in the
comes
face
in.
by Mitch coming in with a really, I mean, a weekend, but picks up a set. And I think that's classic poker, right? Some people can't handle the swings.
Yeah, and nobody's out, and field looks about the same. So, anyways, we'll be back after the break.
And we're back.
We are ready to play some more poker once our
All right.
dealer gets
Blinds at
back.
1020.
Okay,
Pushes
here we go.
a lot of folks. Remind them they're at
10:20.
1020. Oh gosh.
So
Pushes Hamlet down to 10
I like that. I like it.
and a penny.
Yeah, it hurts my eyes to see your cord like this.
So, I think the big narrative here is we've been switching around chip leaders.
Okay.
And sometimes they're up by a very big amount, and it's just very surprising. We've seen a good amount of all-ins. We
No,
just
I said it hurts
have
my eyes that
not
his cord's being
knocked
ripped
out a
like
player,
that.
and we are going into hand 85.
Dude, my cords would literally
Yeah,
just be
I
dead
you know
at that
my
point.
guess
Guess what?
going in is
Yeah,
if we see a player get out,
I bet.
Hey, guess what I'm getting?
I think the first player out's gonna have it all in pre-flop. That's what I think. Now, could I be wrong? Absolutely. The other alternative being they get in something, hit the flop, and they get cooler or they get run down.
I don't feel like learning a new OS.
But I think it's getting in pre-flop.
Well, I mean, Mac
And what's interesting too is even Mitch, chip leader. Yeah, I believe it shows you the deflation that goes on in tournament style games. Everyone started with 150 big blinds. The chip leader is now down to about 50, 51. So does that mean Mitch has to play tight? Not necessarily, but it shows how you start with 150 big blinds. You can be leading by a wide margin. In the end, but you have a third of the amount of big blinds.
The actual value. Yeah, I think we'll see that, like, do they continue, like, threading this needle of going back and forth, nobody going out, while when the blinds go up, that's obviously to force more people out.
I think Hamlet and Caden, it's their turn to have a million chips.
that's there, I'm pretty sure.
Can't wait to get it all in them first.
Let's prepare.
I'm pretty sure the button's on Caden.
Who's the button on?
The button is on
I'm
Caden.
like 9 in.
Yeah, button is on Caden.
That's correct. We have Nick with 8-4 red.
You're welcome, buddy. I saved you 10K.
Yeah, for right now. It'll all be in for you.
It'll be there.
And a fold to be expected. Jeff with Queen 6 off. Doesn't look good. PJ Ace 5 just might be in his range. Gets the fold here.
Yep. Fold.
Yep, you even saw him think about it.
Fold.
Fold with 8-2, Hamlet, call, mystery hand,
Check it.
and Mitch checks with 8-5. Sweat with Mitch.
And quite a hand to sweat with. He does connect with the board here.
And if you're in Mitch's position,
20.
oh, well, if you're seeing a bet from Hamlet, typically,
And a call.
now we are in the dark.
What is the flop?
Oh,
It's 3
Oh,
of
we
hearts,
just got
5
it.
of diamonds, 9 of clubs.
Brock, we just got it.
Are you good back there?
Yep. So, it does
Check to the river.
check to the river. Hamlet, you got to think, like, what is he on here? Because it's
I'll do.
it's not characteristic.
You ship it all to me. I will share the trophy with you.
How the action go?
Check all the way down.
And
After the flop.
and
What was
Mitch
the,
took
what was
it.
the action on the flop there?
Mitch won.
Mitch won.
The action on the flop.
Kings and fives.
Bet 20 and call.
Bet 20.
My kicker was an ace, though.
Oh, really?
But I won. God, dear. I thought about it. I was like, maybe I'll come along here. Ace 5, I was like,
What was the last card?
they weren't suited, but I mean,
King of clubs.
I was down and out.
Thank you for your memory.
Sorry, my bad, dog.
my bad. Dude.
I will say, Alec actually typically has a good memory for him.
True.
So, I'm not surprised there.
You got it.
Hold on, pause it. We're running into an issue here.
Because we never had Hamlet's cards.
Are you kidding me?
You just have to click on his cards and hit mucked. Click
Okay.
on the little
Cool.
box.
Yeah, got it.
Okay, new hand.
Try doing the same thing with Mitch here.
But he didn't. It's gonna.
No, and then Mitch had a 5. Just enter any hand with the 5. Literally anything with the 5.
Okay, let's give him 5s.
Can you put an ace 5 to
Sure.
spite PJ?
Just
We're getting a gather all cards in button.
It's not letting us put in.
Okay, here's what we're gonna do. Everybody take your cards off of the antenna, hold on them,
Okay, there we go.
Oh, we got it.
bring them back in. Okay. Hit the next hand.
And we're ready.
Jeff folds.
Trying to yank one out over there.
Okay. Jeff folds. We didn't see it. PJ still uncertain here.
PJ folds.
Caden 10-5 off. Fold, fold. Mitch 5-3. He's got the hand on the button.
I didn't go vertical.
Let's see how he acts with it. Black.
You didn't go forward.
Yeah, there you go.
Option.
Fucking raise his ass.
And just a limp
Shove on him.
to Jack 9. Perfectly checkable.
That's what I like.
Look, you're not to get outflopped and lose. Only yourself to blame.
7-2 queen.
That's the thing that happens.
If you're Mitch, a continuation bet gets you pretty far here, unless Nick is hoping out for
40.
first aggressor here. Now,
Fold.
yep, and that's a
Nick.
fold.
Nick wins.
There you go.
Nick wins.
I'm gonna keep it an absolute you. I called there just so much.
You could probably do the Wii.
I think both
Like,
players
you know,
there
sort
were
of
just kind of hoping for.
very accurate.
If they're gonna rip a card, they're hoping for an awkward straight, and maybe the first tack there
Nice.
scoops the pot.
Exactly.
A bit surprised Mitch didn't act first. I think that's out of character for him.
Yeah, he was unexpectedly passive there.
I fucking love Wii Sports, dude.
I love Wii Sports. Wii Sports.
There are
is
people that
awesome.
still stream that stuff to this day.
Dude,
man.
I watch
Because it's one of the greatest
people
games
speed
of all
run
time.
Wii
It was
Sports Golf.
free.
Yeah.
Did you guys know that?
Yeah.
Yes, have you seen the Summoning Salt video where it's like history of Wii
Shout out to
Sports?
Summoning Salt and his excellent speedrun history videos.
Which is why they made Wii Sports results. Because they were like, oh,
Are you serious? Dude,
I'm PJ.
Just in case he's watching.
And it's on PJ with 8-2 off. Total garbage. Fold. Hamlet.
Full pump
Full.
Games of all time.
It's so good. Like,
Fold.
easily one of the goats, dude.
And it's folding the round.
so fun.
And the fact that it was free just blew me away.
Sitting on Nick.
Nick, Jack 4. And it's a walk.
Why we let
To
people
Jeff's
walk?
Ace 2. I think he wanted to see that.
Played on
All right, hey,
This
guys,
is
let me
kind of
walk.
interesting. PJ's asking, like, why are we letting people walk? And it is a pretty huge question because the person on the big
It
blind,
just is.
It's the easily.
like, while they could have a good hand,
Yeah.
if you have anything above average,
You know, and if I know PJ that, the only reason he didn't try to put a squeeze is, well, because he was out of position. He was UTG, and a raise UTG with 8-2 off is asking for trouble. But,
It feels like
you know, PJ's now about to be the big blind. I'd be curious to see if he punishes a limp or
And it's
when it gets on the
also-
dealer button.
Everybody, like,
he's
everybody
probably
wants
gonna
to play
just
it. Everybody
raise.
wants to
It's
play
just
it.
the broken system that is the Weeble.
Ace 2 of diamonds to Caden. I don't think is enough for him to stick around.
I think
UTG.
he might.
Oh, he's thinking about it. He's real quiet. Oh, and he's wow.
I thought he would.
Limp from Caden.
And it's a
Fold.
limp
limp.
from Caden. With Ace 2 of
If I have
diamonds.
any value in this,
Full Mitch. We're dark. But he looks to like he's contemplating
Raise 40.
a raise to 40. He must have something. He must have the cheddar.
Maybe.
Nick Queen 6 off. Probably won't stick around. 8-5 red.
It's
for
funny because
Jeff.
when you do it, then they get it.
Also
So-
probably not. PJ 8-3 suited.
Does he defend?
Does he try getting
The
interesting?
chip's already in.
Call. Fold.
And a call. What an interesting.
Fold from Caden
No.
after limping.
Now for Caden, I think you know that I can see him making that fold.
There's a
PJ.
strong chance the ace 2 suited was the best hand.
Now-
in
Here's
play
what's,
there.
here's what's interesting. Mitch re-raises. PJ's trying to pull something odd with
PJ bets
8-3.
20.
Bets 20 and could be playing to his image of playing a lot of jack variants.
This is one of
But joke's on Mitch because he has bottom pair.
This hand sometimes hands.
And
And it looks like a fold from Mitch.
Yeah, PJ wins.
But if it doesn't, then you're kind of straight out of luck.
then you kind of just like,
Well,
but I
Jack
don't
hand
like
that I just played
Caden
is like
cannot
your version of Jack 3. Like every time I see it, I have
continue
to play it, you know?
if
Jack gets in a lot
he
of trouble sometimes. Late.
like he's looking at
267. Continuing, I don't know about that. I think he's getting good odds for less than 10% of his stack. If he hits a flush option, he's going to get the nut flush.
and that's true. Like you can go in for a big blind there, but he put in a big blind, got min raised, and then folded. So
I'm saying he should have called.
yeah, he should have called.
Oh, okay.
That's what I'm saying.
I thought you were saying
One of the first hands I got too was
he should have folded. I don't know why.
He's like,
I'm just
Yeah, I mean,
No.
when you're that low,
depends the person. Heads up every time.
you need to be more.
Take those chances.
Never gonna let him.
You got to be more confident in your head. You got to play them like exactly how you want to.
Raised
And,
by Jeff to 40.
It must have
Jeff-
started on Hamlet, fold, Jeff to 40 with big, slick ace of diamonds on top.
You see my luck tonight?
Did I?
If you double up though, like if you shove it
Right
right
then.
back,
I can't do anything about
it's
that.
like I don't even want this. Just take it.
You might.
PJ was 6'4", Keenan was 7'3" suited.
I was a dealer. I was just
You're blind, yeah.
And then if it goes around, then Jeff wins.
yeah, did you see Dustin's comment saying it's a bad night for this?
I was going to say, the camera's on Caden. He's just thinking
It's a bad
about
night
it.
for the Chiefs game, buddy.
If he, whoa, wait, what's the Chiefs score?
The Chiefs.
They're talking
playing
about it. I
no
don't
Premier
know.
League final.
Yeah, if you're not watching the football game and you're watching us, we thank you. And if you're watching both at the same time, welcome to 2021, where that's technologically possible.
phone call from Fox. We heard their ratings. Fox is fucking mad.
Action starts on Mitch in the dark,
Fold, but
and a fold must have not been fantastic. Nick with
Deal me a hand.
ducks, red ducks. You know, a raise here.
45 by Nick.
Yep, 45. I like that. It's just a tad over min, and he wants to get out some garbage. But Jeff has fives.
Oh my God, we're gonna see
I feel like
Fold.
we've only been
Yeah.
seeing pocket pairs in groups.
Fold by Hamlet.
And it's folded around twos, fives.
It's literally not even 2.5.
Let's see the
They're
flop.
over a mid range.
Much.
Perfect.
They're both scared.
Yeah, they're both scared.
Yeah,
Witless, really here.
and can either of them really be thinking about a two diamond
Bet
flush?
55.
55 from.
firing away.
Nick's like, fuck you.
Like I'm firing.
Fold by Jeff.
Yeah.
Yep.
And Jeff is scared off of his five.
Well, I think with hands like that, right? We have the position where we can see everything, right?
So
And even though we know Jeff's wildly ahead, they're both scared. You know, are you really gonna call that with fives?
yeah, so Nick having the confidence to make that, or at least the brass to make that bet, really gave him that hand because Jeff couldn't respond with fives.
Yeah, no, you really can't.
Can we put the camera on Jeff?
Yeah, put it on. Apparently Jeff's. Oh my gosh, it's Tom Dwan.
Kind of brutal, buddy.
Oh God, that was funny. I'm hero calling every time now. I don't care.
I think Jeff figured out they folded fives to
The Sith
twos.
Lord has showed up at the table.
This is Jeff's serious. Actually, if I can remember another few moments when Jeff got super serious, he basically doesn't say anything.
Two Sith Lords have not
we'll
entered
just-
the table.
Oh gosh.
3 Sith Lords.
Let's restore some balance to the force here.
So the hoodie look is expanding.
Anyways, Nick with ace 8. Off.
Yeah, Caden looks more like a
Nick
Jedi
folds.
with his. 'cause he's got-
And a fold. Sith Lord Jeff with queen 8. And PJ has
Limp in by
aces.
PJ.
And he limps. And he limps with aces. I think
Called max value.
4-3 of diamonds.
Called by Hamlet.
And a call from Hamlet. They're into trouble. Mitch, we're in the dark on. We might, tell Mitch to spread his cards here. But we run 4-3 of diamonds from Hamlet. He has 10-7.
Ooh.
And let's see here.
So Mitch
The board
is
comes
looking at a
down.
potential
Jack,
strike.
Queen, 9.
Check by Hamlet.
We're not quite picking
Check
up
by
the
Mitch.
board. But a check,
9 of
check.
clubs.
Pause for a second.
Wasn't it for you?
9 of clubs was the
Can
last
we
card.
look at the board?
You limp, so I.
Yeah, we're gonna grab the board here, hot quick. Jack of hearts,
Try for a flop.
I
Queen of
think that
spades.
9 of clubs is not good.
9 of
Yeah,
clubs.
9 of clubs is effing around.
Now, with a 10,
Are you good?
Mitch is sticking around. I'll let you know when we're good. Mitch is definitely sticking around.
Okay, so what was the betting here?
Okay.
Hamlet
Check.
started.
Check.
Yeah.
Bet 40 PJ. Fold. Call Mitch.
Yep.
And we're good.
I mean, with an open ender, we could see aces
Good.
cracked. Well, actually, whoa, that's
10 isn't the worst.
no. If you're Mitch, although you hate a 10, you had
Check,
the 10,
check.
and even PJ's not loving this.
Not another dime.
Not another dime.
Not another
And
dime.
wow, and he picks up 2 pair. A really interesting way to end this.
Let's see if
PJ's
he's
aces are
aggressive
correct,
with it.
but let me tell you, the
The straight.
4 to a straight
Bet 60.
saves might save PJ here a good deal of money, because aces can be scared of
straight.
well, king 8, just well.
There's a lot of ways to make a straight here that cracks his ace. So PJ's probably gonna be thinking this down a lot more than he would otherwise.
Little does he know he's beat by 2 pair.
You know what I mean?
I love playing this
I
game. This
turned
game is so
river
fun.
2 pair,
All right.
and he folds,
Fold.
and it's a good
Discipline
fold. Does he
fold.
show?
Yeah, he did.
Amazing. And Mitch knows it was a good fold.
That's the table standard, bro. That's the only way to get action at this fucking table.
Yeah, I'm
The
sure
only
they're
way you can
all
actually
bringing up the
deliver.
fact that he sneaky beaky just limped.
Yeah, limped with ace.
But
I
That's what I
think.
said. I was
I'm
looking
thinking the
at you,
same
I'm
way
like,
PJ
when
is.
I
He
hear
says
he
the only
is,
way to
I'm
get
like,
action at this
Hamlet,
table
uh-oh,
now. And you know what? He's largely right.
Is this the one? I'm
He
like,
got
he's
10-7
going-
to stick around. It's just unfortunate that 10-7 got pretty far.
10-7 rivered the 2 pair. Yeah.
Right. And even then,
How many hands have we played?
even if, yeah, we're on hand 92.
This is a
92. This is hand 92.
We might get to 100 with a full table.
We have 8 minutes till the next blind level, which is,
hands. Just hold.
We're not moving on to another one.
we're not moving on to another blind level.
Yeah, we're 30,000 would be awful.
You're right. Okay, Jeff with Queen 3, just
Fold.
Yep, and that's a fold.
Raise.
It's on PJ with Ace 9 black. The
Fold.
club is leading.
Raise to 40.
Min, yep.
Min raise.
All right, Mitch. This shot I'm going
Fold
3
Caden,
straight.
fold Hamlet, call Mitch. Fold Nick.
Oh man.
Okay, so we have Ace 9
They have
and
my
Ace
cards?
10 from
Alright, I guess
Mitch.
better ask. We can just start asking right away.
Heads up again.
See if
But
we
this
hit an
time Mitch
ace.
has
We do
interesting.
not.
And the
but
9 actually proves really fortuitous because he's now got the open ender. Ace isn't really helping.
Hey, shake.
Goes check, check.
Check, check. I think they'd both like to see another card. That 3 is so bricky. It's.
Is that another check?
Oh wow.
I'm surprised by the check from Mitch here.
River.
Doesn't try to get rid of it.
And it's an 8. Puts Mitch on top, but this could be
Yeah,
another
PJ
situation
misses.
where the first. Oh,
The 9 kicker.
10 kick.
10 plays.
not a whole lot of risk. Check, 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 check. And you win with a 10 kicker. For 60K,
We went
it's something. Actually, it actually is something because it's nearly 20% of PJ's stack.
5, 6, 7, 8.
And PJ's been
You're like, oh, you're just hoping.
bleeding very like medium pot hands here.
Ace deuce.
I was open.
And-
I was open.
Makes you think a bet could have gotten Mitch off it.
Potentially. I mean, he does have ace high, but I mean, there's a lot of ways that like PJ bets into
But I'm
just
what
like
do you-
a
like,
pair
at the
that
end
somebody
there,
had been
when you
holding.
posted ace, like you have ace 9,
For a
what are you
while.
hoping for? It's all out there.
That is true.
PJ under the gun.
Everything lower
And
is basically
PJ
there.
picking up 6s. We might see a raise on
Yeah,
him.
PJ's been picking up some interesting hands.
PJ raises to 40.
40 min raise. sure he doesn't want to see too much come along. We get a fold,
You guys just
fold,
stole my line.
king 3 and
Stole
for
my-
Mitch,
now
fold.
10 times over again.
Ace queen, Nick. This is a classic
Yeah,
flip
Nick's
where
gotta
he's
play it here.
behind. It'd be
Call by Nick.
the call.
I feel like a leech.
Maybe you could have gotten away with a raise. I mean,
And
Nick
fold.
still does have a decent amount of chips, but I guess
Not going.
now it's all about the flop.
All right. Let's see. Ace, ace, ace.
That's exactly what he does not want to see is
but
ace,
he
ace,
picks up
ace.
the set. Unfortunately, unfortunately for PJ,
Check for Nick. Bet for 60 by PJ.
Nick has not picked up much.
Bet PJ by 60.
He has 2 overcards, not a whole lot of
Call.
and a call.
On this one, PJ.
He's really hoping to hit something, but he
Check.
doesn't want to.
Check.
Even cards, check, check.
River.
PJ definitely wants him to catch something, but the 5 doesn't help his case. Unless he thinks Nick was going for a flush.
Check.
That's on PJ.
Let's see if PJ tries to extract
And
value here.
he's got to get a bet, right?
Try to drop. Came home though.
Check.
Have a set of sixes.
That will
Yeah.
do.
PJ makes back some money here.
120, so about two of these, well,
That's six
last
big blinds.
pot, actually, no, my math. It's about 2 the last pot you lost. PJ did really get caught out on that last spade here. Do you really, is Nick the type of player to check back getting that flush, especially after PJ checks the river? I think that'd be it would be a sneaky play that doesn't make a whole lot of sense. Now then, so
Jeff, can
could
you
PJ have raised and then gotten value? I don't know, maybe min raise, but that it's
right now, dude?
Jeff, are you? what's wrong,
Caden.
buddy?
On the gun. Folds.
9-5 black fold, 5-3 for Hamlet, and
Hammer fold.
He's letting it go.
he gave the face of he knew he was supposed to play it. Ace-7 of diamonds,
Raise the
for
40 by
Mitch.
Mitch.
40.
A
He
lot of
definitely
min
likes that
raises
suited.
still.
I think the likelihood of and Nick has jacks.
Does he over?
Call by Nick.
But
That's
guess
just a
what?
call.
Jacks don't really get there.
Jacks
In our
don't get
history,
there?
Jacks
Fold,
haven't.
Jeff.
Jacks have had their times for being in and out of this
Fold,
club,
PJ.
and I think it's largely been known as a cursed hand.
But right now, it's looking pretty fair unless an ace comes up.
I think everyone still wants jacks.
That's about
No.
as good of a.
Here's the thing: Mitch picks up a pair, no flush options, neither of them.
But Nick
Nick has
might
an overpair.
see
Bet 55.
the potential straight and get
Bet.
scared here.
55.
55 from Mitch.
Bet.
Now, if you're Nick, you
You
can
gotta be
call this.
wondering.
But then again, here's the thing:
Call.
and a call. If I'm in Nick's position, I see the potential straight out there. I don't want anything getting there. And the queen gets there. Nick is now a lot more concerned. But then again, he doesn't know he's ahead.
At least the straight is
Straight.
bricked there.
Now,
by
does
the
it make
queen.
sense for Mitch to be, ace-5, maybe?
Bet 100,000.
100. Mitch is really
Mitch is
putting
gonna
on
make
an
him
incredible
struggle.
amount of pressure. Now, if you're Nick, right, he bets 50, then 100 after the queen hits. What does that tell you, right? Is he
I think
betting three barreling his way through a draw, or is
Calls.
it a call?
And Nick has to know that the next card is gonna be probably an all-in push here.
And it's a 3 that actually gets the straight.
The theoretical straight here. Does Nick get worried enough to respond to a potential Mitch push here?
And it is a 3 of hearts, so backdoor flush draws also get there. Now, Nick does have a key blocker. And he does have a good hand. There is an overcard, but it's on the turn after Mitch made a bet. It seems Nick would have to
Check.
And we check it back, and Nick will take it.
check. And Jack's take it. I'd be.
I think if Mitch had pushed there, he might have gotten Nick off
Wipe your
of
hands
the
and then move
jacks.
on.
You think
but-
so? I think Nick. I mean, if you're calling 100 on the turn on an overcard, which was the
But
right
he
call.
might he did wait a little bit. So maybe he was thinking like if I see certain cards, you know, it could get dicey. And I think like seeing the potential flush draw get there, seeing the potential straight draw get there, like if that's what he had been thinking Mitch could have, if Mitch had pushed on it, he might have relented. Now, he did seem pretty
Some good shit right here.
confident in the jacks
This is not what I'm watching back.
to stick with it for 100K. And it
Might be
obviously
good.
worked
Later
out
on,
for
might
him.
have an incredible heads up or something like that. Fold.
Now,
A lot of night left, for sure.
fold from Hamlet. Mitch, ace 2 red.
So we started early. Just a call for Mitch.
Just a call reflects the just a hand he has.
Not changing the blind levels.
King
Fold
5 from
thick.
Nick gets a fold.
Fold.
5-2 from Jeff.
Call.
If
Check.
it was
Three-handed.
Queen 8 from PJ. Just a
Three-handed.
check.
Who's the third person?
Caden. Check with the big.
Oh, Caden
Oh,
checked
checked on the
with
big.
Jack
Whoops.
10, which means PJ called with Queen 8. I think
Nine
slightly,
of
but
clubs is out there.
uh-oh. I think you know that ruins our whole board.
Yep.
We'll let you know when we have the board.
Yep. Just got to click the thing.
And we've got it.
Got it. Okay. Check, check.
PJ's definitely
That's
loving
30.
that top pair.
All in.
All in.
Now, Caden has a real option because he has an open-ended straight draw.
So it was all in from PJ.
Yeah. Bet from 30 by Mitch. All in. PJ.
Now, Caden really could pick up a lot. I mean, this could be his moment, right? You know,
But he would have to be pretty daring with it. I don't, based on his previous actions, I don't think he'll do it personally.
I think you're right. But is the combination of the potential payoff and a
And he
fold?
folds.
Nope, you're just right. And a fold.
Fold.
Man in
All
a
around.
I respect that. I do that all the time.
You know, I guess what I was getting at before is Caden's been real quiet, certainly very tight. I think there's a few. I mean, if
I don't think it would have been a bad decision to
No.
necessarily chase it with how he's down to 10 big blinds.
I think if Mitch or PJ or even Jeff were in the same position with the same stack, they would have made the call. But and for Caden, it makes me wonder. I mean, patience is such a virtue in poker. It makes me wonder. Well, well, fuses run short, right? And if you sit here long enough, you start maybe grasping at whatever hand you can get and open a straight draw, maybe. Anyways, Mitch in the dark tries desperately to get him to show, but it just doesn't.
Fold.
And it's a fold. Doesn't matter. Nick with 5s, black.
Let's see if he. To be honest, the pocket pairs have been
Raise-
having a
40.
rough day.
Yeah, really. I mean, some sets,
Fold.
but even when they get there, even when the set's there, the
Call by PJ. Fold by
call.
Caden.
It was a raise to 40 from.
Yep.
Yep.
Hamlet folds.
Match time, Hammy.
PJ has aces.
Heads up.
Again, rough day for the pocket pairs. They just keep
Well,
coming
for
on
the
top of
fives.
each other.
Unless, of course, a 5 gets there on the flop.
And that would be brutal for PJ with the second time his.
Nope.
Nope. And I think PJ just pushes here to try to end.
Show him to the camera too.
You know, is he really concerned about a lot, though? I mean, let's see here. It's on Nick.
Yeah, they.
I mean, if he bets only like a bit here, I don't think Nick sticks around.
It's on you.
And Nick's reaching for chips. I think he's taking a stab at it. His odds are good that
He's walking
PJ.
into it.
He is walking into it, but his odds are good that PJ didn't hit it. Unfortunately, PJ did hit it, and he was going to hit it no matter what because he
Call.
had aces. Just a smooth call from PJ.
Unless a 5 come down here, Nick's basically buried.
With 2 5s left, he still has 5%.
Bet.
And he
70?
continues. He's
70?
really trying to grab. I think he's saying, "Look, PJ, you don't have a queen or an 8," and he's right.
He has aces. And PJ is just taking these easy calls here.
A jack.
and he is
Seals
safe.
the deal. Might save Nick just a bit because
I don't know
maybe
here.
does PJ have a jack, or does Nick?
I
does
think
he-
it's more the fact that like PJ is just
Check.
snap calling. I think Nick's seen enough,
130.
and 130,
and I think we
or
see
about a third of the pot. I really like this bet from PJ. It gives Nick for Nick's position. Gives him a decent amount of value, right? A third of the pot. You have a pair. Basically, if he's gone this far making these bets, assuming PJ doesn't have a queen or an 8,
Fold.
and a fold.
Nick was getting ready to push his cards. I think after those 2 snap calls, basically from PJ, he had seen enough. I think he knew to back off there.
I don't think PJ's showing the aces this time.
But PJ picks up a good amount there, and
195. But and, it's. I think it's worth bringing up the chip count, right? We've been talking about passing the baton. Jeff was leading, Nick was leading, Mitch was leading. Well, now Mitch
it's almost a 3-way.
Yeah, I mean Mitch at 891, followed by Nick at 739. Followed by PJ, really close behind at 719. Caden will continue to flounder if he
I think
keeps searching for
there's
premium
about two
hands.
people
And Caden and
at the
Hamlet,
time that
like
they're
both,
about
are
starting
in big risk here.
I didn't quite realize how small Hamlet was
Yeah,
at
Hamlet's
100.
almost. I think it would be
Five
like
big
6
blinds.
5.
Well, 6 big blinds, but
Under the gun.
really, if you think about rotations, right, he's still playing the small.
Fold.
That's true.
So he doesn't. He has less than 5 rotations.
Sith Lord folds.
The Sith Lord. Oh my gosh, he is really. He is actually in Sith Lord mode. King 2, Ace 4 for Caden.
Ace 4 isn't here.
All in for Hamlet.
All in and a all in for Hamlet. We're actually dark on Hamlet.
So
Ask him to spread his cards, but it might not go around. And he's
So
got
fold by and he had 9s. So yeah, that was an easy all in for Hamlet.
really easy all in.
I also had king deuce.
But he didn't get any takers, which
Yeah, I think he actually, if I'm Hamlet, probably want to take her there. I think I want to catch like a ace king, right, and just win the flip.
yeah, because getting the blinds here isn't gonna do him all that much good. He kind of needed to double up, and 9s aren't, obviously the worst hand to do that in.
What's interesting is basically I think I think people have been playing small pocket pairs decently well in the sense where, for the most part, if we've seen someone get something 9s or lower, they're raising because, well, if they have a decent chip stack, they're raising because they don't want someone to catch them.
Under the gun on Sith
And
Lord.
I think that's the move. And even and when what?
Darth Maul folds.
Darth
Oh my
Maul
gosh.
is the new name.
We have King 10 from
Limp in
PJ.
PJ.
That's a hand I really like.
Fold Hamlet.
And a fold from Hamlet. Mitch in the dark.
Miss him.
I do.
Chip leader by a bit.
Call.
And a
Option.
call. He's still.
Check.
We're still blind. Nick 8-3 red. Not exactly a good looking hand. Could become better. That's a 2 of diamonds on the flop. Queen 6, all red.
Close.
But Nick only has the 3 of diamonds. PJ with the king. And we don't know what Mitch has. We'll
Bet 20 by PJ.
And
well,
Fold by
Mitch,
Mitch.
Mitch had garbage, apparently. And PJ's...
I know we're playing tight, boys, but if you could just call me off.
I didn't
at
hit
least
it. I
once.
didn't hit it.
You know what's
I don't think PJ bet anything there before they folded.
Well, he did.
They just
well, he
folded
did, well,
straight
he
to
bet,
him.
He bet. No, I think he bet.
He bet 20.
He bet 20.
And here's the thing with Pete. He's using classic misdirection here. Think about it. He bets. He doesn't have it. Really, he doesn't. I mean, does he have the? We don't even know if he had the best hand, but let's assume he did. But it certainly wasn't like a made pair, or it's like, not like he's drawing into anything. And then it folds to him pretty quickly. Very obvious. No, everyone else had rags, and he's like, oh, why don't you?
Listen to the stream.
Why don't you? I know we're playing tight, right? And, as if like he wanted to get called, but really he didn't. PJ's a talker. That's what he is.
And PJ, he
PJ
has
under
made quite the comeback to
Fold.
get into a pretty good
Fold.
position for himself.
Fold. We saw Queen 3 and then Queen 4. And if we
Fold.
see one more Queen rag, I'd be surprised. 8-5. Not interesting, although it is suited.
Lamp by Mitch.
It's just a limp. a whole 20K chip. Jack
just want that
2,
shiny.
10K.
Option on Jeff.
Fold Jeff with 7-4.
I want to see
I was
what
like,
the
Sith
"Right,
Lord.
those are my
Yeah.
hours."
You have that Sith Lord energy to make a
Emperor
raise.
checks.
But he just checks.
You know, if you work
The Emperor.
Hello there.
actually at a real job, would you be able to buy one that's just the
Could I
same?
buy this cup?
Well, he
I mean, I know I
picks up the best of it.
He's reaching for a
Palpatine
stack.
bets. 20,000.
He's
Call.
got unlimited power in terms of his decision to raise. A call from Mitch. Definitely, he's hoping for some straight opportunities. Mitch is. Does the jack help his cause? Not really.
Yeah, that jack is more of
Bet 20,000.
I think if I'm Jeff, I feel a little more comfortable too. And a call. Mitch is just hoping for a 6. But an 8 will also do it. The 2 of spades,
Tell you what,
pretty darn bricky.
man, my least favorite.
If I'm Jeff, I'm actually feeling, I guess, okay.
and he just
Bet
continues.
20,000.
Yeah, well, he's shown it, and Mitch just folds.
I mean, like,
I don't.
And the villain
I
scoops.
just mean like king jack. I feel like I never play it well post flop. Like, it's just
Villain
like,
wins.
I can't play.
That was a very like
I don't know how to raise it
mechanical
pre-flop,
hand
like-
if you really think about it. It was just
protect it,
continue
like, I
like
just can't
20K, and Mitch
My big
is
question
just
with
like,
you guys
okay, I
is,
can still get this, I can still get this.
One or two
Okay, I'm
callers
out of
with a big blind
options.
with it.
Throws it away very quick.
That's always my
You know,
question.
Jeff must have had a good read that Mitch was on a straight draw. Well, because he was, and he had bottom pair. He had,
Like,
you know, and
you know,
you're right. He was
that's enough.
mechanical.
This turn is the one that Hammy's gonna go in, and I'm gonna call him.
Oh, to
with
be good at poker.
7-9 off.
I mean, you're probably right. And he'll chase me down. And then, like every other time that we get in, or it'll be Mitch, and Mitch will, you know, be 1%.
And
dog.
we are now at hand 100 with no elimination.
Hand number 100.
Wow.
Hey, I made it. I can go out now.
Yeah, I'm on.
You can now exit the game.
Well,
Caden folds
No,
king
no.
7 suited.
Fold. Fold by Mitch.
Mitch folds 7-2. No
Folds
street
around
cred
Jeff.
for bluffing 7-2. Jeff with 4s. Red 4s.
Option.
And it's
Raise to
just
40.
But PJ
He
has
raises
ace 5.
the emperor.
Yeah, no, that's interesting. And it's pretty flippy with Jeff getting just slightly ahead.
Choke me later.
Flop determines a lot, and we see
And that's
it's all. Well, that's interesting. We're not picking up the flop, so although we're not picking up the flop, so let's record it first.
Ace, queen, 7, all spades.
shaking. Just a little bit.
And he's queen, 7, all spades back there.
Yeah.
Brock's getting it in. All right, we got it now. Interesting.
Check by Jeff. Bet
Spade,
40
you know,
PJ.
PJ has an ace.
With the middle finger.
Oh.
Dang.
Yeah,
Well,
I mean, there isn't much you can do there if you're Jeff. Like, you're up against a lot. Like, any hitting the board is just eliminating you,
yeah.
and you have no hope for the flush. And we now get an update.
PJ is now chip leader by 8K, according to us, ahead of Mitch. I think it's a power dynamic worth announcing to the table.
And it is kind of astounding how, like, again, we just can't find a person to strongly hold on to a lead, and now nobody's above 1 million. Nobody's even above 800.
Yeah, some real swings. That's for sure.
Yeah, dude.
Fold by Hamlet.
Really, a fold by Hamlet. He had 6s.
Hammy.
But if he's UTG and you're going to fold 6s, that might be the
I'm
spot.
getting to the point where I'm just looking for one base card.
He's looking for one face card, not two of the same low ones.
It's been probably about 30
Mitch,
hands since
he raised to 40.
Okay.
Call. Do you feel like this part of the table is like flattened out? I feel like some of this is like flattened out since we made it.
That looks like 40.
Like the
It looks like 40. And Nick has
raised
ace.
to 100 by Nick.
And Nick has ace
So it was
queen.
Mitch with 40 and then Ray.
Yep. All in by Caden.
Oh, and then so Nick has eight. Oh my God, this is shaped up really interesting. To recap, Nick has ace queen black with an ace of spades
205.
leading Caden has Cowboys, Kings, King of Spades leading, followed by a diamond, and Mitch. You might you might want to tell Mitch to try to get him to read because it'd be really interesting to know if he stays in the hand.
And Caden probably is just very happy to see the 100K come into the pot because that just led
That's gonna be big.
beautifully into his all-in.
Mitch has got a real
You have
decision.
Caden at 205, right?
207.
Okay, it'll be at 205. So we'll
Yeah.
fix it next. We forgot to fix those.
We never updated that.
Yeah.
Mitch is contemplating a call. We have no idea what he has.
I think Caden would love to see another
Folds.
person. So
And he
could
folds.
triple,
Doesn't
but
matter.
It'd be interesting to
Hey,
see what
on
he had.
angle or on 3-4. This is what you wanted. 205.
A little bit.
Show the other.
Bit down,
Bring it down a little
down.
Yep.
Oh, interesting. Okay.
bit. Interesting. It was the right move.
Got it.
Yeah.
Yep.
So I know what happened there because
Calls.
Nick
it
calls.
picks up it picked up
Don't you
Hamlin as
fold for
having
100.
sixes.
Kings. Ace queen. Big old.
It's a flip.
He called.
Although they're putting Nick at 28%, the one over card.
No, I'm just saying.
Yeah,
Isn't
he
really
needs an
helpful.
ace here, unless the board shapes up to some sort of
Queen, queen, queen.
some sort of straight.
Maybe it just runs out Broadway and they chop it.
I mean, ace is
That would be pretty brutal for Caden because if it was running out Broadway, it might come a king first.
Queen. Queen.
No.
That is. So he's looking for a king to
still
save
good.
himself.
Diamonds
That's right.
arrive.
Diamonds.
You
He needs a
gave Nick
king.
2 queens. Can you give Caden the king?
Turn. 9 of diamonds.
Oh no.
Oh.
The
It's such a
diamonds.
sweat.
The diamonds.
The
are
diamonds
coming up.
come home. Does the king get in?
I can't hear
It's
him now. His phone died.
Oh, my phone died.
His phone died back there. Okay. Hey, I can't hear you back there. Your phone died, Brock. So we're going to a river.
That's all right. We're a little bit
You
in
got
the.
it all. River card. It's a diamond.
Oh, no! A diamond.
incredible.
Caden gets bailed out by the diamond.
Nick has been fired from the table
Oh, my Lord, what a
by 2 diamonds.
diamonds.
I mean, Nick's still on the table, actually.
wow, wow.
I'm pretty sure.
Okay.
Fired
A chip in a chair.
Chip in a chair. Figuratively fired. Well,
Okay.
Well,
I need to
actually,
go
no, he
back
still
and
had
we need to charge his
502K,
phone
I'm
because I don't
sorry.
have anybody's.
Anyways, Nick's still okay, but Caden bails himself out with a diamond draw, and
Absolutely.
he is sitting. While not completely safe, he is now back in the running here.
502. Yeah, you know what? Caden at what? Oh no, Caden's at 464. I think Nick is at 502.
Okay, let's take a break real quick.
And we're
Because your
taking a
phone
break.
died. Are you unmuted?
Yeah. We should be
Okay.
good.
Okay.
Okay. Mitch with King 3 of hearts.
Okay. It's been folded around to Caden. Who
Folded
limped.
around to Caden. Limp.
Call. Check.
Brock has a lot of catching up to do now. Caden with 7s.
Okay.
Hamlet, we're in the dark.
Check Hamlet.
Check
Check
from
Mitch.
Hamlet. I actually think this means he's got a 10.
Check. All the way.
4 isn't doing a whole lot. Gives Caden maybe a slight amount of confidence.
Open muck, Hamlet.
Just an open muck. Doesn't mean he has a 10. It means
20,
he has
Mitch.
nothing.
I mean, better than the waste of
Oh,
Call.
Mitch is still in there.
Coming, so it's like,
Oh, whoops.
River.
Wait.
Check or open fold Hamlet. Bet Mitch 20. Call Caden. He checked. $35 and a fold.
Who bet the 35?
Caden.
Caden.
And was there any action on the turn?
Mitch bet 20. Caden called. Hamlet folded.
I gotta be real. I mean, I wasn't expecting it.
bad do you want the turkey?
Yeah. That's like the thing. If I come home empty-handed and show up late, I can't wait to have an appointment next year, dude. I'm so tired of this.
It was like a...
What was the last card?
That was the 9 of spades.
And then it was.
Check bet 35 by Caden. Fold Mitch.
Should I hold action? I'll wait action.
The scoop was we were missing a Mitch.
I moved them off of
Read
the
my cards,
sensors
Sidious?
for a second.
Oh, okay. Move them off the sensors.
And we're good.
Okay. Move them back.
And rub them.
Okay, and actions on Nick with Jack 2 off.
No, dealer button's on Hamlet.
That
Really, because we have Nick.
no.
Okay.
It should be on
Like a whole turn
Caden. The dealer button
But
should
we
be on
just had it
Caden.
on Caden. I'm going to make an executive order. Just skip it. Skip to Hamlet. Just skip it. Skip all 3 of them. You can use the arrows. Underneath, dealer button, small blind, and big blind.
Okay, give me a second.
We're having some technical difficulties.
Okay, the dealer button is now on Hamlet.
Okay, and the small blind's on Mitch. Big blind's Nick.
I'm down.
Brock,
Yes.
I don't know because because
'Cause
Nick is
small
currently
would be
opening.
Mitch.
Brock, I think you didn't move the other buttons.
Got it.
Why would it not automatically move the button?
Uh-oh. I think he's coming.
No, I got it.
You got it?
Yeah, I got it.
Got it.
So now the action's on Jeff.
Actions on Jeff, UTG.
More like Darth Sidious over there.
It is really dark.
Now, it is interesting.
We're good.
Can he see?
Which one? Which? Okay.
All right, go ahead, Jeff.
Cool math games. Where do I go? Which one do I play?
Limp in, Jeff.
I clicked to the fold button and it just took me to cool math games.
Limp in, PJ.
Okay, we got Limp,
Limp in, Caden.
PJ with Ace 2, Caden with Ace
Jam
9,
with any 2.
4-2
Literally take
fold,
off.
Mitch and Jeff, we're blind,
Come on, Nicholas. Come on.
and it's a
Mitch
call.
calls.
Yeah.
Check. 5-way limp.
Halfway. Caden currently, for what we
Okay.
can see, is the best of it. At
See.
a perfectly even stack. Queen, queen, fop.
We're blind on Jeff and Mitch here.
Either of them could have the queen. They could have a decent pair here, but then again, it was just limped around.
It is 5-way, so There's a lot of way to make a good
checks
hand.
to PJ open folds. Caden checks. 10 hearts on
No
the turn.
reason for me to fuck around. I missed the flop and it's 5-handed.
10 of hearts, from what we can see, isn't doing a whole lot. I'd be very surprised to see Caden try to make a move.
20,000 by Nick.
It's your TV time, bro.
You're right. Get your
Nick
time, bro.
is trying to scoop the pot. We're blind on Jeff.
Jeff
We don't know
folds.
what he has, but it's
Caden
just a
folds.
fold.
Folds.
Caden
I told
fold.
you could have done that on the flop and we would have been done. So like,
And Mitch folds. Nick picks it up with a nice aggressive play. Clearly
It's
no one
actually
was
a huge
interested.
pot to pick up right there.
yeah, I know.
80K.
Massive.
And I whiffed it. About as hard as you can.
Now let's check the chip count here. PJ has widened his lead to 770. Mitch has fallen. Everyone's in danger of an all-in from PJ or Mitch.
And Hamlet has been kind of surviving on the bottom here for a while. Let's see if he can keep going or make a breakout attempt.
I think he's looking for just a face
I
card.
thought they fucking did that.
Fucker. No.
Language.
We have these lights
Not
for the
language
rest of the
encouraged.
game.
Then you just gotta jam it a little few times.
As you
See,
can
I'm on 2
see,
and 2.
we've got some interesting
Instruments light.
light
Okay, now I'm on 3. Hold on. Oh, there it
setup
is.
here.
Got it. All right.
All right.
Where am I
Give
at?
Jeff a card.
And PJ, we're in the dark now.
Golly.
He has
Holy
king
cow.
queen off. Pretty good opener. Does he limp to get action?
200,000 under the gun.
He does not.
200,000. I'm not even joking.
200,000.
That is a 10x bet right
Oh,
there.
but Caden has queen jack
Jeff, if you're
suited.
calling, say nothing.
He actually
He
might.
said, there it is.
Caden is going to have to think about it.
He's really, I mean, does he actually, I mean, he's definitely.
He can
big
definitely assume that
big
PJ
balls.
wasn't completely serious.
Fold.
What if they get a good hand in that one?
Hamlet, no, that's not the face of a man. Call 200.
I gotta be honest,
Yes.
I want so badly for this to be a bad hand. Like, so badly.
And we
There's
won't
nothing-
We don't know what Mitch has. It never. Okay, apparently it was garbage. But Nick has sevens.
Yeah, Nick
But he lays
ain't
it
gonna
down.
play.
No one's just
Nobody likes
eight.
pocket pairs
Oh,
anymore.
Jeff has ace jack suited,
All in.
and it's getting it in.
Call.
And it's a call.
Who's all in?
Jeff and PJ are all in.
That's sick.
You can call it a flip,
PJ, you
but Jeff has 62%
see that all
to win.
Yeah, that ace is really pulling weight there.
Yeah, and the suited, and he's covering diamond options.
Then there's something.
Okay.
Something like,
Wow, and at risk
I told you.
is
Put the 200 out there.
Jeff.
100.
Even though we can't see his face, I'm sure he might be sweating a little bit.
He's sweating bullets.
He's not unhappy
Of the
with
king-queen
seeing
variety.
King queen.
50.
But he also maybe like you got to
300.
think PJ owes up 200K.
50.
Like
360.
you don't know if he's being completely serious about it.
360 total.
So there's better things he could have seen than King Queen offsuit. There's worse things.
Okay.
Yeah, he would have loved to see like ace 10. Someone he's
We
got
have Jeff
totally
at
dominated.
360, right?
Yeah, Jeff at 360.
Okay, good.
Holy buckets.
Oh, this
All right.
flop
well,
is
let's look
dangerous.
for the biggest pot of the night.
And it's a flip, 62%.
That is actually.
It's not.
I'm afraid to put out cards, but let's just do it.
It's gonna come a bunch of bricks.
Oh man, what a sweat!
Oh,
PJ's straight
and he
is
gets
forming
the
on the bottom,
open-ended.
but Jeff does get the pair with the jack.
7 and a 4.
He's down to 53%.
The 10,
10 makes it
Doesn't
a.
do anything, I think.
It
I
doesn't.
mean,
Puts Jeff up to 70.
gives Jeff better odds.
70% for Jeff to the river.
King, queen, 9.
9.
And
And that's
the
it.
straight connects for PJ.
And that's it. Jeff has been eliminated.
Nine of clubs is being weird, but
9 of clubs.
That's it.
Jeff's
Jeff.
been eliminated.
is done.
Done. He is the first one out after leading a good amount of the night. He gets outdone by a low forming straight on the river.
Wow.
That
Yeah, do my 5 deuce.
That is an absolute. That's immense.
I'd be
What a
curious.
turn of fortune.
Jeff stepped out. I'm gonna go see if I can find Jeff. Get a few words from the Emperor himself.
I was either shoving over the top or
and
folding.
yeah, what
Okay,
a
and
change
meanwhile,
it
we're
has
gonna keep
been.
playing.
Like 104 hands, and
You can probably
Finally.
don't go get some words from him. He'll come back and give you some words.
Wesley is already gone.
Oh, he's already gone. All right, well, he's going to go get some words from the Emperor, apparently. But we're going to keep playing here.
Can I get a wash?
Yeah, you will. I can.
And
Oh, my God.
if somebody had told me like
Door
50
anybody?
hands ago Jeff would be the first person out, I would have laughed at them. He had probably, I believe,
would wait.
1.3
give him some time,
million.
he'll come back.
And he just had a bad run of it and ended up getting eliminated.
That was the meme.
But this does leave Hamlet at risk still with 110, just over 5 big blinds.
We were just like early on.
And everybody else is above starting value.
He made like the
I thought
sickest
for sure.
call.
This is probably the first big
If you wanted an honest thing, I thought he had it from that point forward. I
event
thought
in
they
our
were
night
just
so far, and it is
I mean, the
5
hero
hours
call with
now.
the 4s, I was like, I'm like sitting here like, damn, like that was actually just like a really fucking
I
good
mean,
play. Like, I
what
thought,
I'm saying, he was right. I mean, it took aces over queens, and it took me catching the king.
We have to think. With Jeff gone, Hamlet's on the edge.
You know what I mean? Like,
PJ
He didn't
is
make any
building
bad
up a
plays.
lead after being in the danger zone for quite a while.
yeah, that's
Does PJ come away with it, or does
Hey, are we ready to
Mitch
go
make
back
a
to
comeback? Yes, we are ready to continue.
Shut it. Yeah. Doesn't matter. We're going to have to shut it.
for you to get some flexibility in your stack.
Well, we can hear it.
So you might be able to-
Jeff is
Alright,
not to
holy
be
fuck.
found.
He'll
Unless
come
he
back.
just walked back in.
We'll try to get comments from him
Mitch.
later.
Yeah, he
Yeah,
probably
he'll come
needs a nice cool off period. We could probably keep it rolling. It's hand 105.
Hand 105.
We got into triple digits
Dealer
before
button on Nick.
losing
see our first
a member here.
elimination.
So we have the dealer button on Nick, right?
No, because
Okay, go
Caden's
back.
starting.
Okay. Go back. Dealer button on Nick.
On Nick. No, we're good.
Good now?
Oh wait, no, it doesn't have Jeff as eliminated. Why doesn't it have Jeff?
It's
eliminated?
like showing like one chip.
Yeah, it's gonna be the next step I say next.
Yep, hold action.
Can we delete Jeff?
Yeah, can we
Yeah,
delete?
click on Jeff's name and hit delete.
Okay,
I've been like waiting for one.
and now
Move small and big.
Well, Hayden, if you had called,
All right, we got it. Action on the Hamlet
yeah.
with 9-6 suited. He doesn't like it. Mitch folded. Doesn't matter. Nick Jack 5 off.
Am I good now?
that was pretty close. I was like, the second I put it out there, you didn't. Someone else.
Fold.
Also not interesting.
Kings or some dumb shit like that.
PJ with 9-8,
Walk.
and it's a walk to Caden who
Now let's
has
see what he has.
Jack 8.
It did.
I'm a little
dominate
surprised
PJ
PJ
here,
didn't
but
Goodness.
just call. Limping.
Yeah, big brain.
to be honest, I think we might see a real change in the dynamic here now that one person is gone. Considering there's only 6 people on the table, like every person that goes, I feel like it's just tightening up further. Especially considering a lot of people see Hamlet's
Probably to limp.
looking pretty low here, so maybe, you know,
Hamlet has a
again-
lot of ways to get out.
That's true.
Just being like low step, right? It's certainly not a comment on him. Just he can get it all in.
Mitch.
Post flop, pre flop.
Fold.
Fold from Mitch with 5-2. Not too bad. 10-4. Not too. Actually, it's bad. I don't know why I said not too bad. PJ with 10-9. Does he call
Aces.
20 just to play with something? No, he doesn't.
Walkity, walkity, walk.
It's another walk to Hamlet, who had ace queen. He had ace queen. He really wanted to see
He really
action.
wanted to play that because he hasn't been seeing too many face cards today.
Well, if he's picked up any of Nick's luck, he'll get something very shortly. That is to say, this hand.
can't go home.
Alex needs to ride home.
Jeff he's just working.
As I mentioned before, that I didn't get a chance to really talk this over with you, but how do you think the dynamic changes now that one person on the table is eliminated, and then PJ has opened up a lead to about 1.1 million?
I think Hamlet is going to be slightly. I think he'll feel slightly better about going out now. That is to say, he wasn't the first one out. He might go in with something like ace nine, where he wouldn't have before. But maybe that's overreading the psychology
If
of
it
being
walks one
first
more
out.
time, I'm upping the blinds.
Up the blinds. Do
Okay,
It.
well,
Did it walk?
I'm just telling you right now.
Yeah, it walked.
I thought about leaving it, but if you walk it one more time, they're going up.
Walk 'em.
You're good.
Give him a walk.
Alec, the dealer, making threats, dealing a lot of walks. I understand it.
Getting tired of shuffling.
And
for
PJ's
no
had some
action.
decent hands too. You know, it's not like he could have just flatted, seen a flop, tried to do something.
It's kind of funny. It seems like no one actually wants to see
That's
it.
right. Burn. Okay.
No one
Just
wants
the burn.
to see a hand
Okay, you
here,
didn't want that 7 anyway, man. Trust
Well,
It's a good
except
burn. We don't need to see it.
Hamlet.
except for Hamlet, who's finally getting something okay.
Fold, PJ.
And it's a fold from PJ. We didn't. He had Queen 9 red. Caden fold. Didn't know. Hamlet
Fold.
fold. Also didn't know.
And
Mitch
it looks like it may be a walk.
suited Doyle.
Call?
No.
Just so the blinds don't go up. I'm gonna call.
They
They're
are
appeasing.
capitulating.
A campaign of appeasement here.
Right, King
for the
5.
dealer.
And it's on Chamberlain to start. His Doyle Brunson is the wrong suit.
And Nick hits a 2-pair on that flop,
Check.
and he checks it.
Checks around.
He'll be fighting them on the turn. And it's another heart. Still the wrong suit.
And it's 20 from it.
Raise the 60 and fold.
Will he fight him on the beach?
20 from
Nope.
Mitch, raise the 60, fold. And the blinds remain the same.
I did you all a fucking favor, okay?
This is great.
Mitch is really talking up his
We're
contribution
going to need to
the
cut this
table.
one up. We're going to need to make some cuts. Cut this video.
Does that mean I can say something extremely obscene
Let's not.
and it gets cut?
Can we go by stacks? I think I will.
If we go by stacks, I'm
I think I'll risk it. Unfrosted strawberry Pop Tarts are the best
That'll
type
get
of
us all
Pop
in.
Tart.
Absolutely.
Yeah, that is pretty obscene.
Not go over.
no.
It's not clean for air.
Hey, that means we
I
need
don't think that would
elimination.
pass. What is it?
$30.
Ronnie Green
The radio
censorship.
like
bureau.
censorship
Just
bureau.
couldn't get anything. Just got absolutely nothing. It was just had to like.
Well, no, I had like decent hands. I just kept getting beat, dude.
just kind
Nah,
of
if you
did it.
said something about Pepsi, I guess you would really get it.
Yeah, I can't really talk about how we're drinking
What did I say
Pepsi.
earlier? It's gonna come down to flips.
Worst game ever.
It's gonna come down to.
It's gonna come down to it.
Okay, Caden with 3-2
my Caden. Oh.
spades. Doesn't matter. Jack 7 off from Hamlet. He gets the one face card. It's just pretty bad. Mitch with Doyle's.
Connection back there.
Not Doyle's. What am I saying? D-Negs.
Hello?
10-7. Hello?
Yeah.
Yep.
Anything back there?
Can you hear us?
Hold on. I've lost
Nope.
my feed back there. Go call check. 40
Well,
call
we're
check.
seeing ace-5 suited.
I lost my feed, so.
PJ has ace-queen. Oh, man.
Mitch is not going to be happy once he sees other people's hands here.
Oh, it's
He
just,
still has some
it's just a
potential.
40.
If
You've
it
been
comes
seeing
down
a lot of
low.
it.
I've lost my feed.
Yeah, we heard.
We can still hear you. Also, did PJ called, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
That's weird.
Yeah, well, you know, we've been seeing a lot of, like, two hands where if a certain card hits in the flop, you might see a lot of trouble. And but it hasn't been hitting. And it might be a gambler's fallacy to say it, but I feel like we're due. We're due to see an ace in the flop here. and run into some trouble, or maybe not.
I think that it was bold for Mitch to come out with 40K because Mitch hadn't been like, I mean, we had just straight up just fold from everyone in the last 3 hands, and now Mitch is calling 40K with a 10-7 offsuit. You have to. Is he just trying to like play a new angle?
I think he's
here?
trying to scoop. I mean, if it keeps going to fold around, 10-7 raised to 40, he could pick it up. But what he didn't count on is running into ace queen, and Nick with ace 5 suited. And honestly, I think those 2 diamonds are keeping Nick around. And we're good. It looks like just we have action
That was
on
weird. It was just a weird glitch.
Mitch raising,
Okay.
PJ to call.
Yep. So raised by 40 by Mitch.
Yeah.
Call.
Yep. All right, to the flop.
And Mitch sees something he likes.
Look at this. PJ is actually outflopped by both parties.
Check 100.
And it's 100 from Mitch,
He puts out the
who
green chip.
figures out he's got the best hand and the club blocker.
Call by Nick.
And it's
Fold,
a call by
PJ.
Nick. Interesting call. He's certainly hoping to see a diamond on this turn.
So the 2 people who saw something there are continuing.
And he does get a diamond. The 3.
Check.
Well,
check.
diamonds come again. And they
Wow,
do. And Nick is probably not going to check this
No,
one.
and
Yeah.
Mitch still has a
Bet
solid
160,000.
top pair.
160 from Nick. And Mitch
has
to be
a blocker
afraid.
too. He can take at least 1 diamond out. It might be enough to convince himself to call.
For
He might be
160 here, I'm not
a
sure.
good chunk of his stack. I suppose it depends.
Call.
It's a call. He's gonna knock like the news. Now I gotta say here, right? He's now in the jaws of defeat, and on this hand, and he had 10 on the flop. He bet it, I believe, and then checked the turn. Now it makes you wonder. I mean, if you put out a sizable enough bet, do you get Nick to fold? Maybe not on the turn. Maybe a larger bet on the flop. But if I can reveal a thing about myself here, if I'm in that position, and there is even the slightest chance at a draw, and I have top pair and a bad kicker, I think I'm betting pretty big. I don't want anything getting there. No odds to draw.
That's true, and he did have the blocker for the 7, in the form of the 7, and
It was good to put pressure on him.
at this point, if you're in the middle of the pack here, you've got to be making some headway.
All in.
On all
And it's
in
an all
from
from Hamlet with ace 9 red
Fold from Mitch.
with a diamond on top. It's a fold. Nick with jack
Fold.
7.
Fold.
Fold.
Walk.
Fold. And it's a walk.
And
Caden folds 10-5.
Hamlet seems somewhat disappointed there.
It was, my guess is a hand like that is at the bottom of his all-in range.
I'm not sure about that. I think he's gonna have to expand it because the fact is that most people on the table right now are dodging his all-ins. So you have to think if you're Hamlet, you gotta get connection somewhere. You have to get somebody to go in with you, and that might mean like you're gonna have to open it up. You're gonna have to, go all in a little bit more than you would normally.
Well, I agree it's a good strategy. I just think, like, given his temperament, I think that's the bottom of his, like what he will do. I think you're absolutely right, though. PJ's jack 8 off. He loves playing the
Raise to
jack.
40. Fold.
Fold.
Just nothing.
We're just shifting blinds. Everyone's hoping for that big cooler in their favor.
And that's really it's starting to feel like every hand is either just going flying by, or it's one of those hands where it's
It's a thinker.
cooler. Yeah.
Update the fall.
And we haven't seen a flopping bit that has
Yeah, I know what it is.
a lot of like. Well, I suppose the last flop wasn't too bad. Enough options from both sides, but it goes back to the whole. What are the odds you have a good hand and someone else has a good enough hand to call you down when you're going making bets over 100K? Not likely.
Fold.
Nick was 7-5 fold.
Fold.
God damn it, right in
Fold.
Oh, sorry.
Fold.
See if Hamlet sees something he likes. 9-7, probably not. But does he choose to defend?
He's got it. He's got the. We have him on 9-7 off.
No.
Walk.
No.
Walk.
He's gonna live to
With
fight another
Mitch,
day.
we don't know what Mitch had. So I guess we'll never know what kind of good call.
All right, UTG.
And I think that kind of like pegs another end of it. Like, of course you want to like expand your all-in range, but there's a point at which it's not worth it. And I think the 9-7 offsuit there was a fine thing to just get rid of.
I'm sure you would have gotten rid of it.
I definitely would have gotten rid of it.
Well, Hamlet has not improved his position. He is still at less than 5 rotations. 7-6 for PJ. Folds it. Doesn't want to apply the pressure. 5-3 for Caden
All in
off.
Hamlet.
All in for Hamlet.
all
He's
in.
got King Queen red, and Mitch has Ace 9.
I think he'll
call.
take it.
I think he
All
will
in.
too.
Mitch.
And an isolation
An
vet.
all in from
Fold.
Mitch.
I like that. I think it's the perfect move. Don't even risk giving a third person odds here.
And Mitch is slightly above in odds here.
We
but
have-
it's very flippy.
80.
Mitch at
110.
Yep. Hamlet at 110.
Do we
Good luck.
see another lower straight conquer the king queen again?
Let's see here. Mitch is at 58%. And it's low.
It's
In fact,
running towards that 9.
It actually only helps Mitch because he might get an 8. Although we're not seeing the flop here, so we don't know the odds.
Ace will do.
Oh, now we
wait,
are.
hold on. We have a hard draw. That
Yeah.
goddamn is gonna come in again.
Yep, we have another flush draw, and it's a 9.
There we go.
Only
Doesn't
sinks
come
it
in.
further. Hamlet is eliminated. A good run.
GG, man.
Tried to get it in good. Let's see if I can't get him to talk a little bit about his experience.
And we are down to 4 players
Thank
in
you, man.
the Premier League final here. Hamlet had held on for a very long time, and he was just looking for his way to get back into the game, and sadly it didn't work out for him this time. Very flippy board, and it ended up that Mitch sinks him with a 2 pair.
Dude, have a go chat. Have a go have a chat.
Go chat.
Have a little chat.
Four-handed, boys.
No, it's on me.
And now we're
I'm gonna spread out here a little bit.
looking at
Oh, we have the RFID thing.
Mitch and Caden, basically tied for the bottom here, and PJ sitting at 1.1 million, and Nick about 940, and we've got Hamlet in here to talk about his experience in the final. How's it going? Hello, Hamlet. So, what was going through your mind when you saw that king queen? Was it just instant snap all in?
Yeah, that was
No,
the
I'm
first
just gonna-
face card, like pair of face cards I've seen in a while, and I knew like this. I was
get
waiting
the
for just really one
dealer
face
button
card
on
or a
Mitch,
decent hand.
small
At that
blind,
point,
Nick,
I had such a bad
PJ with
run of cards
We're
tonight
trying to
that I
keep
just
going.
I couldn't get
So,
it going.
thank you.
So
Yeah, it didn't seem like you were getting much luck with those cards.
We're trying to keep this going.
Okay.
Doesn't matter.
Make sure the big blind is on.
North of 1 mil.
Give me a second here. Are we upping the blind?
No.
No, we're not.
I just need to make sure that the people are on the right thing.
I see that correctly. It's Mitch. Okay. Okay. anyways, continuing with Hamlet. So, is there anything or any play that you have regretted tonight, or you thought you did pretty well, or do you think it just came down to like running pretty badly with those cards?
To me, like just looking back so far, it looks like I just kind of ran bad, but I'd have to go back and look at. I'm sure there's plenty of mistakes that I made and things I can learn from. But and when you're running bad, you should. Good poker players are still able to maintain and ride through those down points of having run bad, and I wasn't able to really do that well. So that kind of stunk. So I'll have to go back and look at it and see kind of what I did, and just look back at everything and watch it back to see things that weren't obvious in the moment. So
from the perspective of somebody on the table, what do you think the odds are? Like, who do you think is going to prevail tonight?
Yeah, I mean, I think it's pretty hard to bet against PJ at this point. I mean, the strategy that he's employing is as always different than what he did, the last time, and it's been so long that I think everybody's played with him that they forget he's very balanced and he's able to really maintain quite well and then exploit people very well. He's very good at the game, and I favor PJ.
All yours.
So
the action here.
It was PJ, Mitch, and then check for the flop.
Yep, we're good.
And
then Mitch bets turn and takes it.
Okay. So is there any advice you would give to anybody on the table to potentially upend PJ and take away the trophy?
Yeah, I mean, you just have to be really.
I don't know if I'll win.
I mean, the only times I've been, find streaks of success against PJ is when I played completely out of the box and different than what he would expect me to play.
Sure.
Because PJ really relies on his view of other players and how he sees them as playing, and the second you get out of that box of what he sees, then you're able to, make plays that he doesn't really expect and that can confuse him. But that's really hard to, get out of your own box, and I definitely tonight I even struggled with that one. Running bad, I was not able to kind of get out of there and make plays, even though I was getting just card dead all night long. It felt like.
And it looks like PJ raises 40 into a great hand for Caden.
Re-raise Caden to 120 full.
Oh, okay.
See, and in spots like this where PJ's playing or deuce, and it's just it's interesting, especially four-handed. But yeah, I mean, PJ's got a little bit of a lead. Is that current?
Yes, that's current.
Yeah, I mean, PJ's got a little bit of a lead on Nick, but and I think I favor him and Nick being actually in the end there. I think Mitch is very good, and Caden is still hanging around. But I favor PJ.
So if not PJ, you're thinking probably Nick to come back here?
Probably Nick. Yeah, Nick's had a very good night, and I didn't even play many hands with Nick. I don't even think I had
50K
a heads up with Nick. So, but yeah, Nick's
Call.
very very good player too.
Fold by PJ and a call. And a call by Mitch.
That's a big pot. Maybe I should have called.
So, I guess we've talked through most of the things, but coming in tonight, what was your overall strategy?
I wasn't ready for the dead cards, so that kind of threw things off. But overall strategy was, I did want to play tight early, which is I did that, and unfortunately the action didn't go kind of as quickly as I thought it would.
Just a second here. Who put that bet in?
Nick 65.
Nick 65.
Call by Mitch. Fold Caden.
Yeah.
But yeah, the action just didn't speed up quick enough, and then I ended up being you look down and your stack's not it's half
not quite what you want.
Yeah, and you're just like, oh crap. Well, now I got to kind of change my strategy and try to play a little bit more aggressive, and I definitely got out of line in multiple spots. I think it was like one where I was like playing 7 deuce and I was waiting for a check, and So I think it was Caden. Caden
Bet
had
by
it, and I'm
Nick.
like, oh, I'm
90.
way out of line here. So
Fold.
just trying to play a hand and see if I can outplay him, but
The river?
you know.
So Nick has scooped up a little bit of cash here and is now actually slightly ahead of PJ in our account. So your prediction is kind of coming true here, but it's still a long way to go, obviously.
And then no, he's just gonna do it every time.
Yeah, I'm gonna do it every fucking
Well,
time.
do you have any last things you want to share before?
Well, actually, I mean, I just want to say it's been a fun time. I think this is gonna be like probably my last semester actually in UNL poker. This will be my last thing I'll do with UNL poker most likely.
Well, it was great to have
club. Yeah, I mean, it's been fun, and you know, hopefully maybe in the future I'll have time to come back and spend some time and play poker because I love the game and you know, I've had a great time. So I just I want to thank everybody that's been a part of this club and made it a great time. It's really been fun.
And that was Hamlet.
Thanks, Sammy.
Coming in 5th in the Premier League final. Defeated a lot of people, but didn't quite get there. And
Mitch raises
we'll hopefully
60
see him in
on
the
small
future.
and takes it.
Bye, Hamlet.
Never know, man. Sometimes you gotta.
So, what was the action there?
Fold, Mitch raises 60, takes it.
Again, no, thank you.
Well, all right. It's a tight game between PJ and Nick. It's also tight between Keenan and Mitch. Just happens that the two pairs are not close to each other at all.
Yeah, it's definitely interesting to see like two people so close in the chip totals, but
And we're opening up with Keenan at King 9 off. Is the type of hand that he plays four-handed.
Fold.
Nope, it's a fold. Jack 6. Oh. Suited, it must have been fold,
Raised to
fold.
40 by Nick. Yep, it went
Because-
fold, re-raise.
yeah.
Nick has Jack 6 spades.
Fold.
PJ.
PJ re-raise to 120.
There we
And a
go.
fold.
So we see
Oh,
there that Nick was
dealer button.
kind of bullied off of his
I'm gonna get kings this hand.
beginning bet there.
Yeah,
his raise
a
there.
pretty good raise from PJ. Even King Jack suited diamonds. He liked it. Made a good raise. Probably looking to take Nick down a peg after the flop. But hey, he just takes it down. I'm sure he's okay with that.
Definitely interesting to see if we see more skirmishes between PJ and Nick here because, you know, they've got double the amount of chips of
Raise Mitch to 60.
their competitors here. So, you know, maybe they're looking to
Call
end up in
by
the
Nick.
final
And
table
fold.
together.
We don't know what Mitch has, but a call from Nick with King 10 off and King with King Queen of diamonds. Really good.
Call by Caden as
And
well.
it's a call.
Three-handed.
I think I'd like to see a shove here from Caden. And the flop,
Give
Queen,
them the
5,
queen.
6. Give them the queen.
We
There
don't know
are
what Mitch has.
spade opportunities. If I'm Caden, right, I think I'm shipping in a lot of chips.
You see your opportunity. You got to capitalize.
And it looks like he is. And given his play style throughout the night, this is going to send signals to Mitch and Nick.
85,000. All in.
And a snap all in from Mitch.
So
Must have something good. Makes you wonder, nut, flush draw, ace queen.
and Nick's not. I don't see
Count back there.
the count.
300. We have Mitch at 340.
And Caden.
Caden at a total of
315, or he had 315 behind, so he had 400 before.
Okay. He has you covered. So.
You said 220?
315, I think, is what it is.
Mitch has 340 total. Caden has 400 total.
So Mitch has 340 total, is what I'm hearing.
and Caden has 315 behind. To be very clear.
Oh. Okay. Yeah. You should have 3 more. Let's check it.
Not Mitch. I meant Caden.
250.
It says 320.
Okay. We're off by 20, but okay.
Okay, so we're off by 20 there, but
And then Caden.
How much do I have left behind?
like
Caden, that would not put him
320.
all in, I
looks
believe.
like.
If I'm understanding this correctly, he has
But no, he had put this
315
in, so-
behind, but he's
and
bet
You
85.
don't have
Nick
this one. He calls. He calls.
And Caden
It's a call. They're both all in. We'll solve
Ace
it.
Jack of
post-mortem.
spades for
And
Mitch.
I believe we
And-
were
yep.
right, and Mitch is vulnerable here.
So add his hand.
I'm covered.
I believe so.
Yeah.
Give me a second here. What's Mitch's hand?
Ace Jack of spades.
Ace Jack of spades.
Okay, we have Caden at 54%.
It's gonna come down to
So
flips.
Caden wants no more spades here. He wants everything to stay the same, just brick,
Let's
brick.
see.
His tournament life. Mitch is looking for a spade.
Queen.
It's another queen.
Kills some spade outs.
Gives
So
Caden the
six
84%,
of spades,
but the
king of
flush
spades gone.
The flush
still
is
matters a
still
lot.
there.
Here we go.
And the river.
River card. This is a 6.
Of
The clubs.
So Caden defeats Mitch on a boat there.
Wow, we are really seeing people fall in
Quick succession.
You're
here.
right.
Hand 105 before we lost
Got drawstrings.
a person here, and now by hand 119 we're down to 3.
Now, and here's an interesting note, given the context of this club.
Can we take a break? I gotta pee.
Oh, Nick is requesting a
And
break.
we can get a recount though.
We'll take a break and get a recount.
You know, it's worth pointing out that when this club initially got started, of that original group, PJ was amongst the original. Caden and Nick have been part of the most recent additions to the club. So, this is given the current numbers, what you could call the old guard is currently outnumbered.
Yeah, the old guard have definitely taken a hit tonight, but TJ is still, by our count, leading by a slim margin. But it's a three-way battle here. It's the difference of 200,000 chips maybe between PJ in the lead and Caden in third here.
Yeah, all-ins are not
Anybody's
friendly to
game.
anyone.
And
we have Mitch coming in.
I didn't know. You don't have to talk to me. I just didn't know.
Right back in it.
We want to talk to you, Mitch.
we talked to Hamlet.
I was in this for the long haul, dude.
300, 400, 500.
Joining us in a hot second here, Mitch, add in the headphones. Hello.
Hello, everybody. How we doing?
Is that 965?
I'm doing well. So Brock and I were giving you a lot of credit when when Nick was chip leader by what was the widest margin I think of all of the whole night at 1.4 million. We were giving you lots of credit for you were the first, and the table really tightened up. We said you were the first to get really aggressive, followed by PJ.
Had to.
Yeah.
Had to do it. It was the only way. It was just like I knew that eventually at some point people were going to have to start opening it up, and I decided to start opening it up because that's how I like to play anyway, and it really kind of like tightened up for me, and that's actually not where I feel more comfortable. I feel more comfortable playing loose and playing open and getting aggressive, and so that last hand there, it's one of those situations where I'm short stack at the table, and even if I catch a lucky ladder or something like that, somebody else goes out before me. I'm at a massive chip disadvantage, and I hadn't been seeing very good cards really, and had a couple hands where I maybe got a little out of line, but I get ace jack there suited, and I feel pretty good about it. And then the flush draw comes on the flop, and when I wasn't gonna shove there, but then he let out for it was what was it, like 70K or something like that, 90K, I can't remember what it was,
a good amount,
but he let out there pretty strong, and the only play was to either shove or fold, and obviously I'm not folding there, so got to get it all in. And 2 cards to come, had a lot of outs. The queen there actually kind of hurt me a little bit because it took like 2 of my outs away. there going into the river. But it is what it is. I knew it was going to come down to flips. I said it earlier in the night that it was just going to come down to flips, given the way things are progressing. And when you get a bunch of really good poker players sitting down at the table, goodness.
Yeah, this is brand new. I haven't heard this before.
Wonderful. USB audio board.
Oh,
there it goes.
there we go.
Oh. Alec, we need assistance.
Yeah.
Anyways, just to finish my thought, it was the right time, and it is what it is. That's poker. It was gonna come down to flips. When you get a bunch of good people at the poker table, and
Yeah.
you go 110 hands or 104 hands or something like that without knocking anybody out, it's like that at some point it's just gonna come down to that, and so.
Yeah,
I feel good about it. I feel good about my play. I'm still pissed at Jeff for Hero calling me with the 4s. That was a sick play. Absolutely sick play.
Heard about it. I was not present, but I heard, he proudly mentioned that to me when he let me in the building after grabbing Wendy's.
Yeah, Hero called me with 4s. I felt like it was a good bluff, actually. I tried to do something a little weird, and I let out on the flop, which was definitely not standard. Maybe what I should have done is just checked it over to him and let him bet, and then I could have check raised, and that would have shown some more strength. Man, this is really struggling.
Brock's presence has calmed.
Brock's presence
our
has calmed the
microphones.
nerves of. Anyways, but yeah, so.
Yeah.
Overall, I feel like I didn't play very bad. There were only a couple spots where I just was floating just to float and maybe got a little out of line. But overall, I felt like I played well, and that's poker, It is what it is. So.
Yeah, and I definitely liked your hand against Nick, where you took a lot from him. I think you had 10-5, and you hit that set of 10s, and you really just extracted max value. I think you had a real. We thought Nick wasn't following you much, and then he hit a king, and he decided to call you down. So there's some very nice play.
Yes, thank you. I appreciate that. Yeah, the 10s hand was weird because it's when you get a flop like that, it was 10-10-7 or something, or 10, I can't remember what it was, but it was it was one of those things where it's I can't show any aggression here, because if I show aggression here, he's just gonna know I have a 10. It's one of those flops where it's you maybe I'm I'll just float this, and he barreled into me, and I just flatted, and then the turn comes, and he barrels again, and I'm thinking well, if I flat here again, then he's gonna know I have. You know what I'm saying? It's one of those things where it's flatting is almost scarier for him in that spot, because it's if I just flat here, and the board was the turn was a brick. It was a 3 or something. I can't remember what it was, but it's if I flat here, he's gonna look at me and go, "What the heck are you flatting with?" And so I have to I had to try to make it look like I was making a move, and that's why, I overbet in that spot, and he called, and that was that.
And what's interesting too is that king gave him the high pair, but just a few hands before he was in a similar spot, big hand. He actually laid and correctly so laid down 2 pair. So we thought, oh, he's definitely laying this. Mitch is all in. Either Mitch has him thinking
surprised.
he's
I was surprised at the call.
You got in his head.
Yeah,
and,
I was surprised at the call. But do you see that one of those last hands that he just he took it back from me? I had top pair and with the 10-7, and he runnered the flush, and got it back from me on that. I don't feel like I don't know. Maybe there's a situation where I get away from that one, but the pot was $350,000. And I don't know if I'm really in the business of folding top pair in that spot for that kind of money behind in chips, So, but anyways,
You want to wear the mic?
It was a fun time.
Yeah,
Had a
glad
great
to hear you
time.
had a good time.
Thank you.
And we love to see your good
There's
play.
a mute. Click
Awesome.
the mute on it.
Well, I'm gonna let Brock get back on the mic. Thanks everybody for watching. Thanks everybody for donating. People who have potentially donated, but yeah, I'm gonna go say bye to everybody. Peace out.
Have a good night.
Check. Testing.
Yellow.
269.
Okay, here's what I'm going to do while we got some time. I'm going to move Caden over
Brock is
here.
requesting we play
We're gonna start
Beethoven's
building
Seventh in
ornate
honor of the King's
thing in
Speech.
the middle.
Oh, yeah.
So you get it.
Yeah, at the end here, I think we're just gonna play some Scott Joplin for the last two people.
Yeah, where's the waiting music? Brock and I, if we had control over this, we'd be playing some Scott Joplin, some Herb Albert, and the Tijuana Brass.
Now Alec would be
Hi,
playing
man.
Catch you, buddy.
lo-fi, but you know that's
Take care.
just a matter of taste.
Some nice warm goodbyes here.
And I think we might be exchanging some chips here, upping the value.
All right, see you guys.
Breaking out more greens.
Since I do believe we're moving the blinds up to 15 and 30. But now down to 3. And
Potentially,
Are you guys gonna get a new
Hamlet earlier predicted
No.
that if
No, we
anybody
trade.
was to
We'll trade
challenge
around.
PJ, it would
What are
be
you
Nick.
talking about?
But now
When I win
Caden,
that, I'm
after
taking it home.
yeah, you're welcome
basically
to take it home
doubling
for-
off
for a
of
bit.
his defeat of Mitch,
It's like 50, 60 bucks. or
is
something
is
like
now
I'm gonna
in
go to the
a
trophy shop
very
and I'm just gonna make
close
myself one.
third.
Is that
I'll
cool?
give you 50,
that. If you
60
make,
bucks.
like,
So
if you go
what
to the Innovation
is-
Studio,
what
make
is your
us a base
thoughts
for
on
that.
that?
That'd
Do
be
you- do you
nice.
think it
We could
switches
just
to
fucking
anything?
glue it
Oh
on
no,
there?
I want one of the fucking tall
I will
kung
give you
fu
50 or 60
fucking.
What?
bucks to buy a new one. Whoever
So,
wins.
Man, I gotta order more ribbons.
repeating
then.
what
That's
um,
I gotta do
Caden,
that. I mean,
now,
it's not bad, but you know, it's
Hamlet
kinda
had said
cool.
that
There's
Nick
only
would probably
one
be the
actual
person to put the
Barclays winner in
pressure on
trophy, so-
PJ if anybody
I'll
was
get the,
gonna
I'll get the
vault
placard.
over him in position. But
I'll
now
send you the
with
winner's name.
with
Oh, that's true.
it almost
Yeah.
being a 3-way,
Get one plaque. We should just get one plaque
for
to be
first
hang
place.
up on a wall.
do you
And then
think
just,
PJ has the
hope they never
advantage
take
here,
down here.
or do you
It's like,
think it's
let's
anybody?
just put it in a place where they like.
Yeah.
won't
I
care.
think
Like they won't know.
Right there.
PJ has the widest range.
fucking
That's what I
brain.
think.
Building that
And
down.
Sure. If you make
Do you think that's
stack of
dangerous
10,
for
more or
him?
less make
You know
stack of 10,
that would have been more valuable
talking back there.
a few minutes ago because
Slowly devolving into now chip building stream.
Yeah.
it would have been it would have been more useful earlier.
That's-
Well, it was, but now everyone's got a few more big blinds than before. Wide range. I don't think Kane's changing his range. I don't foresee Nick changing his range. Well, or PJ. So, him having the widest range is okay. I'll tell you, it'll help him if he ends up heads up against Caden. It'll help him. But then again, if it's PJ v Caden heads up and they have about similar stacks, PJ could just get caught. He could.
gonna
It's
make
the
like a
classic.
circle
PJ's
thing,
going to be
sorta.
picking up a lot of blinds, and one day he's going to raise into a big hand, and he'll probably get caught. So, well, so that's I think, and I'm far less certain about a Nick v PJ heads up.
Yes, definitely. I don't think we're gonna see many
Yeah, I think
hands
it is.
with 3 people at this point. It
Doesn't
seems
say
like
the
it's
time.
going to be very mono a mono. If there's even plays at all, like obviously the amount of folding is going to skyrocket on a 3-person
Got
table
a few stacks of 10 right
because
here.
almost like in the beginning with
Whenever you are.
nobody wanted to be the first person out. Now it's a matter of
Feel the
who's
need
going
for
to be dueling, who are going to be the duelists tonight for the first place prize.
Well, and here's something though, if these folks have some level of foresight, it's probably not good to sit back and say, well, let's say for example, PJ and Caden are in a hand, right? And Nick has the thought, I can either get in on this or I can step back and let them blow each other up. But if either one of them ends up absorbing the other's chips, that 2-1 lead and then into a just heads up game of poker means a lot.
So you think that there might be a 3-way all in?
I'm saying if they're I'm saying if those in their positions that consider the fact that if one person gets all of another person's chips, you're probably going to see more 3-ways. I'm not talking 3-way all ins, but I mean 3-way flops.
3-way flops. Okay.
But then again,
I'd imagine like the pre-flop raising is going to increase at least from PJ.
Yep.
So
It's fun.
it's kind of hard to tell because
There's probably like 4
Caden
people
might
watching
be
at this point. So.
if
He
his
might as well
play
get rid
tonight
of the
has
rest of them.
proved anything,
Might as well
it's
get them-
that he's
get them all out of there.
definitely very tight. And do you think he kind of like realizes, okay, now to play a hand, it's going to be very expensive. So does he back off and play even less hands? Or does he kind of take that into account and keep moving
We're almost there.
with playing about the same amount?
Yeah, I don't know. I think the latter.
The latter?
It's well, I guess I'm very interested to see some first few hands. I think that'll give us a good taste of how this will actually shape up.
I can see Nick kind of calling PJ's large pre-flop that we might see. Of course, he might take a different tack, but I'm not sure with Caden. So, as you said, it'll be a few hands in.
Caden will continue to play
Alright, let's do it.
premium hands. I think Caden's play has been the most consistent.
Yeah, I would agree. It's just, you're
we go.
closing in on the trophy as it is brought out.
Pretty sick, I'm not gonna lie.
A very nice looking trophy. And looking at it, knowing that you're
Hope
close,
you're ready back there.
does it alter your...
Maybe.
I'm
Not Caden's.
yeah. So.
Or if it does,
Caden
well,
to
that's
see-
something.
Oh, here we go. I'll fix it. Forgot to say that.
What?
What?
All right, boys. Yeah. Way to go,
A
buddy.
few friendly
Caden, you
handshakes.
too. I'd shake your hand, but I'm not getting up. I figured they would be.
Really?
Yeah.
So there we go. All right.
Okay.
Oh, blinds.
We'll
15,
definitely
30.
see some
Yeah. 15,
lightning
30 blinds,
hands here.
boys.
Blinds.
Means
15,
standard
30.
raise about 100K.
It's interesting that PJ is bringing up that the standard raise is 100K when I think we'll see
Wow. I'm on the
probably
new
more
one.
60Ks because min raises have been the theme
Okay.
of the night.
15.
Min raises end up being almost 10%. Nearly. Off by just
Hey,
a
you
tad.
need to move that all in brick. I won't be able to get him the button.
Okie smoky, we're 3 ways here. Buttons on PJ.
Hand 120.
Let's see how he acts on the button. Also UTG. With Jack 2, maybe he'll make a move. He does like, oh no.
No.
Not a good start.
Yeah.
And it's a fold. Kane with 9-3. Is he one to limp here? And it's a walk.
Hey, good
I
walk
think
for
Nick
this one.
With snowmen.
I did not get a good hand, so. Well, I got an okay hand,
Lots
I
of
guess. Maybe I
walks.
could have played it. But.
To the end here.
I bet you the next 3 hands won't be walks.
Really?
Yeah.
Doo-doo-doo-doo.
Now, does a pre-flop raise and then 2
What'd you
folds
have?
count?
Doesn't count.
Doesn't count? Okay.
Oh, nice. It's a pretty good one to start out with, huh?
30.
Yep.
King with 10-4.
Don't think he's playing
UTG,
that.
but on the button.
Another
Definitely
walk?
not playing that. Nick 9-8.
Looks like Wesley's correct.
Raise to
for
60.
this hand.
1 for 3. Raised to 60. Connected 9-8. Oh, but PJ.
Oh no.
Big
200.
slick ace king suited.
100.
I'll take
Nick
that
has
one.
been caught. And he, yeah.
And he
Is the type
wisely
of hand.
gets out
Yeah,
of
he
that
just
one.
gets out of there. I mean,
Lola.
could he have stuck around and then hope for like a bunch of middling cards?
of course,
And then
Nick
put
didn't.
PJ on ace king? Maybe.
Yeah. Nick, of course, didn't know that he was walking into ace king suited there, but I mean, he made the right choice there.
I had it there. Don't worry.
PJ definitely being honest at the table right
I
now.
think that like that was a bad. I'm pretty sure I had it there.
All right, we have Nick with 10-4, UTG in position, and it's a fold.
Call.
PJ calls with 5-2 suited.
Yes.
He definitely likes that suited. Caden 9-5. Really surprised not to see a raise from PJ here.
Now, PJ's 5-2 just improved.
40.
Yeah, a bet like this is great. Fold. The likelihood of Caden calling is really low.
This is gonna be really hard if you guys make good folds. I just gotta be honest. So if you guys could start making worse folds, that'd be really ideal.
All right, let's see if I'm 3 for 3. Because if I am, Brock owes me a milkshake.
I mean, 5-3 hits flops, right? I mean,
Do you have a big pair on that? Hand you just 3 bet, good go.
like a made pocket pair.
Not
No.
quite.
Probably 2 big ones.
Two very good cards though, and suited.
All right, PJ, King 9,
Big one.
enough to play.
G unit. 60.
60.
I'll put it back
60.
out there.
That's one milkshake for me.
That's just double.
King 4
Call.
suited.
Didn't click.
Caden calls.
three-handed?
Definitely likes that suited. Doesn't know he's dominated. Ace 8 for Nick.
Why
Makes this a pretty
Why
competitive
not?
hand.
Why not?
And we're all in.
And here's
Well, we're all in the
Wesley's
hand.
proposed
Whoa, Buffett.
3-way to the flop. And
Nick grabs the best of it.
Yeah, Nick grabs the 8 there.
Is Caden gonna make
Check,
a move?
check.
Nope. Nick does middle pair.
85.
Giving PJ the
85
option
from
is
PJ.
dangerous.
Fold from Caden.
8-5.
Nick is very likely to stick around middle pair plus flush draw. I think it's a
Call.
good. Yep.
And that was 85.
Yep.
Yep.
The 4 bricks out.
Check.
The club
Flop.
draw.
But does
100.
Nick believe he's good here?
Just a small bump.
We're about to find out.
Just by 20. That's like good pot odds. right?
PJ bets 100
Call.
and Nick calls.
Makes me wonder if PJ's trying to talk him out of the hand. And the jack probably makes Caden
Check.
feel even safer.
Check back.
Yep, got it.
8 is
And
good.
Nick
Just like
sticks
that.
with it and wins with his 8.
Just like that, PJ's
A
out of
pretty
the
good draw, I
lead.
guess, but didn't quite get there, huh?
Which, I wonder if this sets a tone, right? Nick didn't give PJ the credit for the jack there. I mean, by the end, he had a good reason not to, but flop river, he said, I don't think you got it. And he was right.
And it's very interesting to see. I don't want to say like Nick has a lock on PJ because I don't think that's true. But he was able to see through some of PJ's pressure there, which
Yeah, good. You're looking away. I'm glad. I think when I said that, you were looking away. So
will be interesting to see if Nick continues to have like a good read on PJ into the future.
Money.
And it's
5-3, 7-3, PJ,
folded to
beautiful looking
PJ's
black
Thanks
10.
for the small blind, nerd.
Welcome, nerd.
FREE free.com, baby.
And
I didn't
at this
know that
point,
credit was racked.
does poker become an endurance game? They've been playing for
Like-
about 6 hours,
Like-
and we don't know how much longer this is gonna go. So, do they start loosening up unintentionally?
Just for the fun of it? I'd believe so. Nick 10-8 clubs, good enough to
raise
play,
to 60.
good enough to raise.
Well,
to
up that
60.
standard, boys. We're going to 90 from now on.
Call from Caden.
Fold from PJ, and the call from Kane, who has definitely loosened his range. Ace 3, you wouldn't have seen this before.
And it's not It's bad for him.
Just okay.
Check. Bet 80, fold.
And
But Nick's aggression pays off.
And it's hands like that where Caden could be paid off by being a tad more aggressive. Because Nick, if he wasn't able to lead the betting there, somebody bet into him instead, he doesn't have much reason to stay.
No, especially if King leads, you know. What does that say? King 7 over pair.
And I feel like that's kind of like a power that he has, is when you play tight, you get a lot more respect for hands that you might.
Absolutely. 6-2 red for PJ. Doesn't like it. Throws it away.
Fold.
Fold. Caden, we don't even know what he had. Doesn't matter.
And
But Nick had Jack 8, so he's not losing a whole lot.
is your VP.
All right, Brock. Double or nothing on that milkshake. If it.
I didn't bet the milkshake to begin with.
Brock, if every card at the table
I'm gonna jump the
dealt
lines in about 20 minutes.
is red,
okay. Keep her going.
you owe me 10 milkshakes. Oh, never mind. You didn't make the deal. 10-4 for Caden, and it's a black 4.
Fold.
And it's a fold. Nick with Queen 5 suited. He might like the fact that it's suited. He does.
Raise to 80.
80.
Or 60, pardon me.
60.
Call.
And a quick call from PJ with King 2 also suited, but with hearts.
Jeff says he went home.
Yeah, that's what's up.
The
Not a lot of help with the suits.
although the Nick gets the gutter to with a jack. He bets out
90 fold.
And I think we're starting to see Nick come up with a more aggressive play. If the
Maybe.
last few hands have been a sign, he's definitely been betting pretty heavy on the flop. Which, again, like, it could work out for him, or he hasn't really had much power on the flop, so he might just run into it one day.
Let's see here. Nick with King Queen off
I imagine he's playing that.
for sure.
70. Fold.
70. A fold from PJ, who had Jack 2. Doesn't seem to like that. Caden with King 8.
Call.
I definitely
Suited
think Caden has
with diamonds. Yeah, oh, for sure. He's
opened up a little.
Yeah.
5-3 hits flops, baby.
Caden not ahead here.
I
Check,
think we're going
check.
to see a bet from Nick again.
Oh, whoops. And that bet really
90
works out.
Fold.
And you see it again and again. Nick doesn't hit the flop. But he just assumes King has it and bets into him. He really thinks he can get Caden off of basically any error that he might hit.
2 times in a row, a re-raise from Caden would have paid off. Can he know that? No. I'll blame for it.
Let's start blowing money. Let's do it.
I think we're about to see a 90K raise from PJ.
And PJ hasn't really been a force so far, but I think he wants to get back into the...
Fold.
And he doesn't like it. Queen 7, the robot hand. Queen 8 from Caden.
Fold. Okay.
Fold. It's a walk.
And
To Nick's ace queen. A
Nick
good
has been
walk for
running
everyone but Nick.
Great for Nick. He's, I mean, king, queen, ace, queen. We've seen some pocket pairs after the break here.
I got a hunch about this next hand here. I think this next one's going to be big.
Gonna be big. See some action. kind of been trading off for these last few hands, but Nick has
Yeah,
definitely
yeah.
slowly profited off of them.
King Jack 3. Wrong person to have Jack 3. Fold on the Nick with King 7. It's okay.
With his current play, yeah, he's definitely going to bet this.
Option.
90.
Gives PJ the
90,000.
option, raises the 90 with Jack 5.
Question is, does Nick play it?
Nope. It's just a fold.
And while Nick is now opened up about a 6K lead, or more like 500K lead, still truly anybody doubling up here changes the game.
That's right. Nick with 10-8 suited in spades. Definitely wants to see a flop here.
70.
Raises to 70. Well, he wants to see a flop with died.
Fold.
Fold. Fold. King folds ace 5.
And aggression has been ruling the table since the break here.
11:35. Blinds at 20:40.
And we're at hand 132.
Hand 132 of the Premier League final. Boy. Who knows how many hands we've played in previous
Yeah,
ones.
it's on me. It's okay. It doesn't matter.
Buttons on PJ.
PJ with
Yes.
8-2.
I forgot to move it.
He doesn't like that.
God damn it.
Walk.
It's a walk. King with 7-2 off. Really bad. Nick, King 2. Guess he's okay to see a walk. All right, Brock. If the next hand has over 200,000 in it, you owe me twice as many milkshakes, which puts you at 8
0.
milkshakes.
Puts me at 0 milkshake.
All right, Caden with the strong hand of.
We don't know.
We're about to find out how strong it is.
Fold.
It's
No,
well,
apparently
not strong enough for Caden. Nick, ace 9 suited in spades. Pretty
He's
good.
been rolling just magnificent.
75.
75 up to PJ. Does he Queen 6 off? Pretty loose call.
I think he just wants to see a hand here.
He can afford.
And
he grabs the best of it. He might just try to scoop it up right now. But Nick
100,
gets aggressive with
200.
100. And then he'll re-raise. I feel like Nick,
And Nick folds to the double.
he's been caught. He's been doubled like a bad hand of bridge.
And
At least I'm betting when I have it.
Nick
So
loses
guess I could be playing more.
a fairly high amount of chips there, but he's still in the lead. PJ's trying to make some headway here.
Makes me wonder if Nick will just slow down a little bit now that he's been slapped on the wrist.
Wounded there.
5-4 for Nick.
Fold.
No, sir. PJ has aces. I was actually going to make a joke about aces. He actually has aces.
60 and fold.
60.
And it's a
And
fold.
PJ
We don't
just
even...
with
Should
the
I look
min
for
raise
Caden?
trying to
What do
hunt
you
for
think?
action there.
Caden,
Alright, next time.
Caden had 9-3 off.
Fair
The
enough.
likelihood of getting any raise
Yeah.
through, very low. Very unfortunate for PJ.
It would have been very unfortunate for Ken
Start
if he
switching
woke up with
five,
anything
shuffle.
vaguely
different
good
order than
there.
what I've been doing.
Because he has been opening up a little bit.
Also tough
and he
to
would have
get
been
hands
opening up
in
into
hand.
aces.
It's not easy.
90.
Raise
Queen
to 90.
Jack off for PJ.
Lost the feed again.
5s for Caden.
90 to PJ.
Yeah.
Apparently he lost the feed.
Caden's looking
get
to
10 back.
call here.
Call for Caden.
Some interesting.
Yeah, when we're
And
done.
4-3 for Nick.
I'll take
I don't
it.
think he's playing
Yeah, I don't
this.
think he's getting involved. But if he does, he's
Fold
going
for
for the low end of it. All right, pretty flip. Caden
Caden loves to see a 5
52%.
here.
Let's see a 5 and a jack.
Not
No.
quite. PJ
Actually
hits
gets
that
to
flop
open
pretty
under.
well.
Check 120 folds.
In fact, here's what's interesting. Caden has, if I'm not mistaken here, PJ doesn't have a
Fucking
pair,
touching the mic. So I'm
but
gonna put
he
it over here
has.
so I don't break it.
He was up 54% there.
Yeah.
So
Because he just had so many
he had,
outs.
he had the open-ended draw to the straight, 2 overcards. 5s just did not have enough equity, according to the calculator.
That is
he was behind.
Pretty brutal.
Oh,
I didn't know that was possible.
sorry.
Okay, like right there.
Yeah, it is kind of
I'm looking
surprising.
Okie smoky. Caden opening up with the unknown cards of A7 off, is what I'm guessing.
Fold.
It was folded. Ace 8 for Nick off. Enough to keep
60,
him around.
200.
And then a re-raise, really quick.
So-
15 to re-raise to what?
200.
Re-raise to 200 from PJ and a fold.
Okay.
And
So how much did Nick bet?
15.
60.
60. Whoops.
Yeah,
You
that,
can't
that
even bet
sounds-
15.
That sounds right. And then PJ to 200.
Had big slick. He was.
And
Sorry.
folded
I got stubby arms.
Nick. And I think PJ did. I mean, the strategy's obviously working out for him. He's now slim chip leader, but he's been trying to just gnaw away at Nick's lead here by just re-raising into oblivion. And I think that it's working, but as you said before, it could be dangerous for him.
Danger could hit here soon.
60.
60.
Okay, there was the order.
It's all good. I mean, you didn't change.
We never know what the order is anyway, so.
Nick should have the button.
Call.
Before you go on, what was the action there?
Okay, PJ, raise 60.
So Nick should have been leading there.
Okay. Do you want to just act like it was 60?
Okay, so PJ bet 60.
Well, hold on. No, you have to go back. You have to go back because the blind would be wrong.
Yeah.
So
Now
dealer button is on PJ in this scenario.
crap. Okay. Have them rub their cards again. See if that works. So PJ 60.
Move
Caden
cards up, put
fold.
cards on. Okay, raise 60, fold, call.
Call. Okay.
Okay.
And win for the flop.
I burned.
All clubs. Nick with the jack of clubs. PJ with A7 red.
Check behind.
Checks back.
2 checks. 2 of diamonds doesn't do anyone
Of course,
favors.
there's the other one, huh?
It'll be interesting to see if we get the 9 of clubs here, the third defective card.
Bet 70. Fold.
Also gives them the
70 followed by
Did I make a
quick
good one
fold.
there or a bad one? How was my read? Was that a good fold or a bad fold?
It was a good fold, PJ.
All right.
Wait. Hold on.
I mean, he hasn't hit the flush yet,
I
but
said fairly standard.
it would have been,
Yeah.
Well, darn.
yeah.
Oh yeah, there's the cut.
That's the cut. That's
This is
gonna
about to be the
cooler.
biggest
Three-way all
hand.
in, boys, huh?
Three-way all in.
No 2-card
Caden
cut.
with king
4-card
2,
cut.
not likely.
Usually not. If you're the
Fold
third
it
player,
away.
why would you jam? Like,
Just
unless
take
you, unless
guaranteed
you have
money.
the absolute nuts,
7-4
like-
hearts for Nick. They're close enough. They're suited. He likes it. Option.
Checks.
And then a check. PJ was 6-5. They're both in the low. Actually, PJ has the gap Nick needs.
Call that the double deal.
PJ's looking at his one
check.
spade.
Check, check. PJ has no spade. He has a club.
That's I'm blind.
And no, but he has an open-ended draw now, and Nick has a pair.
65 by Nick. Fold.
65 and a fold from PJ.
Not to win 60.
And Nick and PJ have seems like they're kind of skirmishing, and Caden hasn't really been a presence. It'll be interesting to see if he's just waiting for a potential all-in hand at this point, or is he... It'll be interesting to see how he gets back in the action.
Yeah, I think one of these hands we're gonna see two really good hands get all in pre-flop. 10-8, not a really good hand. Perhaps playable.
Fold.
But
Fold.
it's a fold, and then a fold from PJ was 6-3. Nick gets a
dominated.
clean walk with
And
King Jack.
By law.
Caden
Or
probably
Nick,
wanted to
Caden.
play that one.
What does AF peak mean? Little light flashes.
Oh, I don't. Oh, it's audio peak.
I'm not even making a noise. How's it peaking?
5 card. We're gonna up it every time.
Every time you're gonna do a 32 card cut. Good luck. I wish you the best.
King 9, good enough for PJ.
90.
90K. Let's see if the cards work out for the other
2
fellas.
folds.
2 folds. Nick folded 4-2.
Okay, calling it now. 2040.
Let's do it.
Right now?
Blinds are
Yep,
going
right
up.
now. 2040. Out of blinds.
Woo! My standard raise is now 120.
Okay, you good back there?
Yep.
2040 blinds?
Yeah, and Caden has a button.
Yep. All right. Fold.
Fold from Caden.
Fold. Walk.
Well, I was
And,
raising 120, so if you're not calling nothing,
PJ,
then you're
like
barely
his
even
Jack
calling
8
that.
suited.
No way, Jose. Oh, you're so silly. That's, it's unfortunate.
Now,
in poker.
The end of poker is always just waiting for that hand where two people have to have something they like, and we just haven't seen that yet.
Raise 90.
Raise to
Call from
90
PJ.
with Ace
Fold.
2 red. PJ rolling up with 9-7
do this.
diamonds. Caden folds.
Check.
And the flop, we're getting it. 339.
200.
200.
The re-raise.
Fold.
I'm winning. Why would I not raise you?
Nick, how much
Keep
did
that
Nick?
into him like that?
How much did Nick open with?
You're gonna bet
100.
100K into me. I can just raise for 200. I have it. I win.
He bet 200, and what did
Yes.
PJ bet?
No, you got 100.
No,
and
100.
PJ bet 200.
Okay.
That's right. We're gonna get it. Big hand. We're gonna
Big
play
hand
a
right
pot.
here. Aces, and kings.
No, let's do something reasonable like ace 8 and king queen.
How about 10-7 red for PJ?
Comes pair flush draw.
Not ideal.
No.
So hopefully it's
Fold,
between them.
block.
All right, sweet.
Nick picks up there.
With Queen Jack, you probably would have liked to play it.
That is foobar.
Came down to 11 big blinds.
It's shifting back and forth here between Nick and PJ
I'm
here.
running
Caden
pretty
slowly
good. I'm
bleeding
hitting boards
chips.
that I want to.
He's now
I'm getting good
down
pre-flop
to
hands.
just
I'm
over, just
I'm
11
not too
big
bad in
blinds.
this corner.
King with ace 5 just might be enough for him.
Fold, and it's not.
Nope. Nick, Queen 6.
He's
It's enough for him.
It's enough for him.
120. Fold.
And
It's
now
not a standard range.
they're
You want
gonna
to play? We're playing 120.
PJ's teaching them a bit of a poker lesson, I suppose, in the sense that if you're in for 40, you got to be in for 120, especially this late. Or you're just gonna keep bleeding.
PJ is definitely talking his way around this table, claiming to have
I
super
just want to know what
connectors.
the 120
Definitely
range
did
is.
not.
It's that.
All right, Alec, time to deal out the cooler.
Hey, I'm trying, man.
Deal more
I'd love
brutally.
to just deal it out. I normally do.
King 3, probably for
Probably
Nick,
not.
the hand of a cooler.
But he's still
Raise,
reaching.
100. Fold.
And you raise to 100, followed by a fold by PJ. With
Call.
3-2, Caden 10-9 suited.
And this is about as even as a hand gets. 49-51. And
Now,
Caden,
if we were looking for something,
both of
This is
them
the time.
catch. Both of them catch that.
Middle pair for Nick, Caden also in the hand.
I don't think Caden likes that though, but he's looks like he's gonna bet into it.
He is.
40.
He bets
A min.
40.
Call.
And just a
I
call.
mean, 40 to 220,
And
boys. Come on now.
Nick's probably afraid of the ace here, considering Caden's range.
Okay, open the door for
Check.
potential back door.
Caden lets him lead.
120.
It's
Fold.
a 300 pot. Please do not bet 60.
And Caden
Would've
folds
had a
under
stroke.
pressure. And this leaves Caden in a tenuous position.
7 big blinds.
7. He's really just gonna have to see a hand, probably pre-flop at this point, and stick with it.
PJ with ace 4 off. He likes it just enough.
80.
80.
80.
Fold.
Fold. Nick can defend. Actually, with ace
I
6
want a caller.
suited.
I mean, like, nobody wants to call the 120, so
Aces could lead to
good
trouble.
hands gotta play them properly.
The 4. PJ
PJ gets the 4,
Another
Check.
but
but
between
Nick gets
80.
the flush draw.
keeps it pretty even.
Call. Check.
9 brings a bunch of straights home.
PJ continue. He does.
160.
160.
160.
Does Nick
Said
buy
160,
another
put 120.
card?
Oh, I'm a dummy.
Okay. 160.
Does
I
Nick
did too many
buy another
subtractions.
card here? Does he buy a
I mean,
buy a club?
he just might,
Boop, boop,
right?
boop, boop,
Is he worried about straights? He's going for a flush.
Or even a
Call.
6 helps him out here.
And it's a call.
And
Ace is going to
I'm
lead
on.
to a lot of
All
trouble.
in.
does PJ call all in? Or
I
did
think I have you covered, but I don't know.
Did PJ call all in?
Yeah, PJ went all in.
Yeah.
PJ's all in, and he has the check mark. And
And
Nick,
Nick is looking at an ace here to carry him to victory. I don't know. That's dangerous, hinging on a rivered ace.
yeah, he wasn't necessarily looking for an ace. He was looking for a club. It's such a weak kicker. He could talk himself out of it.
But
Folds.
and he gives
And
it
he
away,
does.
which is good.
Es más interesante.
But PJ still scoops 340K off of that hand, the biggest amount we've seen in a bit. But PJ is now the undisputed chip leader here with double what Nick has.
I think I had you there too.
And he did.
Game to start, 9-2 suited. Probably not good.
Fold.
And an 8.
Looking for his hand.
Nick, 8-3 off. Probably not
Fold.
good.
Walk.
And an 8.
Now,
PJ, Jack 4. He would have played that.
after that last hand and PJ establishing himself, I think we see Nick back off a little bit in his previous aggression, which kind of leaves PJ to kind of dictate the game. And Caden still
last damn
looking
card.
for his.
PJ he'll put pressure on Kate.
The fact is that once Caden gets his hand, he might want to see pressure from PJ.
40.
King 8 off for Nick.
Fold.
Fold.
Limp in. Option.
PJ
Check.
limp.
Oh yeah.
5-3 versus
And he
8-6.
Ace-6 suited.
5-3. Definitely looking for a 6 here.
Check.
Caden definitely looking for another spade.
Okay, I'll give you.
Call.
I'll give you some money. You're welcome. If I hit it though, you're gonna not be loving this.
Yeah. That's a club. Never
Check.
mind.
It's a club. Gives PJ a little something.
And yet another club. And PJ has this
100.
very tenuously with 3. But he bets it.
Fold.
I did hit it, so I gotta be honest.
And Caden backs off, which is a good move. But that puts him down to 5 big blinds. So he needs to do some real work.
I'm having a bit of run good here, boys.
I'm not sure
trying
if
to ride the
catching
wave
a
a little
3 is
longer.
necessarily running good, but
Yeah.
well, it's good enough, I suppose.
PJ's about to get. Let's see what current cards he'll consider run good. Ace-9 suited. Diamonds.
That's pretty good.
That's
Definitely playable for PJ here.
on the button.
And
UTG.
120.
He'll put the
Fold.
pressure.
I saw those cards.
Fold.
fold
I don't know.
from
No, it's
Caden.
okay.
We
It
don't
just
know what he
has to
had.
be in, I mean, you
And
can't really
a
control
fold of a trashy hand
what's
from Nick.
going on, so.
And PJ slowly sucking the life out of the other 2 players on the table. I think we're gonna have to see a real stand here from either Caden and even Nick. Like, you can argue that the game, if he doesn't make a stand soon, the game could slip away from him.
Queen 3 for Caden.
Fold.
I mean, with this kind of pressure on him, this is looking like the Siege of Vicksburg.
Yeah, it's either, I mean, with the Queen 3 offsuit, you don't really want to put that up as your final hand.
No, sir.
120.
But
10-7
You wanna
from
keep doing
Nick.
that was a call from Nick in 120.
Sorry,
Thank
did I
you.
fuck that up?
Uh,
Lo siento.
Alec.
Yes.
It was a call from Nick and then 120 from PJ.
Yep. And
And
fold.
yeah. Okay. And
one.
I mean, at some point, Caden has
It's a
to
little off, yeah.
start thinking like, am I gonna end up with
If
a
that
better
one's off,
hand?
it's okay.
With 5
Yeah,
big
we
We can
blinds,
fix it in a bit.
he has a few rotations to
We gotta
go,
take a break to get the heads up because I gotta switch the cameras up.
but not all that many.
So
Yeah, no.
Do we have bets on what his final, what the hand he goes in on will be?
King 10. How about 9-8 for Nick off?
They're runners.
Fold.
Doesn't like them.
PJ, does he like 10-8?
all in and
Put,
call.
put some real
And
pressure.
Let's see what he had.
Ace queen.
So better than a king 10.
What a
Let's
time.
chase you down.
What a time for him. You just, because I was like, you got to push him in.
Yeah.
And then he pulls ace queen.
I mean, there's the time. It was like, it was short stack to the point where I was like, well, I mean, any bet's gonna be all in anyway. So might as well try and do pre-flop.
64% for Caden here.
Yep.
And that queen came
Not
down
looking good.
for him. 4 doesn't help PJ.
Golly gee. Are we going to do this again?
No, it's a red card.
But a spade.
Yep.
How much?
And Caden
100,
survives.
200.
And ends up double to 360K,
I'll try and give you good chips.
which is
Yeah.
9 big blinds.
175.
That should be it. Please tell me I'm not dumb.
You had a miss and one you got. Yep.
One too many gold chips.
Stays there. Yep.
Okay. Couldn't remember.
And so, I'm sure Caden was, and this is kind of like the situation where PJ puts on the pressure and
We might
Caden
be
can
going for
finally
so long
call
that
it.
the
But the
Europeans
fact
can wake
is
up.
that,
Watch
That's why I said the European.
in a sense, Caden had
Oh, the
been
European poker
waiting
players
for
that
so
have
long
chance.
for that
Yeah.
hand. He's still in a 9 big blind situation.
Oh.
Yeah.
He's not
You know what?
making headway here.
Fold one. Hey there, boys.
Oh, my lord.
PJ folds that
call.
one, I believe. Who was that just folded?
Yep.
To Nick?
Luck.
I just figured my NE2 versus your NE2, you know. Just turned out he had a pretty good NE2, huh?
It's getting late in the
It's
night.
just always fun
It's
when it
almost
happens,
midnight
man.
here
You're
in
like,
Nebraska.
Okay, well, I'm going to put some pressure on this guy. Ace queen. Ace queen.
I was like, damn.
Boom. Okay.
See, another round of cards. Caden with his Jack
Boom.
6 off decides that's not worth it. Nick with Jack 6 on with diamonds.
I got 7-3.
Decides
I
it
gotta do it.
is.
Not a good one.
Midnight, it's 25.50.
So 80 was bet by Nick.
Ooh. It's getting hot in here, so take off all your clothes. I am getting so hot.
I don't blame PJ for folding that one.
It's going to be a long one to cut up. This
Yeah.
is going to take some time.
No, this is gone. This is gonna be an editor's job. I need to wind out there. So.
On the
Nick probably won't play this one, and he won't.
raise.
Ace 6.
Raise to 100.
120 full.
120 and fold. And Caden, Jack 3 suited. I mean, this is the battle. Like, do you wait? Do you try with a not even a very average hand? But the longer he waits, like, he might double up again.
Yeah, dude.
But
That's called that no look. That's
Won't be enough.
No look.
It's down
bro.
to 300.
PJ with Snowman.
120. Fold.
Let's see if anyone.
King folds, and
I thought-
Nick
Two
I thought for a moment.
folds.
There's a glimmer of hope in my eye. Damn. Damn. There you go.
Thanks, man.
No worries, big dog. Woo, woo. Fuck it, let's just go 100,000, 200,000.
Might as well just roll a damn dice.
Might as well just flip a coin.
It seems like there's a little bit of
Hey, yo, if you want to relay to West, but
exhaustion on the table.
it does.
It is dealer button on Cade, right?
Yes, it is.
That's what we
Because
have.
I definitely know this
Yep.
is correct.
So
So if
it's
you wanna-
Caden.
Did you already look at your cards?
I have not looked at them.
Okay,
So
pass.
fun.
Oh, but he already scanned them.
We're
man.
doing a little bit of
We're doing a
switcheroo.
switcheroo.
Scan.
Okay.
And
Caden has what would have been
Okay.
PJ's.
So go
suited
back.
runner.
Hey, back there. Go back
Take your
before
cards
the
off the
hand. Take your cards off the antenna.
Okay.
Okay. Hit go.
Yeah.
Bring it back on.
All right,
Hopefully they're
Caden has what would have been PJ's 6-5 of spades.
Fold.
And he folds.
Doesn't
I
like their
am
suited
getting so
connectors.
hot.
Nick has what it would have been Caden's. We don't even know.
200.
200.
And a re-raise to 200.
I feel like this 100-200 action is very,
Oh, PJ has jacks though.
and that is
Nick, we don't know.
Call.
two
And a
pocket
call.
pairs in a row for PJ. Nick, we're still in the dark on, but we're sweating
on
with
that,
PJ
like,
here with
Luigi Mansion
Jax.
type shit, you know what I mean?
And he's not
Uh-oh.
loving that flop. He is not loving that flop.
$200.
But he bets in.
I'll show you because you really got screwed.
I feel like PJ is trying to almost bait him out of this hand with I'll show you my hand. And he does. And can we see what Nick had?
No need to know.
Let's see.
That's some bullshit.
Camera 3-4.
Yeah, he
It
did.
was Jacks over 9.
Yeah, wow.
And that's another slice out of Nick's stack here. And as you can see in the aggression frequency, PJ and Nick about the same. And then
Mental.
Caden,
All I'm going
Yeah.
to say about that hand is that
Yeah.
was mental.
That was
very-
Should've gotten in pre.
Yeah, I tell you what.
quite a bit lower on the aggression.
Three-handed, I can't believe we just have.
No way, for all three of us? I knew. Oh, wow.
Well, yeah.
Yes,
No,
it
I'm
was.
just still shocked.
Brock, hit the bomb pot button.
Nick. $100. Fold.
Nick, full.
I did not get a very good hand.
PJ is being honest there.
Okay.
And Caden,
I may need a dealer change it, might, because my legs are killing me. They're starting to fall asleep.
It's okay.
Okay, sorry, I just had to do that.
but
Wait, give me some energy
now
and
even
blood.
Nick
The
is
blood
slowly
flow.
descending. And
We'll give you 2 more deals, then I'll deal.
17 big blinds for Nick.
I'm just trying to
So
make it a heads up break.
not
because I gotta keep-
disastrous.
not
Caden's
that
back
bad, though.
down to
Heads up,
6.
and heads up, we are taking a break. And we're going to 25.50 regardless.
We're going to 25.50
Or probably-
now, or
No, not yet.
okay.
A couple more hands. At the dealer change, we'll go 25.50.
We're not sure what PJ has.
120.
He's betting 120.
Fold. Mary Magdalene.
folded to the 120.
Sorry.
PJ, again, slowly scooping that cash in, playing the long game.
Fold.
King fold.
Block.
And
Okay.
PJ scoops.
I'll step in.
Okay.
And we're going to have a little bit of a
25.50,
dealer change here.
Dealer change.
Hey, can you?
Oh my God, we're gonna.
Okay, folks, we're down to 3. We have been fighting to get this thing over with. PJ with a huge advantage, and on we go.
50K.
Nick folds the button.
150K.
150. And a fold from Caden.
Hey.
Caden is down very small, just 180,000.
Hey, Wes.
What?
I need some help.
Nope. I gotta shuffle these cards.
As Brock Calmari rejoins me.
Make it work there, guy.
Great to be back.
I know. I mean, gosh, I want this to be over, and I don't want it to be over. It's been a great time, but boy, is it getting late.
I think
And-
we sort of expected this going in.
Yeah, I mean,
Not
it
going
could happen. It certainly won't be the longest session we've ever had, but PJ with the King 10 offsuit
200.
will raise to 200. Caden all in to call, will not call with the 4 deuce.
Whenever I get good cards, nobody else
And
gets
Nick holds the
cards.
5 deuce.
And that has been really the story. PJ just slowly blinding out his competitors.
Correct. PJ's almost there to the most prestigious trophy in UNL poker history and potentially in college poker history. The UNL Poker Premier League trophy.
Oh, there it is. Yeah, maybe one day.
Caden just 2 bigs. Needs to pick a hand. Is it 4 bigs, rather? And unfortunately, he just keeps getting hands with the deuce. He's sitting there like, this is just disgusting. Nick with the queen 8.
Next 2 hands, I got you.
I hope so.
$120? Ooh. Spicy.
120 was the raise.
Yep.
120 the raise, or PJ. The 7-6 off. Doesn't really need to play it. But he could steal another 120 from him if he jams. He's been playing this exploitative way the whole time. He's been playing exploitative. That's the hallmark of good poker. You go away from GTO, play exploitative, but he did not want to go for it there.
Okay, Caden.
Take a look at the VPIP.
Caden, you're gonna get a Caden brand.
It's definitely
hand.
interesting because
I've
we've
been
seen
watching you fold.
PJ
I've been watching you play.
doubling Nick's initial
I know what you want.
raises, and so far it's worked. Nick has generally backed down, and
you're correct. 8 deuce off is not very
would
good.
have worked here. There's no way to know, but I think it's interesting that he changes the strategy here.
Nick is on the button.
What about a PJ brand hand? Come on now.
Yeah, believe me, you got a PJ brand hand too.
Nice.
With another deuce.
I think he's throwing that one away.
Get rid of that one.
150.
150.
Cool. Queen 3.
And a call from Kane again. Finally pulls a hand at the right time.
Except you're Schmalcolm. How much do you got? Well, because technically I only bet 150, so if you have more than 150,
put it all in.
You
I don't
care.
care.
150.
Just get it all in. We'll figure it out.
Okay.
Executive says we're just putting it all in.
Mortem. He's not dead yet.
Just get it all in.
I just count out 150. I need 100 from there. So technically we shouldn't have turned the cards over, but I'll just assume I'll call your all in, however much is left behind. So.
We're good to go. Queen 3, ace 9 to the flop.
All right, I'm gonna run the flop.
And then you got 35 behind.
Yeah.
Okay.
Comes 4-7 jack.
Really,
PJ.
it's a hand. It's a board.
You get queen or 3 to try and knock him out. 7 won't be. Takes away a queen out.
And the spades for Caden.
Nope.
Get it. Cool.
Doesn't get it.
Still alive.
7 of spades was the
For
river.
now.
And Caden's alive for the moment.
5, 6.
All right, Kane, how about another one of those?
Another one.
Another one.
But for
been known
Caden,
to
this again
win
is
from
kind of a in a sense like he stays alive, but
We are playing at 25-50, right?
What?
25-50, right?
25-50?
Yeah,
Yeah.
we've been playing 25.
he stays alive. But
Okay.
in a sense,
They
it's a
say they
hollow
have.
victory
We've been
because
playing it.
he's back
Yeah,
up to
might be a little bit
320.
off on the count. That's okay.
He's back
We'll
up.
get it.
He's back up to 320, which before when he doubled, he was up to 360. So
PJ with a decent hand.
He's got-
Deuces.
150.
Caden's got to find a string of wins here.
I saw one of those in the face.
Both gone. Caden, look at the
We're gonna
pre-flop
have a
raise
card game.
statistic. Because all this folding, he's down to 9%.
Yeah,
I mean, you didn't need the stats just because what we've been watching. I mean, he's also been getting a lot of bad hands lately,
fucking
but
say,
I think
I
it's not
definitely PO2.
shocking to see that stat.
yeah. PJ and Nick have definitely been the actors on this table, and I think Caden definitely needs to string some wins together here to get back into it. If he doubles up again, he's actually ahead of Nick.
And this is it right here. All in.
295. All
Let's see
in.
if he can get there.
Nick with the 8-7 suited. It's a pretty hand, but you can't call. You have to let PJ try to take this. You cannot call this. This would not be good to call, personally. I mean, PJ wants to have a short stack around, in theory, but in reality, he will call.
Ooh, what'd you lay down?
No, he didn't. PJ let go of 6-3 off, and Caden scoops another 75. But I think that's the right play there. You can't, as Nick, you can't call, because PJ could just give Caden a bigger stack, and then you could still try to whittle PJ down.
Yeah, definitely, like, either... and that's the hard part. Like, Kate and Nick, they can have a decent hand to go all in on each other with, but strategically...
You don't want that.
With PJ, like, being such a dominant force on the table, it just doesn't work out.
They got on the bottom with an ace. The worst ace, but it is an ace. Lets it go. Don't blame him. I mean, it's kind of still crappy.
Call.
All in a call.
All in a call.
Let's see what he had.
Oh, and he pulls aces at the right time! You gotta be kidding!
That is gold for Caden.
Aces! I mean, look at what we've seen! Caden blinds down ace-queen. Caden blinds down ace-9. Caden blinds down aces. Unreal. But we have a board.
We have a board.
We have a board to deal.
Clubs are a potential for PJ here.
Comes 3, 3, 7. That's about as far away from what you need.
Clubs.
Needs clubs or a jack or a queen.
The Brit.
It's a 6. No, that'll be it. A jack just to twist the knife.
And Caden finally strings together some wins, and he's up to 740K, which puts him back into the playing.
Yeah, I mean, it's not
I'm
over.
in orbit and
Now,
get another one of those.
We've got a conversation. PJ still has the lead over both of them, but
he's wounded.
He did take a huge hit there. He still has over half of the chips in play, but
can't quite get him.
That is something you can't go calling another all-in like that. You have to think about it. But if the blind's so shallow, I get it, but it's going to make now each moment is critical as we go on to hand 167.
167.
And PJ pulls a good hand. May just go to 100 this time.
Played a little bit safer here.
150.
Nope. Same deal. King 5 for Caden goes.
Doesn't enter.
Nick, ooh, with a King 10 of hearts, and we might see a flop. All in and a call!
I think people are just ready to see
this thing heads up.
I'm gonna run it.
I've been losing them recently. Don't worry.
Nick with the King 10.
Nick's gonna sweat here
For his life. In the tournament, it's 7-4-4. Again, it's a paired board. They're giving him a mega sweat, but we know it's 7-4-4. Needs a king or a 10.
Dead.
Jack, not it. King or a 10 on the river. It's a 6, and PJ eliminates Nick.
And just in a couple of hands there, the game changes. And it is Caden who outlasts Nick and not vice versa.
There's a good hand there. I think we are set up for heads up.
And we'll try to get Nick in here for some commentary while we're setting up the duel.
Yeah, I think we might be good if they want to take a break. We'll take a break briefly and let everybody catch their breath before we play this heads up between PJ and Caden for the Premier League trophy. Come on back very, very shortly.
It wouldn't be on me because I was just the dealer. So it should be on me.
Welcome back. Poker Premier League.
So I deal you first.
Yep. So Caden has the dealer button and is the small blind.
He puts out 50.
PJ is the big blind. You deal the big blind first. The dealer button acts first, pre-flop, acts last, post-flop.
Okay, so hold on. What I'm hearing here
How much
is
do you have?
PJ, you're the big blind. Hey, whoa! I just gotta make sure it's straight.
I'm the small blind. Tell you.
No, you're the big blind.
No, dealer button is always the small blind. Yeah.
Okay. Yep. Well, Caden's dealer.
Yep, that's right.
So you're small. I deal you first, and then I believe Caden
Acts first, pre.
acts first pre, but not post.
Yep.
Got it.
So it's on Caden. And doesn't matter.
That was a good hand. I was really hoping you shoved. I gotta be honest.
And we come down to the duel between PJ and Caden. Both of them had been in rough spots early on, and
10, 11,
you know
13,
it's
14,
it's a testament
16,
to
17, 18, 19.
how the game changes.
Well, regardless of his finish, whether Caden gets knocked out or not, Caden has made it to second place and has outlasted other champions. Has made it to this point, hung around. His tight is right attitude has gotten him here.
$150.
PJ bets his 6-5 off suit.
Let's
Caden's
go.
not looking at much better.
Well, he's basically looking just to probably flip it for the 640. He's got a 4-1 advantage. He can afford it. He's going to try and push him away. When I was out there, I mean, I knew what was going on. You could pay attention, and I think the problem that Nick had, his big mistake was, not just coming over the top and trying to trap PJ. He had no traps, and then he trapped at the wrong time. He didn't trap. He just raised into somebody who had it. So on Caden, let's go.
I know that would have been interesting.
But yeah, that's the deal. Is that he was firing too much on the flop. It was understandable. He was playing the aggressive way, but he was firing too much in the flop, and people picked up on it. And also, he was not trapping at all. He did not trap with any hand. If you're not looking to try and trap some of the time, even with some bluffs.
Call.
So it's on PJ.
Big, sorry.
Yeah, early on in the three-way match, he had been taking a lot of flops by betting heavy, and I think eventually PJ caught on to him, started re-raising him, and he would start backing
hold
off.
on. We got one here. Call. PJ goes all in a call, but at the wrong time again. Caden picks up a huge hand. Ace, king, ace, 3.
So basically a 3 is the only thing bailing PJ out here.
Or clubs or diamonds.
It's a long way to get those.
Caden could double again and pulls just 4 hands in this situation in a row. But we'll go to the board.
And the board's...
There's a 3 on the board!
There's a 3 on the board.
Spades are dead.
A king is the only thing that'll save Caden. 7 of spades on the turn. 1 card to the win. It's a 10. And PJ
wins with the
flip. I said
3.
Is the Premier League champion.
And that one just flipped away from Caden. It looked great pre-flop, but
Kept doubling up. I was like, God damn it.
PJ has claimed it.
PJ has claimed it, and we'll go out to the table to do a quick interview and wrap this thing up here. Just want to stay with us. I'm gonna go out there and just.
Oh my goodness.
So after, just a little bit after midnight, and about 7 hours of poker, we see PJ crowned, and it was quite the journey for him. Coming from
I put my mic on?
initially, as everybody started with 500K, dropped down a little bit, and he was pretty low. He was in shoving range for a good amount of those first 100 cards.
To 3 or what is that? 5-6 camera 5-6.
5-6. and he fought his way back, and he has become crowned the champion of the Premier League.
Now we get to sit here under these
You guys,
magnificent multicolored
when I'm
strobe
interviewing, switch
lights.
from 3-4 to 1-2 for PJ sitting in the seat, so you'll see.
That took
when
so
I talk to him,
fucking
I'll be
long.
sitting on.
Yeah, that took way
Can I
too
say
long.
it just takes a professional dealer?
We just played really tight. Do you know what I mean?
I had
that whole like
talked to
hour and
PJ
half,
a little
2
bit
hours
before,
where,
and he said he was
everybody just
close to
kept
giving up
walking.
in those
I was
early
like- I was like, I
hands,
know I
but
could open up,
he
but like
obviously
if I do
stuck with it.
sick-handed and I fucking lose, like, and everybody had the same thought. And I was like, man,
Alrighty, so gentlemen, what a day.
you got that right.
I think it was an interesting path. I'll start with our second place finisher in his first year, Caden. Congratulations for making us this far. And really, I mean, look at what happened. You were able to play the tight is right attitude. I mean, at points, I will say even though you're playing tight, we were watching. I mean, you're pulling a deuce about half of your hands within the last half of it. So, I mean, there's nothing really you can do. But boy, 4 hands in a row here at the right time, you pull a huge hand, and finally it just doesn't work out. But how do you evaluate how you played tonight?
Definitely could have done some things different, but overall pretty happy. I mean, it was a good experience, and yeah, ended about how I was expecting it would, but that's all right.
Heading into the heads up with PJ, did you have any sort of strategy, or were you just crossing your fingers?
Just looking at the stack sizes, I was just waiting for a good hand, really.
Yeah, I mean that's basically how it went, and there's not more you can do, but you hung around for long enough, and the blinds got deep enough. But did you prepare at all before we played tonight? We had about a 2-month break, almost like the November 9 in a way, to prepare. Do you feel like you came out here and executed any of that preparation that you did?
I played a little with friends, and I mean, yeah, probably a little rusty, but that's all right.
That's right. And what are you potentially excited about after you look at tonight and look at the first semester you had? What are you excited about for your future in playing the game?
Yeah, it was a good experience. I'm excited going forward with this club, and yeah, just everyone, all the people in the club, and I had a good time.
All right, man. I appreciate it. Great job, Caden. Second place finish. All right, PJ. Look, damn it, we've been here before. We've been here before.
Big
I mean,
back.
who cares? Just take your trophy and go home.
Come on.
But no, congratulations. And, I think when I sat here and watched, I knew what was going on. And I think I said on the cast that I think it wasn't necessarily him, because even though you're playing exploitative, he's sitting here pulling deuces and threes in his hand. There's nothing he could do. But I think the thing with Nick was you definitely were picking up on the fact he was raising too wide, and he also had no traps in his range. He was not trapping you at all, because he could have taken a lot of that chip. Because at some point you got to just stand up and say, no, I'm just going to jam you all in, because you're not doing it every time.
You got that right, yeah. And that's one of those things where going into the final 3, I started out, I felt like I was getting bullied a little bit. Nick was opening a little wide. I was like, And I know that Caden is a really reliable player, plays very tight, very nice, has a really good game. So I knew that my biggest problem was going to be getting one of them out at a time, right? I knew I wouldn't be able to manage both, so I had to focus one. Fortunately, Caden ran card dead for just long enough for me to catch up to Nick and, overtake. And exactly as you said, I mean, just trying to react to the game. That's what the whole night's been. I mean, we've had ups, downs, periods where everybody's playing tight and slow, and other ones where it's just all in fest. So,
what do you think was the critical hand that maybe didn't have to do with your luck, but a play you felt you made that may have won it for you?
It's actually really early on. When I got down to probably about, I think it was like 170K, I was really, worried. I was like, okay, to come back and win this would be, a lot. But grinding it out, and I think it was the big double up that got me back to like 340, and consistently sitting on, I guess tighter ranges against variant players, right? It's one of those things where I'm trying to lean more on my skill and reputation and image, and that's why my strategy going in tonight was to play different, was to do everything non-standard, to break all the protocols that you normally, don't break, to try and trick some of my older players, the people that I've played a lot of hands with. Mm-hmm. And I think that kind of preparation I don't know, really helped my image for my mental self at least.
And then, you end up having the hand where you get it all in with Jeff, with the king queen, and smack the right card, and that sent you into the stratosphere essentially.
You got that right. I mean, that was definitely the springboard for the entire thing. That knockout, the first one, was kind of the rocket boost, right? I mean, you start running and it's hard to slow you down. I started doubling up on chips. I started playing wider. I started playing more aggressive, and it allowed me to kind of force my way, to have some elbow room at the table, and it definitely opened the door.
Right, and when you eliminate a veteran player like that, I mean, it's just one less person you have to worry about.
I mean, and that's the thing about this competition. I mean, 6 across, I think all 6 talented players normally. Today, a long day and maybe a little more friendly, a little less focused at moments, but certainly I think everybody at the table was a threat, so...
All right, so what now? I mean, it's just there. Jeff's probably sitting at home just shaking his head that goddamn it, PJ won it again, and everybody is shaking they're happy and they're like, come on, what more can you win here? So what is your hope for your last potential semester / last full-time semester potentially at UNL Poker?
Precisely, and I mean, I think that's what's most important, right? I mean, I found a great group of people, learned the game, grew the game. We've expanded massively, pulling in, 30, 35 people some nights, and I think that's incredible. Now, the biggest thing that I want to leave behind is a legacy. We've always been kind of afraid that, after we grow up and move on, that the club might fizzle out, but I think this is my semester to double down, really trying to engage some of the younger people like Caden. I mean, guys who have really good futures in college poker. I mean, they have such growth to their game potential, and I mean, an ability to learn, adapt, and become serious, integral parts to the actual leadership community. And I think, carrying on UNL Poker Club after I leave is probably the #1 goal.
Absolutely, and it's been quite the community, quite the outlet during a lot of rough times. And I mean, I think for everybody, I mean, look at what we've accomplished here. I mean, in the middle of COVID, we were able to put together a table. We were put together a broadcast with just what we have, what was bought, what we have around, and came here, did, 13 or 14 of these, basically.
Yeah.
And long grinds. I mean, we've done more hours probably in this studio than any class or anybody has done in probably the last 5 years. And I don't say that lightly. I really believe that to be true. And it's a credit to everybody that's come along and supported us.
And it's a big credit to yourself. I said you and Jeff put in the hours, the man work, the behind the scenes actions. None of this happens without you guys. So
Thank you,
everybody here at this club definitely thanks you guys, because we don't get off the ground without it. So.
No, thank you. I mean, it's fun. It's fun for me to see this type of stuff. It's the silliness almost of how extra we are. I think Jeff and I are both like to take it a little extra. And,
the best poker club in the nation.
We've taken. I mean, you can't argue it. I mean,
you can't argue it. It's
who's
undeniable.
doing this?
Who's doing this? Nobody.
Nobody. No, Justin Cole. Nobody. We love him, but you ain't got
You're not
this.
here yet. You're not
here. But all right, crowning moment. Got to get it on video. Grab that.
Oh, it's a
trophy
beauty.
right in the middle.
Go
to the wide shot.
Go
to the wide shot.
It's a beauty.
And
ladies
that
and gentlemen,
will do it.
White in frame.
PJ Migolino, UNL Poker champion, Premier League champion in our technically season 4.
Beautiful.
So it's on to season 5, folks. PJ wins this one in a long stream. I want to thank everybody that donated to the food bank in Lincoln tonight. We had lots of different names. We appreciate it. We didn't meet our goal, but guess what? We're coming back. We're going to do more Premier League. We'll let you know, and in order to know, you can follow us on Twitter at UNL Poker. We'll give you all the information when we're streaming, all that stuff, but we're going to keep raising money for the food bank in Lincoln, and who knows, we might come up with some other crazy idea like Premier League that we'll do. I have a couple. I do. But I want to thank Wes and Brock and Tabitha, who were rock stars tonight, Wes and Brock. Wes, his first time in the booth. Brock, his first time in the booth. Killed it. Absolutely killed it. They were doing great back there. Tabitha is always killing it and coming in where we need it. And to everybody that showed up across the semester, we say a huge thank you. And we're going to hope to do it again soon. Until then, speaking from everybody here at Anderson Hall, Alec Rome saying bye-bye for now.